The snake came up out of the river about 4 feet from my elbow, and the first thing it looked at was not me. It was my wine. That is not a metaphor. Its head broke the water like a wet green door swinging open. It was roughly the size of a fishing boat, and its eyes went straight past a grown man sitting on a bamboo raft and locked onto the gourd hanging off my belt. There was still a mouthful of spirit wine in it. I had made sure of that. The old man poling the raft made a noise I can only describe as a kettle giving up. His bamboo pole went into the river. His knees went out from under him. "It's over," he said. "They said there was a giant snake in this river. My life is over. My life is over." "Relax," I said. "It's a minor demon." I patted the sword at my waist. Then I looked at the snake a little longer than I needed to because I wanted to be sure, and I was sure. One flash of light, and the river stopped moving. I mean that literally. For about half a second, the whole winding dragon river forgot which way it was supposed to go, and then it remembered, and there was a very large dead thing in it. The old man was still on his knees. I unscrewed my gourd to celebrate and found it completely empty, which is the story of my life in one sentence. I smiled at nothing and put the lid back on. "Uncle," I said, "there are immortals in the world, quite a few of them." He stared at me. "You're no worse than your ancestors," I said, and I stepped off the raft into the air and left him there. Now, before you decide I'm impressive, I want you to understand the timeline of that kill, because it says everything about me. I have wanted that snake dead for 900 years. 900 years ago, I was a nobody, walking 3,000 miles of bad road with 2 friends. One was a poet who couldn't get an official post because he wrote the wrong kind of truth. The other was a minister's son with no money and a spine, which is the worst combination a man can have. We heard there was a sect in these mountains that took in people who wanted to become immortal, and we pooled everything we owned and bought a bamboo raft to cross this exact stretch of water. 2 of us went into the snake. I got to the other side. Later, when I was inside the sect scrubbing floors, I found out that snake didn't wander in. A disciple put it there. On purpose, he released it into the river, specifically so that rootless, penniless, nobody people would stop showing up at the mountain asking to be let in. It worked beautifully. It ate my friends and about 1,000 other people's friends, and the sect never mentioned it. Because from up there it wasn't a monster, it was a filter. So that day, standing on the bank with my shoes full of river, I planted a dream. That's a thing I can do. We'll get to it. The dream was simple. One day I come back and I kill it, and after that anybody who wants to walk up that mountain can walk up that mountain, and my 2 friends can stop being a warning story. Then I went and joined the sect, and the sect measured my talent. And the sect leader looked at me and said, out loud, in front of people, that in an age when spiritual energy was so thick a chicken could reach the 5th level of chi refining just by standing outside, this man would have a hard time ever building a foundation at all, which was a very polite way of saying I was slightly better than poultry. Hold that thought, because this story keeps score. Back then, the night sky carried 3 million stars, 1 for every genius the world had bothered to rank, and not one of them was mine. My only real gift was that I slept well. Every one of those 3 million lights is out now, and the chicken is still here, sitting on a raft with an empty gourd. He was right, too. That's the part that stings. It took me 700 years to reach a level people around me were hitting in 30. My dream of killing that snake stayed a dream for so long that it got embarrassing. Meanwhile, the snake was cultivating too, and it was better at it than me, because of course it was. So how did I finally win? I didn't get stronger. Not really. The snake got weaker. 300 years ago, it picked a fight with something enormous, got half destroyed, and spent a century failing to recover. Then the world ended, and its cultivation started sliding, and it kept sliding, and today it could barely hold on to a golden core. I sat in a boat and spilled expensive wine on the water until it came up to see who was being so generous. That is my entire fighting style, by the way. Wait some more. Wait until the thing that once stepped on you is old and thin and starving, and then be extremely decisive about it. Some people call that patience. I call it having nothing else. My name is Wade Chen, and I need to explain 2 things about me before any of the rest of this makes sense, because otherwise you'll think I'm a hero, and I'd hate that. The first thing is that I was born into the Lingtian imperial dynasty as a prince. Try to look impressed for 1 second. Ready? The dynasty had 437 princes. My mother was a palace maid. She had no rank, no family, no protector, and when she went into labor, they sent her exactly 2 other maids and 1 midwife, which in a palace that size is not a delivery, it's a formality. I was born out of wedlock in a corner of a very large building, and my birth was so unimportant that nobody bothered writing my name into the family register. I was a transmigrator, so I came out of that womb already thinking in complete sentences, which meant I got to lie there in a plain little room feeling extremely optimistic about my new life as a carefree prince. That lasted until the maids started whispering. My mother named me Zichen, always smiling. She wanted me to be a boy who smiles, forever, because she had done the math on our situation, and that was the only wish she could afford. Old lady, I said to the river 1,000 years later, did it ever occur to you that my surname is Li? It's a joke. It's not a good one. Wei Zichen, always smiling. In a palace where being noticed was fatal, and being unnoticed was fatal slower. I did try. I was a very small child with an adult's brain, and I decided I would invent my way into my father's attention. I made things, bows, soap, a scented sachet that mixed 100 flowers into one smell, which the palace women went completely feral over for about a season. I thought, he'll hear about this. He'll come look at me. He did not come look at me. This was a cultivation world, and in a cultivation world, precocious children are not rare, they are weather. What matters is who your mother is, and my mother was nobody, and so I was nobody's clever son. She died in that palace without seeing him one last time. She swallowed her last bite of food, and that was it. Then I got framed for something I didn't do and put in a cell, which honestly was a step up in living space. I assumed I'd die in there, but at 17, the emperor, my father, technically, in the way that a river is technically related to every drop of rain, went out and did something unprecedented and glorious on a mountain and declared a general amnesty across the world. I was included in that amnesty. Someone made sure I was included in a very specific way. I was not restored to my rank. I was released as a commoner and exiled 30,000 li. They picked winter. The streets were white and empty, and I walked out of the prison gate with no coat and no food and shoes that were more of an idea than a shoe, and that was the first time I ever saw the outside of that city. It was the most magnificent thing I'd ever looked at, and I was too busy freezing to enjoy it. I should have died on that road. That's the honest truth. A 17-year-old with nothing, in winter, walking a distance that kills caravans. Which brings us to the second thing about me. I have a body called the Great Dream of Longevity. It's not in any book. No artifact can detect it. I was simply born with it, the way you're born knowing how to swallow. It does 3 things. 1. When I sleep, my body repairs itself. Not heals a bit. Repairs. Broken heart, shattered foundation, spiritual energy scattered to the wind. I lie down, and when I wake up, I'm at my peak again. 2. The longer I sleep, the more lifespan I gain. 3. I have a dream space, mine, inside me. And on top of those 3, I can plant dreams in people, steer them, weave them out of nothing, and take them back. Now here is the punchline, and it took me about 600 years to stop finding it funny in the bad way. In the Golden Age, that was the most worthless gift ever handed to a human being. Think about it. Everyone's problem back then was talent and resources. Nobody's problem was lifespan. Spiritual energy was so thick in the air that a decent plant lived 3,000 years without trying. Geniuses were breaking through so fast they had to schedule it. The heavens were absolutely stuffed with treasure. And there I was, holding a gift whose entire function was, you can nap your way to extra decades. Congratulations, you can outlive people who are never going to die of old age anyway. My whole first 700 years, I got to watch. That's the word, watch. I did every job the cultivation world hands to people it doesn't need. I hauled ore in a mine. I was a suicide squad body. I was somebody's stepping stone in a trial. That's a real job. You stand there and a genius beats you in front of an audience and it goes on his record. I went to a holy land once, which sounds impressive until I tell you I went as a servant, and the person I served was the holy maiden and she never once learned my name. I was used as bait. I was written off. I was sold. I made nascent soul 300 years ago. 700 years of grinding, and I finally formed my nascent soul. And in that era, nascent soul cultivators were not rare. They were common, and I did not care even slightly. I laughed until I cried. I sat alone on a hilltop and drank strong liquor for 3 days and passed out. I woke up the next morning. Overnight, more than half the spiritual energy in the world was gone. I want you to sit with that. Not declining, not thinning. Gone in one night while I was unconscious and hungover. The 6 realms went insane. Emperors ran in every direction looking for a cause. The head of the Tao sect made a prediction, and the prediction was that this would last 100 years. And everyone believed him, because he was the kind of man you believe. And every sect in existence bolted the doors and sat down to wait it out. 100 years later, it hadn't improved. It had gotten worse. The energy in the world was no longer thick enough to run the formations that kept the great sects standing. Entire schools with thousands of years of history simply announced they were over and walked away from their own mountains. 200 years after that, it was finished. Dry. People started saying the great Tao itself had died. The stars went out. All of them. 3 million lights disappeared into cloud, one by one, and every cultivator alive started sliding backwards toward mortal. Lifespan collapsed. A spirit plant that used to live 3,000 years now considered 3 years a good run. There are 3 million skeletons on the ground, I said, on that boat, sober for 1 second, and not one of them is Wei Zichun. Because here's the thing about a body whose only trick is sleeping. It doesn't care. The energy dried up, and every physique in the world withered with it, and mine just kept doing what it does. I don't have to conserve anything. I burn spiritual energy like a rich man because I can lie down and get it back. My dream space even makes a small amount of it on its own, thin but real, and it's mine, and nobody else in the world has a private supply. The apocalypse cost me exactly one thing. I cultivate slightly slower now. That's it. That's the bill. Every prodigy in the sky is dead or dying. Every sect is dust. Every genius who once looked through me on his way somewhere important is currently rationing his own breath like a man in a desert. And the piece of trash they ranked below poultry is walking around with a full gourd and a sword and a nap schedule. So no, I'm not carefree. People say I am. They see a man who drinks all day and sleeps in ditches and they think, ah, a free spirit. I'm not free. I'm just extremely well rested. I came down off that snake with my sword still clean, and my mind sank into the dream space. It's about 10 cubic meters in there. There's a corner with some odds and ends and a few jars of wine, and there's a tree. On the tree, one red fruit had just finished ripening. Here's how it works. Every time I plant a dream, a real one, the kind you build your life around and then have to live with, a fruit starts growing on that tree. It hangs there, unripe, sometimes for centuries, while I fail to do the thing. And when the dream actually comes true, the fruit ripens. I picked it and bit into it, and the juice went everywhere. It turned into spiritual energy, thick, clean, and mine, pouring into a nascent soul that had been sitting at early stage for 300 years, stabilizing it, pushing it. The space itself got bigger, the air in it got richer, and a python coiled up around me in there. Not a real one, a dream one, lifelike and impossible at the same time, because everything alive has dreams, and I had just eaten one that had been growing for 9 centuries. My sword hummed, not a normal hum, a long, low sound like something enormous crossing a river. That's how I got my first sword intent, the river python. 900 years of wanting one thing, one afternoon of doing it, and the world hands you a weapon. I came out of the space, looked up at the green mountains, and felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Nostalgia, which is a disgusting emotion, and I recommend avoiding it. Pan-Dragon sect, I said, because those mountains, the ones on either side of that river, that was them. First sect I ever joined. In their good years, the mountain across from me was called Sacred, and true spirits showed themselves on it, and they built a temple up there, and the incense never stopped. It's gone now, obviously. When the energy dies, no amount of history saves you. I went up anyway. There's a rule I keep, and it's not a noble one. It's bookkeeping. I keep clean accounts. Whatever the Pan-Dragon sect did to me, and it did plenty, that sect is the reason I ever touched the path at all. That's a debt. Debts get paid. So I walked up the stone steps in the rain to a collapsed temple with a dusty gold statue in it, and I straightened the fallen incense burner, and I took 3 sticks of incense out of my dream space and set them in it properly. Then my ears twitched. Footsteps, coming up the path I had just come up. I turned around and a woman came into view, and she saw me, and she stopped like she'd walked into glass. It's you? I would like to tell you I said something devastating. What actually happened is that I instinctively reached for my wine and remembered, for the second time in 1 hour, that the gourd was empty. So I said, "Long time no see." And in my head, I finished the sentence, "My former Tao companion. Her name is Yunro." 20 years into my cultivation, when I had clawed my way up to the 7th level of qi refining and was widely understood to be the sect's least promising investment, the Pan-Dragon sect took in a genius girl. That was her. Everybody knew immediately she was too good for the place and wouldn't stay. We met on a mission. We kept meeting, and for reasons I have never fully understood, she decided I was interesting, and we became Tao companions in private, and that lasted 7 years. Then she left. Not a fight, not a betrayal if you want to be precise about it, and I do. She had ideals and a future, and both of them were somewhere else, and staying with me was going to cost her the second one. So she chose. She just chose without telling me. One day she was in my world, and then she wasn't, and I never asked why, because I already knew why, and asking would have made both of us say it out loud. It stung. I want to be honest about that, because I spent a very long time pretending it didn't. Now she was standing in the ruins of the temple where we'd both started, and she had cultivated all the way to Soul Transformation Peak before the sky fell, which is a genuinely absurd height, and I had made nascent soul. "Are you all right?" she asked, softly. "Me? I'm all right. How about you?" We stood there in the wet. She looked at the mountains, and then she said, "Were you fighting just now?" "I killed that giant python." She had to think about it. That's the part I enjoyed most, actually. She had to genuinely search her memory for a few seconds before she came up with, "Oh, right, he had some kind of grudge with a snake." Then she gave me advice. "I suggest you use spiritual energy sparingly. It's depleted now. Every bit you use, there's less. Without it nourishing you, your lifespan will drop sharply." She meant it kindly. It came out of her mouth from a very great height. "Thanks." I waved and started walking. We passed each other. 3 steps. 4. "You're just leaving like that?" she said, and I could hear that it surprised her to be saying it. "Don't you have anything to say to me?" I turned around and smiled and waved again, the loose kind of wave you give a shopkeeper. "Yeah, good luck. Goodbye." And I left. Not one drop of longing. I checked. Behind me, she stood in the rain doing the arithmetic she'd been trained to do. His talent is unremarkable. He just burned a large amount of spiritual energy on a snake. Therefore, and she shook her head and said out loud to nobody, "Well, I'm afraid this is the last time we'll see each other." I went into my dream space, filled the gourd from one of the jars, came out, and drank like a man with money. 2 things about me have never changed. The wine is called Drunken Life, Dreamlike Death, and the sword is called Qing Ping, and it's the first and only sword I've ever owned. I was going to the Ling-Tian Imperial Dynasty. I planted a lot of dreams there. Now, I want to be clear about the mood, because this is where people get it wrong. I wasn't marching. The energy had only been gone 300 years, and I figured I could probably collect 1 or 2 of those fruits, and if I couldn't, fine. Worst case, I take a few more naps and come back in a couple of thousand years. It'll happen eventually. Everything does, if you're the last one at the table. So I walked and looked at things, and when I got drunk, I lay down wherever I was standing. Several months went by in a haze. Autumn left, winter came, and then a swordsman in white got stopped at a city gate by men with spears. "Halt! The Imperial Dynasty's centennial celebration is approaching. Every swordsman entering the city must be registered in detail." I stood there half asleep and looked up at a crimson gate I had last seen from the other side, going out as a criminal in the snow. 900 years, give or take. I left as a prince who'd committed a crime. I came back as a drunk with a sword. Name? There was a clerk at a table doing the registering. Serious young man, good posture. I yawned. Wade Sichen. Wade Sichen? He blinked. I could see the machinery going. He was well read. He knew the wandering world. He could tell you the name and habits of every swordsman worth knowing between here and the coast, and he had run the whole list and come back with nothing. Who is this person? He kept his face flat and went on with the questions. What are you skilled in? What weapon? And so on, for several minutes, while his instincts got louder. I watched him arrive at his conclusion. This one has a problem. On a normal day, I'd wave him through. This is not a normal week. He glanced sideways at the soldiers, and then he looked at me, just for a moment. He got pulled into a dream without the faintest idea it was happening. From the outside, he simply blinked, and then he said, in a slightly dreamy voice, "Let him through. This person has no problems." Yes! and the spears moved. 20 steps later, he came out of it on his own, perfectly calm, and started questioning the next man in line, and he will go to his grave not knowing that his mouth was borrowed. I took a sip and said, quietly, I wish you sweet dreams tonight. I meant it, too. Look, life is short and everybody suffers. If a man can get one beautiful dream out of it, why not? I like leaving people with a good one. It's the cheapest kindness in the world, and it costs me nothing but attention. It depends on the person, obviously. Occasionally, I leave a nightmare. Occasionally, I leave a nightmare you can't wake up from. But that kid was going to go home tonight, wash, change, lie down, and have the finest evening of his entire life. And it was because a very long time ago, I had a friend who ended up inside a snake. And before that, when things were still good, that friend used to sit at a city gate registering names. Anyway, the city was called Lingtian City, and it was the imperial capital, and it was enormous. Blue stone streets, shops shouting at each other, rows of pavilions, and past those, canals so wide they had boats on them taller than the buildings. The world I live in is very, very large. Many times larger than the blue star I came from. I couldn't tell you how many. 6 realms. Each realm splits into domains, each domain into continents, and that's just ground level. In the good years, there were sects that had climbed up and built themselves on top of actual stars, plus hidden paradises, plus secret realms. The total area of the place is not a number a person can hold. Every 3 steps a hero, every 5 steps a blessed land. Past tense. My realm is called Fuyao, soaring heaven, and the continent I was standing on is called Lingtian. Because at some point, an emperor of this dynasty swallowed a few hundred smaller countries, unified the entire landmass, went up a mountain, and renamed the world after his family. That should tell you what kind of dynasty it was. The sky was going dark. I shook my gourd, empty again. I want you to understand that this happens to me constantly, and I have never once learned. I found a liquor store. My wine, by the way, isn't complicated. It's ordinary earth liquor with some herbs and a spirit plant in it, left in the dream space to sit for a few months. That's the whole recipe. The dream space does the rest. Coming out, I saw 3 patrolling soldiers with eyes like they were being paid per suspicion, and every one of them looked at the man with the sword. I smiled. It didn't cost me anything. The centennial celebration only happens once every 100 years, and when it does, all 3,000 concubines and every powerful official in the court have to appear in public, and the whole country parties. That's why the city was full. That's why there were spears at the gate. And that's why, when I went looking for a room, every inn in the city was full. Which is when 2 men in fancy robes went past me at speed. Brother Wang, if you don't come out now, I'm leaving. What's the rush? I'm inventing a reason to ask my wife for drinking money. Hurry up! The best courtesan in the Red Boat Pavilion is performing today, and I heard she might pick a young master to go out on a flower boat with. Is that true? Why didn't you lead with that? They took off, and I thought, well, listening to music in a brothel is a good idea, so I followed them. The place was called Hongzhou Fang, and it was built out over the water, pavilions all along the river, and by the time I got there, the crowd was thick with young masters and officials and wandering swordsmen, all of whom had discovered a sudden deep interest in the arts. A woman with a handkerchief came swaying over to me before I was through the door, and I could smell her powder from 6 feet out. I took out some silver. Madam, would you like to sing a few songs? She stopped dead. Then she looked at my face, and something went off behind her eyes. I get that a lot. I'd like to say it's charisma. It's mostly that I'm annoyingly good-looking, and I've had 1,000 years to get used to it. Just kidding, I said. I hear the piece called Orchid Pavilion by the Winding River is famous here. I came to hear it. She recovered and laughed and said I'd nearly stopped her heart, and she walked me upstairs and put me in a room with a very good view, because apparently that's a thing that happens when you look like this. The rules, she explained, were as follows. In half an hour, the courtesan finishes dressing, boards a small boat, and floats down the river playing 3 pieces, the last of which is Orchid Pavilion. If nobody moves her, she goes back and rests. If somebody catches her interest, she invites him aboard for the night. I sat on the terrace with my wine, looking at the moon on the water, and thought, city people really know how to have fun. I want to be clear that I did not expect to be picked. I'm a man in white with a sword and no name in a crowd of people with money and family lines. I just wanted to see what a woman had to be famous in a city like this. Then the music started upstream, both banks of the river filled with men craning their necks. A few got shoved into the water and simply stayed there and watched from in it, until the soldiers dragged them out and shouted at them. A small red boat came down the current with a woman on it in very bright colors, playing a green bamboo flute. Light makeup, red lips barely parted around the mouthpiece, and a pair of legs in silk that I would describe in more detail, except that 400 men on the riverbank were already doing that job. She was beautiful in a way that felt slightly rude. I thought it was a nice scene and regretted briefly that I have no talent for poetry. Somebody else covered it. A pale scholar down the bank threw together a poem on the spot, out loud, for a woman he'd never met, and the crowd went up like a wave. Then a merchant spent an obscene amount of money to be noticed. The boat drifted. The woman on it played her flute and behaved as though the entire riverbank was weather. She finished the last piece at the stern of my building, and out of the corner of her eye she saw something, and it made her flinch. "Young master of the earthly branch B," she said, "would you be willing to come to the boat for a chat?" I checked the number on my room. It was mine. My expression, at that point, got very meaningful. I went downstairs through a corridor of pure hatred. Who is that man? Sword, wine cup, some kind of wanderer. Does anyone know his name? I am Lin Hao, the 7 wind legs. How could I possibly lose to this nobody? I refuse to accept this. Young master, I'll pay a fortune for your spot. Let me on the boat instead. I shook my head at that one and stepped onto the boat, and the most beautiful courtesan in Lingtian City closed the curtain, and the noise fell away behind us. Inside it was small and old-fashioned and very clean. She sat me down and made tea, and her tea ceremony was as good as her music, which frankly felt like showing off. Young master, she said, you must be a cultivator. I nodded. The world had only been dry for 300 years. There were plenty of us left. We can smell each other. Speaking of which, she said, still pouring, you and I are actually old acquaintances. That got my attention. Do you still recognize this? She put a sachet on the table. I looked at it for about 2 seconds and started laughing. Of course I remember, because I made it, 900 years ago, in a palace, as a child trying to get a man to look at me. 100 flowers in one small bag, the thing the palace women lost their minds over for one season and then forgot. When it first came out, it was a frenzy among the sisters, she said. They're small items, I said. There are better ones on the market now. That may be. I've only ever used this one. And I sat there with a strange feeling in my chest, because I had genuinely believed there was no longer anybody alive in that city who knew my name. You're clearly a cultivator too, I said. But I have a question. How did you recognize me? I never left the inner palace. I wasn't well known. Outside the inner palace, forget it. Inside it, most of the servants didn't know my name. She looked out at the river. Winter is almost here, she said, which was not an answer. You left back then, also in winter, didn't you? And just like that, I was 17 and walking out of a prison gate into a white, empty street with terrible shoes. She was there. On my way out of the city, near the gate, there had been a woman wrapped in fox fur, and I had looked at her for 1 second and then put my head down and kept walking because I was busy dying. 1 second. 1 glance. 900 years. So you're the one from that day, I said. That's right. Why? I said. It must be 1,000 years. Why would you still remember an unknown person? Because I used your sachet, she said. Perfectly straightforward. I became curious. I wanted to take a look. Then she smiled and asked me to tell her about my travels, since she'd never once left Lingtian City. I said no. I said I was the guest, so shouldn't I be the one listening? She sighed and asked what I wanted to hear. Let's talk about the big and small things happening in Lingtian City. We talked all night. Her stage name was Long Yue. Her real name, she told me this later, on a second boat, a plain gray one, out on the Lingtian River with nobody watching, was Fu Tao. She changed it when she came to the city. And the reason she liked my sachet, she said, was that it smelled like a flower from her home, a flower called Baiyo, 100 nether. It only blooms in winter, and it doesn't grow anywhere else. I want you to remember that flower. I didn't think about it nearly hard enough at the time, which is what I do best. The next morning the boat docked, and I finally found an inn with 2 empty rooms, at a price that made me try to pay in beautiful dreams instead of money. The merchant nearly threw me out. I produced silver, and he became delighted with me instantly. I went upstairs, fell asleep, and woke up around noon the following day. Half a month passed. I drank and wandered and watched the city fill up. More and more people every day. Wanderers, merchants, farmers, cultivators. You could feel something gathering, the way you can feel weather in your teeth. Long Yue played at Hongzhou Fang every few days, and after that first night, nobody else got on the boat. Which made sense. She was a cultivator. Ordinary men were not a real option for her. Lifespan alone is a wall you can't climb. The night before the centennial celebration, a magic bird came to my window with a letter tied to its foot. She wanted to talk. So we took that plain gray boat out onto the Lingtian River, 1 breeze, 1 moon, 2 people. She was easier that night. That's when she told me her real name. While we were talking, a cannon went off, and the sky turned into sparks. I sat at the bow holding Qingping, drinking, watching fireworks, saying nothing. The river had the lights of 10,000 homes on it. Underneath, the current was doing something else entirely. Fu Tao was staring at nothing. Then she asked me for a drink, took it, swallowed the whole thing in one go, and her eyes went wide. "It doesn't taste good," she said. "I've never had anything so bitter." The next day, the centennial celebration began. Whole country off work for 3 days, which nobody had experienced in living memory. Chickens and sheep slaughtered in the streets. One bar ran a promotion where whoever drank the most drank free, and I was standing outside that door before dawn, and when it opened, I went in and ordered exclusively the most expensive things they had, and the owner became convinced I was a saboteur sent by a rival winery. Out on the water, every civil and military official and all 3,000 concubines boarded the imperial ship with the emperor to admire the river. That ship, by the way, used to be a genuine artifact. It could fly, it could go into the ground, it could reportedly blow a void-refining cultivator out of the sky. Now it's a steamship. The formations are dead. But the Lingtian River is 700 meters wide, and that thing still moved down it like a mountain that had decided to travel, and both banks were black with people. The officials waved, very approachable. At the bow stood the reigning emperor with his robes moving in the wind and his dragon energy coming off him in a way you could feel from the shore. Wang Jingbo. My father, in the sense that a river is related to rain. There was entertainment, of course. A wandering swordsman went first, dancing with blades on the imperial wheel, very graceful, with music, and the crowd loved it. And Long Yue's orchid pavilion by the winding river was so famous that she had been personally invited aboard to perform it for the emperor, the court, 3,000 concubines, and everyone on both banks. Grand finale. Naturally. Now, before I tell you what happened, I need to show you 2 people who got off that ship early. A master and her disciple walked up to the emperor in the middle of the performance, which is not a thing people do. Both women, fine silks, immortal air. Everyone on that deck was educated enough to recognize cultivators, and everyone was quiet enough to recognize that the older one, in the black and white robe with a white jade hairpin and a whisk in her left hand, was not showing them anything, and was still applying pressure to the whole ship. Void refining, at least. Peak, probably. Let me put the latter up for you, because it matters. Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, soul transformation, void refining, body integration, Mahayana, tribulation. I am nascent soul, 4th rung. Even in the golden age, a soul transformation cultivator was a master. A void refining cultivator could found a school. And the lifespan attached to that starts at 5,000 years and goes up. And this was 300 years after the world died, and she was still standing there at that height, which meant her foundation was so deep it hadn't finished draining. Her name was Su Li. Immortal Master Su, the younger one bowed. Yunro greets your majesty. Yes, that Yunro. Turns out we had both been walking to the same city. The emperor looked her over. What a fine seedling of immortality, he said, and then sighed. But it's a pity, born in the wrong era. Su Li didn't have time for pleasantries. Your Majesty, is it still of any use? It's useful, he said, but its usefulness is limited. Here's what they were doing. Su Li had been chasing a way out for longer than most people had been chasing anything. She'd watched immortal sects fall apart one after another, and noticed that the imperial dynasties were still standing. So she came down into the mortal world and spent a century watching one closely to find out why. Her conclusion was that the dynasty survived on popular support and national fortune. And her question was, If those two things can extend the life of a country, why can't they extend the life of a person? So she went to Wang Jingbo and told him her idea, and he was extremely interested. And that is the actual reason this entire centennial celebration existed. It was an experiment. Gather the goodwill of an entire nation in one place and see if it does anything measurable. It did something. A little. Not enough. Please complete what your majesty promised me as soon as possible, she said. Don't worry. After the celebration, I'll select nearly 100 cities and build golden temples for you and your disciple. We'll compile storybooks. You'll receive incense from the local communities. She nodded and said she wouldn't disturb his enjoyment of the people, and then, as she was leaving, he added, very lightly, by the way, if the immortal master makes any discoveries on the Tao of longevity, you must tell me. His eyes were not light at all. They took a small boat to the bank. They could both have flown. Flying costs spiritual energy, and spiritual energy is now literally the same thing as the length of your remaining life, so no, they took the boat like everybody else. Disciple, how is the Pan-Dragon sect's progress? As Master predicted, it still ended in ruins. Then Yun Ro, who was young enough to still ask questions out loud, said, Master, can we really cultivate by gathering public opinion and incense? I don't know, Su Li said. We can only study it further once the golden bodies are set up and the incense is condensed. And she looked at the sky and said, I hope it will work out. That's when the ship exploded. More than a dozen figures came up off both banks at once, actually flying, burning spiritual energy like it was free, like they had made a decision about it, and came down onto the imperial ship at full speed and hit the soldiers. You old emperor, prepare to die. And at the same moment, something roared underneath the river, and a man came up out of the water and put a fist into the imperial wheel. The whole thing came apart. Officials, concubines, courtiers, 3,000 of the most protected people in the world went into the river all at once, and the elite troops on both banks ran out onto the water to fight, and the civil officials stood in the wreckage screaming, protect the emperor, protect the emperor. And Long Yue kept playing. Same piece. Orchid Pavilion by the winding river. Except now there was killing intent in it, and spiritual energy coming off her in sheets. She was void refining, early stage. In the Golden Age, that piece of music couldn't have controlled the court for one heartbeat. They'd have shrugged it off between sentences. But the world was dry now. Her song was a mass control effect, and breaking a mass control effect costs spiritual energy, and spiritual energy is lifespan. So every official on that wreck had to decide, personally, in the water, how many years of his own life he was willing to spend to be able to move. They hesitated. The assassins did not. They'd trained that song for centuries, all of it for this one afternoon. Now. While that was happening on one side of the river, I was on the other side, and I was doing something else. I'd come out of the tavern absolutely soaked in alcohol and with a very complicated expression on my face. And I walked out onto the water, actually onto it, and started crossing the river toward one specific point in all that wreckage. Because I had been waiting for this celebration too. The 3,000 of the imperial harem is a figure of speech. There were far more than 3,000. Only a few hundred raided a place on the ship, and one of them was in the water in front of me, screaming. She'd fallen in. She was blaming the servants for it. She was informing them that if any of them caught cold as a result, their entire families would be executed, and they were trembling and finding her a plank and not daring to say a word because that was the arrangement. She had cultivation, this woman. Nourishing, life-extending, complexion-improving cultivation. Combat power, negligible. Escape, decent. But she didn't dare spend a scrap of it now, not for anything. So a woman who could have flown out of that river sat in it like a farm wife. Some soldiers got a boat over and helped her aboard. Useless! All of you are useless. She kicked the man who'd pulled her up back into the river. Then she kicked several eunuchs in. Then she picked up an oar and started hitting people over the head with it. And she gave an order that nobody was allowed to duck or cry out, on pain of family execution. The men who'd saved her went under with their heads open. She didn't say anything after that. She just turned to look at the assassins and started planning. She was going to ask His Majesty for a few of them afterward. Alive. She was going to have them prepared properly and eventually turned into leather goods and sold. I sat down on the stern of her boat. You're still as violent as ever. She spun around. There was a man in white sitting on the back of her boat with a gourd in his left hand, looking at her with a great deal of interest. Where did this wanderer come from, daring to ride on the same boat as me? Do you have a death wish? Consort Zhang, I said. You've forgotten me after only 1,000 years? Her pupils shrank. Since you've forgotten, I said, let me help you remember. And I told her a story, in the plainest voice I own. In the Lingtian imperial dynasty, there are 3,000 beauties in the harem. Regardless of rank, every one of them is entitled to learn a phoenix art of recuperation. It's a small technique. It steadies the breath, extends the life a little, keeps the complexion. And if I remember correctly, I said, you once secretly altered one line of the incantation for a woman who was originally a palace maid, so that for the rest of her life, the technique would run backwards in her, so that she could never have another child, so that she would age faster and die sooner. Right? I spent 10 years watching my mother get old. 10 years, from the inside of a palace, as a child, with no power and no name, watching a healthy woman come apart on a schedule, and not knowing why, and asking and being told nothing. She would have ended it herself. I'm fairly confident of that. The only reason she didn't is that she had a son who needed her to keep going, so she kept going, and it took 10 years. Oh, the woman said, and laughed. So you came here for that wretched woman. Who do we have here? It's you, you little bastard. I didn't expect you to still be alive after all these years. What, are you still hoping to come back to my Lingtian imperial dynasty and be a prince? She put her hands on her hips. The disdain was genuine and effortless. Bright red phoenix eyes, absolutely full of contempt. You really know how to pick your timing, she said. The emperor is under attack and here you are to rescue him. It's quite possible you could get back into the Li family after all. I sighed and unscrewed my gourd and poured drunken life, dreamlike death into my mouth like a man at a well. Look, I said, and pointed. It seems there are quite a few soldiers swimming this way. Then I looked back at her. Do you think they can save you? Her face slipped, just slightly. What do you mean? If you face the palace and kowtow 3 times to my mother, I said, I can let you die quickly. Humph, you little bastard. Do you really think that because I live in a deep palace I never learned a few techniques to protect myself? She sneered. I simply don't want to waste spiritual energy on someone like you. Back then, it only took me 1 sentence to kill your mother. Now, to kill you, 1 slap will. She stopped in the middle of the word, because she was looking down at her own stomach. The scenery around her had been changing for some time, and she hadn't noticed. I was not on the stern anymore. I was standing in front of her, with my sword in her. She grabbed at her abdomen. She could feel her spiritual energy leaving at a speed she had no framework for. Her cultivation dropped and kept dropping. That sword cut her foundation. It broke her platform. There is no repairing it. And the part I think she hated most, in those last seconds, is that she never saw me draw. It's not that she was careless. She was arrogant out loud and wary underneath. She'd been watching me the entire time. It just didn't help. She'd been in the dream since roughly the moment I said her name. I pulled Qingping back out, sat on the side of the boat, and washed it in the river. The most feared woman in that harem slid down against the bow with her face gone white, and she understood her situation perfectly. Platform destroyed, in this era, 100 years at the outside, probably much less. I sheathed the sword. Then I put my index finger against her forehead, very gently, and planted the seed of a nightmare I had been weaving for a very long time. Then I got up and crossed the river. That's it. That's the whole revenge. I didn't shout. I didn't make a speech. 10 years of my mother, 10 seconds of her. The exchange rate is terrible. It's the only one available. Behind me, the other business was reaching its own conclusion. A big man was laughing on the water. I, Gao Heng, will exchange my entire cultivation for the emperor's 800 years of life. He blasted a soldier aside, burned his own cultivation, and flew straight into the emperor's dragon energy, and detonated. Dust everywhere. Wang Jingbo's face was not a good face. It wasn't over. A woman roared at the sky. I, Qian Lei, will exchange my lifespan for the old emperor's 700. She lit her own life and went in like a moth. Boom. I, Guo Qiang, will exchange 1,000 years. I, Zhu Feng, will exchange 5,000 years. One after another, burning, flying, gone. And under all of it, that song kept playing. slow and beautiful and sad, over the top of people committing suicide in numbered increments. Fu Tao stood in the middle of the river with her eyes wet and kept playing. The emperor hung in the air, unharmed, and every single blast ate more of what he had left. "What a fine Baiyo imperial dynasty," he shouted, and he was laughing. "What a fine Gao family, truly courageous. Come on, bring as many as you want, I'll take them all." "Excellent," said the man who'd punched the ship, golden eyes, as expected of the emperor of a continent. "I, Xie Ming, today exchanged for 40,000 years of lifespan." 40,000. He went up in gold and hit him, and the mountains moved. Wang Jingbo coughed blood, and some of the dragon energy on his skin came off. I sat on top of a tower and watched. There was nothing I could do. I want to be honest about that. There was nothing anyone could do. So I drank. That was all I wanted to do. The concert ended with Orchid Pavilion by the winding river, and the last voice in it was hers. I, Fu Tao, today exchanged 3,000 years of lifespan. And the most beautiful courtesan in Lingtian City, the woman whose legs half this city wrote poems about, went into the emperor at full speed. The sky went bright, and her life was over. I sat up there with my wine and didn't move, and I thought, the only person in this city who remembered me is gone. Then I started humming her song. I didn't decide to, it just came out. The whole thing, the assassination they'd been building for centuries, took about as long as it takes to listen to one piece of music. Same as the fireworks the night before, brilliant and short. Down on the bank, the emperor came to earth, and 100 officials and generals and concubines closed around him. "Your Majesty, I have failed in my duty to protect you. Please punish me." A man in iron armor on one knee. "The problem isn't with you," Wang Jingbo said, and he sounded tired in a way emperors are not supposed to sound. "It's that I didn't realize the times had changed. Their charge, launched at the cost of their lives and their cultivation, cannot be stopped by you. Not in this era, not with the energy gone and the treasures dead. If I want to dodge, I have to use movement techniques, which cost me the same thing, and the result is identical. In the Golden Age, that attack would have been a joke. A dozen mid-tier cultivators against an emperor with the dragon energy of a continent? They'd have been vapor before they finished their sentences. Now? Now it was an unanswerable move, because the goal was never to kill him with force. The goal was to make him spend himself. Every dodge, every block, every burst of dragon energy. They came at him in installments and made him pay for each one. "I'm exhausted," he said. He wasn't being poetic. His remaining energy was thin, and without it feeding him, his lifespan was going to start falling, fast. That's why the Gao family called it what they called it, changing one's lifespan. In this era, even an ant's bite hurts. It started snowing. Another year of snow. Snow falls every year. Blood gets shed every year. I sat on that tower and drank alone and watched the river go quiet, and I did not want to leave. The night before, I had asked Fu Tao the same question a second time. "Why did you remember me?" This time, I wanted the true version, and the true version was this. She felt sorry for me. That's it. She was a young woman by a city gate in winter, and she saw a boy with no cultivation being marched out to walk 30,000 li in the snow, and she did the arithmetic, and the arithmetic said, he dies on that road. And a prince who dies during exile is a prince nobody knows, nobody mourns, nobody remembers. So she thought, standing there in her fox fur, I might as well remember him. And then she did. That's all it was. I laughed when she told me, right in her face. Not because it was funny, because it was the only reason available and she'd taken it. She also told me about the 100 nether flower, winter bloom, scent of 100 flowers, doesn't grow anywhere but home. And she made a point of telling me her real name and said that in exchange I should remember it. She talked all night. I could barely get a word in. Fu Tao, I said, and I flicked the last of my wine out into the air. I'll remember that. The world drying up is a tragedy for almost everybody. For the Gao family, hiding in this city for generations, it was the first good news in 1,000 years. Because the Lingtian imperial dynasty had unified this continent by force. 300,000 iron cavalry, country after country swallowed. And at the very end, one country left standing, the Baiyo imperial dynasty, the 100 Nether. One step from an empire with no rival, and Wang Jingbo led that campaign personally, and Baiyo was simply not in the same weight class. Country destroyed, land taken, the Gao family were its royals. They have been thinking about this afternoon since that day, and if the sky hadn't dried up, they'd have gone on thinking about it forever, because in the Golden Age they had no chance at all. Not a bad one. None. Come to think of it, I said to myself, I'm not so different from them. If I hadn't been born with a body that refuses to die, I'd probably have done exactly the same thing. I am not a carefree man. Most of the time, I'm doing an impression of one. If I were actually carefree, I wouldn't have made it through those first 700 years. You need something to hold on to, and I held on to a lot of things, and none of them were nice. Wine goes into a sorrowful heart. I stayed sober for a long time that night. Then I flashed out onto the Lingtian River and drew Qingping in the falling snow and let out a sound like a serpent crossing water. A python came up behind me, huge and unreal. I waved my hand, and the river came out of its banks in one enormous coil, a wave shaped like something swimming, and it turned the whole surface over. In the middle of it, a flash of green. I put my hand out and caught it, a bright green bamboo flute, the one she played, warm and smooth like jade. I covered 1,000 miles in a step, and by the time the soldiers got there, there was nothing on that river but water and snow. I walked back into the city with a green flute hanging at my waist, and I smiled about it, which I'm aware is a strange response. Here's why. The thing she got right that night on the boat was the fear. Walking those 30,000 li at 17, I genuinely did wonder whether anyone would notice if I died on the road. I have a body built for long life. Long is not the same as unkillable. 30,000 li is very far, and the world is full of accidents. I was 17, and I was afraid, and I still remember it perfectly. And if somebody had told me that winter that a woman who looked at me for 1 second on my way out was going to carry me in her head for 900 years, that would have been pretty good, actually. So that's why. I owed her, and I intend to pay. The morning after, the city got worse. Land taxes went up. The price of wine went up. I asked why and got 2 answers: taxes, and the fact that the restaurant owner's son had abandoned the imperial examinations and started shouting that he was going to go seek immortality. The man said it proudly. Compared to worldly rank, immortality sounded elegant, and who wouldn't want to split a river with 1 palm and shatter a boat with 1 punch, now that everyone had watched somebody do it? Seeking immortality is not a good path, I told him sincerely. The imperial examination is much better. Bah, what do you know, you drunkard? He called over 3 burly men who removed me from the premises and informed me I was never buying wine there again. I stood in the street and shouted, "Those who don't listen to good advice will suffer the consequences," and dusted myself off and left. Then the city started eating itself. The assassination became a story. Storytellers had it in every tavern within days. Then the taverns that hosted it were shut down one by one, and the storytellers were dragged out and beheaded in the street. Hongzhou was seized. The old madam had smelled it early and run with her whole household. The day they came, I went and watched them burn every flower boat on the water, and burn the sheet music, and declare Orchid Pavilion by the winding river a forbidden song, punishable by the execution of your entire family. Fu Tao had given me the score. She'd said it wasn't just a melody. She was extremely casual about saying that. Consort Zhang's ruined cultivation got out, and her rank dropped 3 grades, and I'm told that if she hadn't produced a prince, she'd have been shipped to the cold palace. And the dynasty announced that it wanted the commoner Wei Zichen arrested and put my face on walls all over the capital. The innkeeper saw the poster, recognized it, and ran to report me. When they got to the room, it was empty. I'd left a while ago. There were also rumors that Wang Jingbo had begun handing out power, real power, provinces and revenues to his princes. Whatever the dynasty had been, it now had to compromise with the age and become an ordinary, secular empire. Word was that the tax increase was one prince's idea. 400 princes, all suddenly holding real money. You can guess how that goes. And then the bird came. A spirit bird, chirping, dropping down onto my finger with an envelope on its leg. Fu Tao's handwriting. Young Master. My Gao family is the royal family of the Baiyo imperial dynasty. I'm sure you already guessed. The world only knows that Baiyo was famous for its 100 nether flowers, It doesn't know that the truly powerful thing my dynasty had was a secret technique, the 100 nether technique. It commands spirits and yin things, and it is extraordinarily profound, and no one in my family has ever managed to master it in all our generations. If my father had mastered it back then, he might not have lost to the Lingtian iron cavalry. When a person dies, the lamp goes out. Rather than let the 100 nether technique sleep with us forever, I would rather hand it to young Master Zi Chen. If you do as I say, you can obtain it. And then, at the end, finally. If young Master Zi Chen is willing, could you please go and check on my younger brother for me? If nothing unexpected happens, he will be the last bloodline of my Gao family. That was it. That was the whole letter. The envelope smelled faintly of cosmetics. I folded it up and put it away. Fine, I said, to nobody. I've got nothing better to do. I'll go take a look for you. Back at the inn, my mind sank into the dream space. On the tree, another fruit, a dream of revenge. I planted that one as a child, in the palace, after years of failing to find out why my mother was falling apart, and then finding out by accident, standing in a corridor, listening to a few eunuchs gossip. The dream was, make consort Jiang wish she were dead. I picked it. I ate it. Spiritual energy came in like a tide and went through my limbs and my marrow, and the little figure of my nascent soul lit up. This time it climbed hard. All that energy went at the gates of the middle stage like an army arriving, and stopped there, at the wall. Which is exactly right, if you want the honest picture of me. I have the qualification to break through. I don't have the troops. My soldiers are too few, my horses are thin, my weapons are bad. I need to accumulate. Nascent soul, early stage, peak. The dream space had grown to about 15 cubic meters, and the air in it wasn't so thin anymore. I stepped out and looked at the window. The snow was getting heavier. The streets that had been packed for a month were empty, except for a few vendors who hadn't given up. I stayed a few more days. The innkeeper knocked with a smile on his face and explained delicately that land taxes had gone up, so naturally rent had to go up too, and I paid him a dozen extra coins to make him leave. That year, Lingtian City lost its most beautiful courtesan, and a wanted man walked out of it in the snow, drinking, laughing out loud at nothing, with a green bamboo flute at his waist. The weather kept getting worse the further I went, and somewhere past a village nobody has ever heard of, a blizzard closed in on me like a lid. I'm a nascent soul cultivator. I'm not troubled by weather, but you miss the scenery in a whiteout, and worse than that, the wine doesn't taste right when your face is that cold, and I have priorities. So I decided to find a family and wait it out. I knocked on the first door in the village. There was some grumbling from inside. Who knocks on a door in weather like this, on a night like this? Truly despicable behavior. And then the door opened about a hand's width, and a man looked out, and the wind came in and shoved his fire sideways. What is it? Brother, could I stay here for half the night? The snow's so heavy I really can't walk any further. His eyes went down. He saw the sword. The door shut. Go find somewhere else. I knocked on every door in that village, every single one. Not one of them opened again, and I want to be fair here. On a night like that, in a world like that, only an idiot opens the door to a man with a sword. Last house. I knocked gently and decided that if this one said no, I'd just keep walking and let the snow have me for a few days. The door opened and a head came out, and it was a boy, maybe 8, 9. Where are your parents? I said. He shook his head. His eyes had an amount of mileage on them that a child that size should not have. There are no adults here. You're here to ask for lodging, aren't you? Oh? I heard everything that was going on, he said. Come in, and he pushed the door open. I didn't move. I was enjoying myself. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad guy? He shook his head again. Bad people won't knock on the door that many times. And that's how I met Chen Wei. He shut the door behind me like a small adult, poured me warm tea, then sat down at the fire and cupped his hands and breathed on them and rubbed them and put them near the flames. And I sat down across from him and stared at him for a long time until I couldn't help myself. Want a drink? This warms you up fast. His head came up like a dog hearing a bag open. Drink! I poured him a cup. He threw the whole thing down his throat with tremendous bravado, and then his entire face went in different directions at once, and I laughed so hard I nearly fell into the fire. Huh? It's really not cold anymore? Nonsense, I said. Would I lie to you? Then he narrowed his eyes and asked, casually, the way children ask enormous questions, "Are you a god?" I choked slightly. "What kind of deity? He's just an unknown wanderer." Then, curious, "What, from the sound of it, you've seen a real one?" "Of course." He nodded. "I've seen more than that. I'm not afraid to tell you. Quite a few people from our village have become disciples of the sect." Firelight in his eyes. "I really envy them. They'll be able to fly and travel through the earth. They'll never have to worry about farming and food like us." He leaned in. "That deity has a kind of water. You drink it and your strength goes up several times over and plowing gets easy. It's amazing. The wine you gave me warmed me up right away. It's not as good as immortal water, but there's something to it." Then his face fell. "It's a pity you're not a god. Otherwise you would have taken me as your disciple." I kept my expression exactly where it was, because in this era it is almost impossible for anybody to take on an apprentice. Nobody is recruiting. Nobody is teaching. If you can hold on to what you have, you're doing well. How often do the immortals take on disciples? "What, you want to seek immortality too?" He looked me up and down, briefly and brutally. "No, you're too old. Your energy is too heavy. Immortal won't like it." "No, I just wanted to go and take a look. Immortal comes down the mountain to take apprentices every 3 years," he said, and his voice got flat. "In 3 days, it's time again." Then, quieter. "Recently, for some reason, more and more people are coming here to seek immortality. Lots of strangers around." He stared into the fire. "I wonder if it'll be my turn." I didn't say anything because I knew exactly why the number of people had gone up. 3 weeks ago, a city watched a man punch a ship in half in front of 100,000 witnesses. The world had just been told, publicly, that immortals are real. A day in heaven is a year on earth. To a cultivator, a century is a moment. To a mortal, a century is a life and a half. The cultivators never left. Mortals just die too fast to hold the memory, and after a few generations, it goes back to being a story, until somebody breaks a ship. It snowed for 3 days, and I stayed. His name was Chen Wei. His parents were hunters, and they went up the mountain a year ago and didn't come back down, and his mother died shortly after, and now he did odd jobs around the village in exchange for rice and coarse grain, and stayed alive at a rate I'd call impressive. The villagers had given him a lot of stored grain for winter, and he had it in the cellar, enough for a month. On the second day, he climbed down into that cellar, came up with a dry biscuit, broke it in half, and handed me a piece. I shook my head and laughed, and then took it without hesitating and ate it, because refusing would have been the insult. He decided, after a day of study, that a man in white with a long sword looked exactly like the heroes in the storyteller's routines, and therefore must have seen everything worth seeing, and therefore owed him content. He pestered me non-stop. In the end, I gave up, picked a few of my less alarming experiences, embellished them into something a child would enjoy, and told them. 2 days went by fast. Then the snow stopped. The young men were out at dawn shoveling the road clear. The ones who wanted to be chosen got up early and dressed and threw handfuls of snow on their faces to look energetic. Around noon, the immortal arrived. Middle-aged man, Taoist robe, whisk. He did, I'll admit, look the part. I watched him through the window and frowned because he looked familiar. The villagers had cleared that road for him, and they were delighted. There's a belief that if a family produces a child who steps onto the path, the whole family gets carried by their luck. No disasters, no famine, peaceful lives. Young masters had come out from the town, and they had taken off their good clothes and put on plain cloth so the immortal wouldn't think they were soft. He stroked his beard and picked through the crowd. He did a trick or two, and the villagers gasped, and the children caught fire with it. And then, a wandering swordsman in the crowd, middle-aged, spoiled it. He recognized the tricks. He said so. Then he did them. Every head turned. Every eye went sideways at the immortal. Something cold went through the immortal's face. Don't compare your street tricks with my immortal methods. He walked over to the man and touched his forehead very lightly. The wanderer's eyes went unfocused, and he died standing up. Disrespecting the immortal master is a capital offense, the man murmured. Everyone went to their knees. I stood inside a small house and put a name to the face. Xianxia, prodigy of the Pan-Dragon sect, joined the same year I did. Back then, he was so arrogant, he thought the sky was hung too low and the sea dug too shallow. That's not the important part. The important part is that he used to bully me specifically. He called me trash in public, on the record, so that from that day on I had to be careful whenever I was anywhere near a secret realm. He'd come by every few days to cause problems, the way some men water a plant. Then his cultivation shot up, and mine didn't, and he lost interest, which was the kindest thing he ever did for me. Later, I left the sect entirely and went to see the world. My mouth curled up. Xia Yu, I said. Xia Yu, I never expected to meet you here. And I definitely never expected you, proud, brilliant you, to be running a street trick on peasants and getting caught doing it. Because that's the thing. He wasn't lying about being an immortal. He was an immortal. He was just also doing card tricks. You are destined to become an immortal, said Xia Yu. Would you be willing to cultivate with me? His eyes had landed on Chen Wei. Something moved behind them that I did not like. Yes, yes! The boy nearly came out of his shoes. He had not expected to be first. He had not expected to be chosen at all. The village went off like a festival. I knew it! Chen Wei was always going to amount to something. Young man Zhang, have you finished the pancake my family made you? Auntie will make you another one for the journey. People who had let him do odd jobs for a bowl of grain crowded in to be near him, and he answered every one of them, smiling, and I would bet anything that was the best half hour of his life. Chosen ones were sent home to say goodbye. Chen Wei had nobody to say goodbye to, so he remembered the swordsman who'd told him stories for 2 days and ran back and shoved open the door and woke up a man who was pretending very hard to be asleep. He was going to be an immortal. He danced around the room about it. I nodded along and sighed on the inside at a rate of about once per second. I think by then I'll definitely be a great cultivator who roams the world freely, he said. When we meet at the top of that old Panshan mountain, I'll tell you the story of how I repaired the immortal realm. Full of it. Absolutely full of it. 15 minutes of future. Before I could say anything, he shouted, "It's settled then," and grabbed a bag he had clearly packed days ago and ran out the door. I sat there. Is it really necessary to cultivate oneself? I said out loud to an empty room, and then immediately shook my head and laughed at myself, because who am I to ask that? I saw myself in him is the problem. Me at the foot of that mountain, ready to scrub anything they handed me. But Xia Yu had once tried to kill me during a sect tournament. If I hadn't had this body, I would have died at his hands about 900 years before this conversation. And an immortal recruiting disciples in an era where nobody recruits disciples is not recruiting disciples. I got the wine ready, buried my cultivation until I registered as a slightly tall farmer, and followed at a distance. At dusk, he led about 20 people up the mountain. Deep snow, hard going. Chen Wei treated it as a test and didn't complain once, which he was very proud of. Ahead lies my immortal abode, Xia Yu said. It was a cave. Everyone's face did something small and disappointed. Shouldn't cultivators be roaming free? Why does it smell like wet rock in here? He didn't bother explaining. Once you enter this cave, you are disciples of my pan-dragon sect. Go in, use the mountain spring to wash off the filth, and then you may begin. They went in and out of my sight. Inside, there was a spring, and he ordered all of them to strip and get in. One of them was a girl from the town, and she started crying. She didn't want to do it. She said she'd changed her mind. She wanted her parents. She wanted to go home. Xiao Yu picked up a cleaver and took her arm off at the shoulder. After that, everybody got in the water very quickly. The spring was ice. When they came out, they were half frozen, and he grinned and walked them deeper and deeper into something that was unmistakably a prison, where more than a dozen people were already being kept. He locked them in. 2 square meters each, just enough to lie down. He left each of them a book and instructed them to practice the mind technique inside it, and explained that anyone slacking would be whipped. Immortal Master? Why? Didn't we come here to seek immortality? Brother, don't be stupid, said a man who'd clearly been in there long enough to know. This one is a madman. Chen Wei's face went white and stayed white. I didn't go in. I wanted to, and I didn't, because Xia Yu's cultivation was intact, and if I got close, he'd feel me. So I used what I have. The moment somebody in there falls asleep and dreams, I can walk in through the dream and look out of their eyes. The first one to go under was the girl with one arm. She was bleeding out. She was somewhere between here and gone, and her dream was her whole life, and the last frame of it was frozen on a man with a cleaver. Through her, I saw the cave, the layout, the faces, and the spring. Gongchuan, I said. Tribute spring. It's a specific thing. It's the water you use to wash a sacrifice before you offer it. Then somebody else fell asleep, and I went in there too. Xiao Yu, meanwhile, had gone back to his room, where he knelt in front of a black Buddha statue and chanted something in a devout little voice. Then he got up, took a heart out of his pocket, wrapped in oiled paper like a lunch, and ate it. How embarrassing, I said behind him. He froze mid-chew. He knew the voice from somewhere. He couldn't place it. He finished chewing, which took effort, swallowed, wiped his mouth, and turned around. A cultivator? Here's the thing. His soul transformation had given him a soul sense that could map every blade of grass for miles. He hadn't used it in 200 years. He'd sealed all of it away and been living as a mortal, because using it costs years. So he hadn't felt me arrive. I'd learned that from the dreams. That's the only reason I dared come in. Wei Zichen? He pulled a big knife off his back. What a coincidence. 300 years after the sky dried up, and here you are. I thought you died of old age a long time ago. Yes, I said. What a coincidence. Then, I never imagined that Xia Yu, who was once so brilliant, would end up using evil arts to buy time. I looked at him. You're even uglier than before. What do you know? His face came apart. The great Tao is dead. I am seeking a new path. I am the pioneer. I am a prodigy. I am the stars. A mediocrity like you will wither and turn to dust. I will still be the renowned Xia Yu. He put the blade up. Get out. You're not welcome in Immortal Cave. I laughed at him. Not to be cruel, it just came out. The devouring heart longevity technique, I said. The legendary immortal demonic art. And now, adding 100 years is already the ceiling, isn't it? No matter how many hearts you eat. Has your lifespan moved at all? Because that's the truth of all of them. Every one of those old, evil longevity arts worked in the Golden Age, and every one of them worked because it was built on top of an ocean of spiritual energy. Take the ocean away, and the very best of them tops out at plus 100 years, once, ever. I don't have high cultivation, but I have an instinct for lifespan that goes down to the bone, the same way I knew what my own body was the day I was born. His face went wrong, and then he started crying. He grabbed his own head and sobbed in front of the man he'd spent 20 years humiliating. I'd taken away the last thing he had, which was not his life. It was the story where he was the pioneer. There is no pioneer here. There is a frightened man in a cave eating people. He'd believed the prediction is what happened. The Tao sect chief said 100 years, and Xiao Yu believed him. And while everybody else sat at home rationing themselves, he went the other way. He decided a drought was an opportunity. He went out and fought better prodigies for treasure in the secret realms while they were too scared to spend anything. He burned an enormous amount of energy. The world kept getting drier. Nothing came back in. And 100 years later, there was no recovery. There was almost nothing left at all. He'd made the wrong call at world historical scale. And here's what that costs. If you've got the realm, but not the energy to feed it, you can't hold the lifespan the realm gave you. It drains, and your realm drains with it. He was losing 10 years for every one that passed. 1 year of his life was 10 years of a farmer's. That's why cultivators don't spend energy. That's the entire economy in one sentence. He got so frightened he couldn't sleep. And then he remembered an old technique. Decades of this. Living in that cave, staying alive on hearts. Why? He screamed. Why can you, a piece of trash from the nascent soul stage, live longer than me, while I get to feel my life sliding out of my hands? He wouldn't look at me. He was afraid of finding mockery on my face. There wasn't any. There was something closer to respect, which he'd have hated more. Xia Yu, I said. Instead of struggling this much, let's just end it here. You want to kill me? He laughed. That's right. You were mud under my feet. Now you see me like this, and you want your revenge. Wei Zichen, you're a complete waste. You always have been. He was still shouting when the sword light went across the room. He pushed spiritual energy up to defend himself, and the amount he had left came apart instantly, and Qingping went through his throat. He got both hands up around it. Blood came through his fingers. His eyes had everything in them. I stepped over and patted his shoulder. Yes, I said. I am indeed a good-for-nothing. In talent, I can't compare to you. In lineage and teaching, even less. But when the stars gathered, I was here. And when the stars fell, I was still here. And if the sun and moon change, and the sky fills up with stars again someday, I'll still be here. When a person dies, the light goes out. I wiped Qingping clean. I didn't feel sorry for him exactly. It's more that I looked at him and saw a very small model of everything happening everywhere. A cultivator with no spiritual energy is a mortal with no air, a fish with no water. I flicked the sword and shattered the black idol he'd been kneeling to. Chen Wei had a dream that night. In the dream, he wandered into a fairyland, and he was taught by a real immortal, and after that, he went where he liked and did what he liked. He saw his parents. They weren't dead, they'd just been cultivating. It felt very real. He was very happy. He was under a long time. Then wind came through a crack in a window and hit his face, and he grimaced and shivered and woke up in his own house. And a second set of memories arrived. Being chosen, the freezing bath, the cell, a cold that had nothing to do with weather went up his spine from the tailbone. Put a dream that good next to a night that bad, and a child understands immediately, permanently, and without any help from an adult, that the beautiful version was something he made up in his own head. The idea of seeking immortality died in him right there. He felt lost and a little cheated, and he wondered who had pulled him out of that cave. Then he noticed something on the old wooden table, a piece of silver. His mind went blank, and he ran out the door. There was nobody there, just one line of footprints, already filling in. Now look, I want to be careful here, because I know how it sounds when a man tells you about the time he saved a child. I didn't go up that mountain for him. I went because Xianxia owed me, and because a man recruiting disciples in a dead era is doing something worth looking at. The boy is what I found, not what I went for. I'm just relieved I got there in the right week. After that, the mountain pass is closed. I insisted on walking through anyway, and people told me not to, and I told them a bit of snow and a few ounces of strong liquor would cover it. They scoffed. They'd seen my type. Nothing special, just stubborn. Come spring, you're a frozen skeleton by the roadside, and eventually a lonely ghost in a mass grave. I went in laughing. When they realized I wasn't going to be talked out of it, they started cursing at me instead, a face that good and no respect for his own life, and shook their heads and said that's enough, and turned around and went home. I gave the loudest one a dream he wouldn't have traded for 1,000 pieces of gold. Then I drank until the gourd was dry, got pleasantly stupid, and lay down. Wind, snow. Several days passed, and the snow covered me completely. I want to be clear that this is a normal thing that happens to me, and that I do not regard it as an emergency. The plan, incidentally, was south. Fu Tao's brother. I had a flute to deliver and a promise to keep, and no particular schedule. I was still under the snow when a caravan came along the road. "Young miss, there's someone over there." A woman on horseback with a long ponytail put her hand up, and the whole line stopped. She looked down at the shape in the snow with the flat wariness of a professional. The first carriage was ebony, expensive, and had a head sticking out of the window with extremely lively eyes. Could it be a wanderer who froze to death? "This one's still breathing," said the ponytail. "To me it looks like he got drunk and passed out by the roadside." Of course, we can't rule out an ambush, but I, Dongfang Shui, am an old fox. I remember everyone worth naming. This one, she looked again, he's either new or he's nobody. Correct on both counts, technically. The carriage curtain went back, and a woman in a mink coat got out. This was Yang Fang, and she was the one in charge. What are the chances he's part of an ambush? Even a martial artist with internal energy protecting him gets numb hands and feet if he lies in snow this long, Dongfang Shui said. And this one is covered in alcohol, which did not look staged. Yang Fang had them brush the snow off me, looked at my face, and said, "He certainly has a handsome appearance." A man on horseback beside them said sourly, "What good is a good appearance? In this world, it's all about strength." "There's room in the last carriage," Yang Fang said. "Put him there." "Young miss, is it really a good idea to take in a strange man like this?" She smiled sweetly. "Well, here are you two. One is the famous red leaf blade, Dongfang Shui. The other is the infamous Qingfeng sword, Bai Ling. With you two in charge, this trip is practically a sure thing." Bai Ling was extremely pleased with that and shut up. They put me in the back and sent 2 servants to wipe me down with warm water, and when the servants got there with the basin, they found me awake and drinking. Because I could hear all of it. I sleep hard, not death. Once I established they meant nothing by it, I stopped paying attention and went back under. Frankly, that carriage was worse than the snow. The snow doesn't have wheels. I woke up when the road got rough. I want to be clear that I can sleep in lava if I want. My principle is simply that I sleep as comfortably as possible, and a rutted road is not comfortable. Yang Fang came back to the last carriage with Dongfang Shui and Bai Ling and 2 steaming flatbreads. I took the bread, thanked them a few times, and washed it down with liquor. Dongfang Shui said drunkard under her breath, twice. I asked why a caravan that size was moving in weather like that. Yang Fang thought about it and decided there was no harm in telling me. Her family were wealthy merchants in Lingtian City, and recently the emperor had begun handing power to his sons and daughters, and the ones with power naturally wanted to demonstrate their competence, and the way you demonstrate competence when you're a prince is you raise the local tax and issue new regulations every morning. Businesses were dying. The Shah family had enough weight to hold on a while longer, but not forever. So they were sending a daughter south to lay groundwork, an exit. If Lingtian City became impossible, the family would move. She sighed and said this road was only going to get busier. I said I was going south too. Could it be that you're just looking to hitch a ride? Dongfang Shui said instantly. I nodded. If we could have some wine, that would be even better. Her chest went up and down. How could there be such a scoundrel as you? The young master is quite frank, Yang Fang said, covering her mouth. However, I'm a businesswoman, and I don't do business at a loss. I see you carry a longsword, so you must have some skill. If we run into danger or bandits, would you be willing to lend a hand? Bai Ling did not like this. Young miss, are you doubting my swordsmanship? With me here, why waste money on another nameless swordsman? Wandering swordsmen are competitive by nature, and Bai Ling had been quietly in love with Yang Fang for a while, so he was not going to enjoy this arrangement. Which she knew, that's why she made it. Pulling me out of the snow was partly kindness and partly a wall. I drank my wine and agreed to the terms. That night we sat around a fire in the cold. Yang Fang was wrapped in mink and still shivering. The servants had one layer of thick cloth each and slept in a heap for the warmth. I poured drunken life, dreamlike death, into a teacup and held it over the fire, warmed it, blew on it, and enjoyed myself enormously. The smell got Bai Ling's attention, and he came over and asked for a cup to warm up with. I did not want to give him one, so I told him bluntly that the wine was very expensive. He sneered. You're an unknown nobody. What expensive wine could you possibly afford? And then he was furious, and being furious made him warm. See, I said, this trick of mine is more effective than drinking, isn't it? He rolled his eyes and went off to practice his sword. His style was called Gentle Breeze, and it was about as gentle as a landslide. Old, heavy, fierce. He finished by sweeping the snow 10 meters back off the ground with one strike. Yang Fang watched with visible regret. He was genuinely good. He was also small-minded and had opinions about her, and you cannot promote a man like that. Dongfang Shui shouted her approval and drew her own blade and gave us a demonstration too. Falling leaf work, unpredictable, fast, then slow, and underneath it a foundation like a wall. Then she was warm and pleased with herself and looked at me. Why don't you come too? Give us a sneak peek. My skills are mediocre. Let's forget about it. A flicker of displeasure went across Yang Fang's face. She decided I was a country boy with no manners. Fellow travelers share. Fine, I said. I'm just following orders. When you're riding for free, it's bad form to ask for special treatment. So I patted the sword, drew it, and did a rough set of forms. Bai Ling watched, understood, and relaxed completely. Not a beginner, just limited. Never grasped the essentials of anything he'd learned. No wonder he drinks every day, he thought. His future looks bleak. Dongfang Shui stopped paying attention to me and turned to Bai Ling. Brother Wen, how about a friendly spar? He laughed, glanced at Yang Fang to make sure she was looking, and said, sure. I sat on the side and cheered for both of them. Yang Fang came over and sat down next to me. Young Master Zichen, what brings you south? Seeing an old friend. Then I laughed. What, disappointed? I'm not the kind of mysterious master who hides his true strength. She shook her head. Then she nodded. A little. But why do I feel like you're hiding your abilities? No, my martial arts in the mortal realm really are that bad, I said, seriously. Which is completely true. My mortal realm martial arts are terrible. I watched the duel and thought, not bad at all, actually. The next morning was clear, and the servants made hot porridge before dawn, and we set off early. Once you're over the mountain road, it gets easy. Canal or official road, your choice. We hit some bandits along the way. Their martial arts were self-taught and worse than mine, which is a sentence I never expected to write. Bai Ling was too proud to bother with them, so the job came to me, and I did not mind at all. A nascent soul cultivator working as a mortal's hired muscle is objectively humiliating, and I was having a great time. Every time I dealt with something, Yang Fang gave me silver. Silver, incidentally, is now far more useful than spirit stones, which is one of my favorite facts about the end of the world. I took every coin, thinking about towns and wine in towns. Then we reached a small town, and Yang Feng made contact with a local magnate who promised to connect us to a canal port so we could go south by water the next day. And the next day, after everything was loaded, news came in. Something gold was shining at the bottom of the canal. The government sealed the river and sent men down, and they came up with 2 statues. 2 golden statues of women. Now, the 2 women who put them there were sitting in a restaurant by the canal at that exact moment, watching people run toward the water from every direction. Master, why not choose a large city with a large population instead of a small town like this? The city's incense is at its peak, Su Li said. But there are many scholars in a city, and scholars don't believe in these things. A golden body appearing out of nowhere is too abrupt there. It would be seen through. This town has ordinary incense, but the people are simple. If they see a golden body come up out of the river, they will decide it's a sign from heaven. And the town is on a canal, so the flow of people is large. This is the best possible birthplace. Yunro nodded a lot. I've thought about it further, Su Li said. The stories the court writes for us, the divine titles they grant us, the temples they build, all of it should be aimed at one thing, the safety of water transport. Building a god takes 3 things: court recognition, which she'd already bought, a clear origin, because people worship for protection and nobody prays to a mystery, solution, write the legends yourself and put them in circulation, and a suitable golden statue. With the throne cooperating, all 3 were easy. So I need you to go south and lay the foundation as fast as possible, she said. My own energy has been overflowing lately, and I need to go into seclusion and study how to proceed. Also, don't worry, Wang Jingbo has sent a prince to assist you. He'll be here in a few days. And then, after a pause, and this time, if you close your eyes, it would be a good home. Yunro looked out the window and said nothing. Meanwhile, Yang Feng came to me with a wry smile and said we'd have to wait a few more days. The people can't fight the officials. It's all right, I said. This is quite an interesting thing. Golden statues in the river. Very interesting. Could that be a cultivator's trick again? I stood on the bank with everyone else and watched several men stripped to the waist, jump around to warm up, and go into the water. A few minutes later, 3 of them came up, carrying a statue half a person tall, and every man on that shore stopped breathing for a second. They had never seen a woman that beautiful. Calling her a heavenly immortal would not have been an exaggeration. The county magistrate on the bank had already received his instructions. The moment he saw it, he knew exactly what to do. They pulled both statues out and laid them on the shore, and the town came apart. People passed the word along until people from 3 villages over were arriving. Scholars stared. Merchants stared. Several passing ascetic monks stood there chanting Amitabha at a speed that suggested real internal difficulty. Bai Ling stared for a very long time. They sealed the river for 3 more days and sent divers down to see if there was anything else. So we rented a floor of a restaurant and waited. The next morning I went out to buy wine and tracked it by smell into a back alley, which is a skill I have and am proud of. That evening, coming back completely drunk, I ran into somebody in the street. One of the 2 golden statues in the river. Yunro. Neither of us was surprised. I'd watched them come out of the water and worked it out. She'd seen me in the crowd and come looking, on purpose. And then, having found me, she didn't know what to say, so I didn't say anything either. I drank and walked past her and did not linger even slightly. That was the entire encounter. I'm told her expression was complicated. When I got back, I found out Dongfang Shui and Bai Ling had gone to a gathering of wandering swordsmen and would probably stay out. The cargo was at the port under soldiers, so everyone had a night off. Yang Feng didn't object. Dongfang Shui and Bai Ling called her young miss, but they were guest elders, not servants. But she was curious about people who drink all the time and wanted to try. Young miss, I said seriously, this wine is very expensive. Expensive? She smiled. I'll buy it. She was so poor she had nothing left but money. All right then, I said, doing the arithmetic and liking it. But you can only have a small cup. Hey, I saved you from the snow. You don't have to be this stingy. This isn't cheap liquor, I said. My wine. Immortals go mad for it. Mortals live longer on it. Fine. She didn't believe a syllable of it, having heard that pitch before, but my face was so serious she nearly laughed. I poured a small half cup. She sniffed it. It was spicy and burning, and she wondered whether this could possibly be good. Then she thought about the man who carried a gourd everywhere and sipped from it all day. If it was bad, why does he look like that? So she shut her eyes and threw it back. Her whole face went to water, tears everywhere. Her chest was on fire. I laughed so hard I had to put the cup down. "How dare you laugh?" She put her hands on her hips and glared at me for making her look ridiculous, then gave up and shrugged. "Sigh, this wine is so bitter. It seems I'm going to lose money on this one." "Not bad at all. Fine wine goes well with sweet dreams. Maybe you'll even have a good one tonight." I put my hand out. "By the way, let's settle the bill first." "Humph," she slapped a piece of silver into it. "That's enough for you to buy drinks for 2 years. She was correct, and it was the best transaction of my month. Dongfang Shui came back the next day and walked into the inn and saw me slumped in a chair drinking and strode past with her jaw set. She hadn't invited me to the gathering. Everyone there was somebody, and I was clearly not. Around noon, the canal reopened. The port went back to being a port. Migrant workers shouting that they could earn 15 copper a day, which covered food and nothing else. Ports are where fish and dragons mix, and they're the best place in the world to hear things. We picked up 10 pieces of gossip just walking through. One of them stuck. The magistrate was going to build a temple by the canal for the 2 golden statues from the river to ensure the safety of water transport. I walked on and forgot about it. Temples, countries, whatever. It's all in the past now. The Shah caravan hired 4 transport ships and went south. Bai Ling stood at the rail and stared at the water. I begged a bamboo pole off somebody, tied a thin string to the end of it, sat down on the side of the boat, and went fishing. "Do you think you can catch fish like that?" Yang Feng said, coming over with her eyes bright. "I don't know." We sat there chatting about nothing. And then the line went tight. I was genuinely startled. Nobody was more surprised than me. "Hurry, pull it up." "Oh dear, I'm so anxious." She was hitting my shoulder with both fists, absolutely gone, staring at the water. I hauled, and a small golden fish came up out of the river and turned over in the sunlight. She held it in both hands, and her eyes curved into 2 crescents, and she smiled like a person and not like a merchant, which I understood immediately was a rare event for a woman who'd been doing accounts since she was 11. Over on the other side, Bai Ling was watching this and grinding his teeth into powder. "Hey, look! Its head is a little protruding." I frowned about a hair's width, because if I wasn't mistaken, that fish had something dragon in it, faint and long ago, but enough that it should have been out in open ocean and absolutely not on the end of a stick in a canal, unless something had frightened it here. I couldn't make it work, so I gave up. "Why don't we just let it go?" "Great, it's so beautiful I can't bear to eat it." She smiled at the water. "Fishing for goldfish. It seems my trip has a good omen." Behind us, Bai Ling was doing sums of his own. "Damn it, why does the young miss treat that unknown kid differently after a few days? I've escorted her on more than 10 trips, and I have never once seen her that happy. I should have killed him in the snow. He took a gray bird out of his coat, walked to a quiet corner, and let it go." 2 nights later, the canal narrowed into branches, and the traffic thinned out and then vanished. And after dark, out on the water, a light went up. Then a second. Then a third. 11, 1 flame per ship. And laughter drifting over the river, the loose kind, the kind you make when you're not worried. Dongfang Shui was out of bed and on the front deck in about 4 strides. Her face went hard and she screamed at the man steering to turn us around. Being ringed by 11 ships would be the end of it. The old man on the pole had never seen anything like it, fumbled twice, got it round anyway, and then his knees gave out and he sat down on the deck. Behind us, a dozen more ships closed the road. "What's going on?" Yang Feng came out. Dongfang Shui pulled the red leaf blade off her back. "Young miss, they've come with ill intentions. If they have any sense of proportion, our 2 names should be worth a payment and our lives. If they're the other kind, we fight to the death tonight." She had already decided which way she was betting. I came out too. "Maybe they're just trying to scare us?" Dongfang Shui looked at me sideways. "What kind of time is this to be making jokes?" Then Bai Ling stepped forward. "Brother Zichen, you seem quite calm. It's almost as if you already guessed." And there it was. Everyone's head turned. Look at these ships, he went on. They've been waiting here a long time. By the time we noticed, the circle was already closed, which means they knew our ship would be at this exact spot at this exact hour. I find it hard to believe there isn't a traitor aboard. Servants and hired swords drifted in around me with unfriendly faces. I didn't move. I looked at Bai Ling and found the whole thing delightful. Good lad, playing this trick. Then I looked at Yang Feng. As the person in charge of the caravan, what's your opinion? She hesitated. 1 second, maybe 2. Then she stepped forward. Everyone, with a formidable enemy at hand, unity comes first. I believe young Master Zichen is not a traitor. Bai Ling's face did something ugly. Young miss, even now you're protecting him? This man's behavior has been suspicious from the beginning. I saw it coming. With an enemy at the door, better to kill him and be sure. Enough, she snapped. Tianyu, you're too petty. I, Yang Feng, have been doing business with my father since I was 11. I'm good at judging people. Young Master Zichen is not that kind of man. Humph, the young miss has been bewitched. He drew. Then I have no choice but to act first and explain later. Now, I want to be precise about what happened next, because from the outside it looked like a miracle, and it was not. Bai Ling was good. Internal energy came off him like a wave and pushed the falling snow 3 meters back from his blade. If he wanted somebody dead on that deck, Yang Feng was not going to stop him. The only person who could have was Dongfeng Shui, and Dongfeng Shui had decided this wasn't her business. He had a very stable base. He crossed the deck in 3 strides inside 1 breath, and the sword came in at my neck with a noise like tearing cloth, and you could see he had rehearsed it in his head 100 times. I was still drinking. Some of the servants screamed. I turned my body about a hand's width, and it went past. Qingfeng sword, I said. Judging by the name, it should be light and ethereal. Unfortunately, you're too ambitious, and your capacity is too narrow, so you can't use the true meaning of it. Then I looked at him, and there was a blue light in my eyes for about the length of a heartbeat. And Bai Ling turned around and attacked Dongfeng Shui, full killing intent, sword shadows everywhere, every strike at a vital point. She backed up. Then she backed up more. She ended up against the rail. Bai Ling, are you crazy? From the outside, she was losing. From the inside, she knew perfectly well that his attacks were loud and hollow and riddled with holes, and that she could end him whenever she felt like it. The holes were mine, incidentally. I put them there. I wanted her to have the option. He isn't insane, by the way. He's in a dream, and I'm holding it. I was too lazy to deal with him personally, so I asked Dongfeng Shui for help without asking her anything. If you don't stop, she said, and her eyes changed, don't blame me for being ruthless. Nobody enjoys being attacked at their vitals repeatedly. She is also a decisive woman. He didn't stop. She turned his blade aside with a flick and opened his throat. His eyes cleared for 1 second. He wanted to say something. There was too much blood in the way. He went down in a spreading pool, and the deck went silent. Meanwhile, the man who arranged all of it was standing off to the side, drinking. Then one of the servants said, "Huh? Those ships?" And the ring of ships turned around and left. "See?" I said. "I told you they were just trying to scare us." Everyone stood there feeling extremely strange. All of that, and only Bai Ling died. Go to sleep, I said, and yawned. Yang Feng watched me walk off, and something crossed her face that I chose not to interpret. Here's the accounting, since I'm the only one who has it. At that swordsman's gathering, Bai Ling talked too much about the Xia caravan. A wanderer got interested and approached him afterward with a proposal. Coordinate from inside and out. Bai Ling takes a cut. Nobody dies. He refused. Then he thought about it. Then he agreed. Hence 11 ships. As for why they left, they were in the dream too. Every man on every deck. For about 4 minutes they were all my subjects, and then they went home. He put himself in that pool. I just declined to be the one holding the sword. Deep winter, the ships docked, and heavy snow came down fast. Yang Feng stood on the deck in her mink with snowflakes on her eyelashes. Dragon City. Big southern city. People from everywhere, land of talent and resources. Not smaller than Lingtian City, and better than it in a few ways. Dongfeng Shui ran the unloading. Yang Feng had already written home about Bai Ling, and her father had already replied, and the reply was a small education in what merchants actually are. Spend generously to comfort his elderly mother. Bring her into our household if she'll come. Dongfang Shui is not to be punished. Bai Ling died in a bandit attack. Erect a monument to his loyalty and righteousness. Right and wrong, true and false, all of that is secondary. The important thing is that there is now an opportunity in it. The Xia family could take a dead man's reputation and use it to make friends with every wandering swordsman in Dragon City and get a foothold in a week. Of course, doing that badly can blow up in your face, which was Yang Feng's actual headache. The day we docked was also the day we parted. She called me up to the front while the workers unloaded and looked at the workers and opened her mouth several times and closed it again. I didn't help her. We stood there while the snow got heavier and mist came up off the water. Finally, she decided that if she waited any longer, the man wouldn't wait. Young master, would you be willing to become my guest elder and assist me? I looked at her. I understood the sentence under the sentence perfectly well. She got embarrassed and slightly annoyed about it, which I found charming. She'd mentioned me in the letter to her father, called me a mysterious man, said some things about him in a way that made her feelings fairly legible. Her father had written back that on the subject of marriage, he'd respect her opinion and wouldn't force anything. She stood on that deck with her face red from the cold or not, and I stopped smiling because she deserved a real answer. I told her I was going to be wandering the world for a very long time, and I probably couldn't be anybody's guest elder. Her face closed, silence again. Then she said she was thirsty, took out a few taels, and bought a cup of my wine. She drank it, and she was calm again. She said she was sorry to hear it, and that if I ever came looking, the position would still be open. I walked down the gangplank drinking. A journey through mountains and rivers, I said. Where in life do we not meet again? See you again someday. She stood there with snow piling on her shoulders for what she later described as an eternity and said it back. See you again someday. Dragon City was my destination too. I walked down the street with my wine and got tired, so I found a restaurant and ordered a few plates of fennel beans and a few pounds of cooked beef because I had made a great deal of money off Yang Feng and was feeling generous with myself. The waiter came out with the dishes and a white towel over his shoulder, called out, "Please enjoy your meal, sir," and moved on. I put a fennel bean in my mouth, and it was outstanding. A bite of meat, a mouthful of wine. The door banged open, and the snow came in with a man who looked around, found every seat taken, and announced, "Bah! What are you all doing huddled in a restaurant on a snowy day?" A wanderer slammed a sword down on his table. "Come in if you want, get out if you don't. Close the door." The man closed the door, and since there was nowhere to sit, came and sat down opposite me with a thud and nodded a greeting. I nodded back and got on with eating. The place smelled like feet and sweat and cold air, and it was not a good restaurant. It was a cheap one, which is why it was full of workers spending the day's wages. I stayed a long time listening to big men brag about things. The dragon slaying platform, the 17 cities, whatever those are. It was excellent. I didn't leave until evening, and while the waiter cleared the table, he muttered that I was a penniless wretch who'd ordered beans and beef and then sat there from morning to night. I heard that, obviously. So I went back and gave him a few more coins as an apology. His opinion of me reversed instantly, and he informed me I was exceptionally handsome, like a celestial being descended to earth, and better looking than Pan An. I walked out, turned the corner, and found the big man from my table lying face down in a snowdrift, having been robbed by somebody. I called the waiter over, gave him a few coins, and told him to drag the man inside so he wouldn't freeze. The waiter checked him for breathing, found some, considered how bad it would look to have a corpse outside the shop, and agreed. Then I walked on through the snow in a very thin white robe and looked down at the flute on my belt and thought about the rest of the letter. Her brother, a peerless genius, the last hope of the family. Anyone in the Gao family may die but him. And one more thing, to obtain the 100 nether technique, she needed a drop of her brother's heart's blood. Which is a lot to ask of a stranger, so I decided I'd find him first and worry about the rest later. Meanwhile, the officials of Dragon City were having a bad day. By law, on days of severe cold, they get to leave half an hour early. Not today. Today they'd been standing at the port since morning while soldiers cleared the road and moved the local residents several miles back. My lord, who is this person that you must greet in person? The man asking was in a flying fish robe and had been standing there for half an hour and was full of resentment he didn't dare show. The man beside him was Guo Zimin, prefect of Dragon City, and he was watching the water. Here you are, he said. A black dot came up the river and became a ship, and the ship was an imperial steamer. Royalty. Miss Yunro, please, said a handsome man, gesturing her ahead. Young master, you're the guest, Yunro said politely. Guo Zimin strode up and reported that meals and lodging were prepared, and his arrangements were so thorough that nobody could criticize them, and he did it all without 1 gram of flattery in his voice, in front of a prince, which is a difficult trick. Miss Yunro, what are your plans next? The prince asked. Prince Wang Yang, remember him. Yunro frowned slightly. Her actual goal was to build and popularize temples. With the government doing the work, her role was mostly supervision. And a few days later, Dragon City acquired a white-clad swordsman. He was handsome and carried a gourd and walked the snowy streets. He wore very little and didn't seem to feel it. He had a sword at his hip. People asked him what he was doing there, because he clearly wasn't local. He always said the same thing, smiling, looking for an old friend. Have you found him yet? How are you going to find him? He'd pause for a couple of seconds and say he hadn't decided yet. But the man's name was Gao Shan. He searched for a month. He did not find Gao Shan. He did find and personally evaluate every wine cellar in the city, and he developed a reputation in the entertainment districts because he liked music. Another month later, that swordsman fell asleep by the roadside, and several beggars relieved him of all his silver, which meant that when he next ate a very large meal, he could not pay for it. And he was arrested by the proprietress. Her name was Zhao Zhuan, and the men of that street called her the Lioness. She confiscated my sword. I want you to sit with the fact that a woman with no cultivation whatsoever confiscated my sword, and I let her, because I had eaten her food and could not pay, and I have rules. She said I'd be washing dishes for at least a month before she let me go. I tried to negotiate. She pointed a finger at my nose. Bah, you little punk. Don't you even know who in Dragon City dares to dine and dash at my Zhao Zhuan's place? Her face had been very pretty before it opened up like that. Hands on hips, palm down on the table, and every wandering swordsman in that dining room found something interesting in his bowl. So the swordsman famous for looking for a missing person and being strange found somewhere to live. Dragon Lai Xiang, the Dragon Fragrance Restaurant. I took the position of proud dishwasher. Up at sunrise, hauled out of bed by the proprietress, sheepskin gloves on, into the water. Between loads, I'd get called out front to carry food. Business was good. She was busy every waking minute. At night, when the customers thinned out, she'd stand behind the counter with an abacus doing the day's take, and the beads made a small, clear sound, and she'd hum a Dragon City tune while she did it. That was her favorite hour of the day. Boss lady, I said from a customer's table one night, can't you hire a few more workers? She looked up and scowled. You're tired already? You think it's too tiring, and you dared to order that 100-year-old daughter's red? And then her teeth came together, because that was the actual crime, not the meal, the wine. Can't I trade you my wine? Who would want to drink your lousy wine? Back to the abacus. Hey, boss lady, I said, haven't you ever thought about marrying a man to help you? Because I'd been watching her. Up before dawn, closing after midnight, running the whole thing herself and doing it well. She was making real money. She had no time to spend any of it. And she was young and good-looking now, but that is a rate of burn with an ends date on it. Her eyes went flat. Then she sneered. Pah, none of you men are reliable. She smacked the abacus and went to her room. I watched her go and muttered, no wonder she's a tigress. She's been drinking alone until dawn. The next day I was up early again because a very important man was coming to eat at Dragon Fragrance. She'd been preparing since before light. She closed the restaurant to the public. I got out of dishes and into scrubbing the entire building instead, which is not the improvement I'd hoped for. She rolled up her sleeves and worked beside me the whole time, fast and efficient, no fuss. By evening, the place was immaculate. Then she looked at me, decided I cleaned up well, told me to change, and put me next to her outside the front door to receive the guest. We stood out there in the wind and snow for a long time. A sedan chair came up the street. She kicked my ankle twice, stand up straight, and put on a smile and went forward. And a figure came out of the restaurant across the street with a smile like a wet rag and got there first. She was about 2 meters from the important man when a constable stepped in front of her. Her face changed. She started to say something, and the man who'd just stepped down from the sedan chair glanced at the two of us once and looked away and followed the other one into the restaurant across the road. The lioness of that street stood in the snow with her mouth slightly open. Her eyes were wet. I saw it. That night, she cried properly. I thought, is this really such a big deal? Business is business. Important men try new places. I said something to that effect, and she screamed at me for knowing nothing and making sarcastic remarks, which was fair. So the next day, I went and asked around. The owner of the restaurant across the street had been a beggar. Zhao Zhuan took him in. She spent time with him. She decided he was honest and kind. She needed a helper anyway, so she taught him some of her family's recipes. He learned the craft, found a wealthy backer, opened a restaurant directly across the street, and named it Tiger Fragrance. Her family's craft is out of her hands and into a competitor's, permanently, because of a decision she made about a person. She blames herself for it. She has said she'll have no face to meet her father after she dies. And the important man was an old friend of her father's. Now even he was eating over there. She cried and then got up the next morning and greeted her customers. Tiger Fragrance kept growing, and then the rumors started. Word went around the wanderers that the famous dishes, dragon emerges from the 4 seas, mandarin ducks playing in the water, actually originated at Tiger Fragrance, and Dragon Fragrance had copied them. She nearly fainted when she heard it. Then her temper took over, and she went and made a scene at their door, and all she earned was a reputation as a shrew. Which is, incidentally, most of the reason she's called the lioness at all. She's a woman running a large business alone, and if she isn't sharp, she can't hold it. And some people help that along with rumors, and after enough years, the nickname stuck harder than the truth. At night, I saw her crying quietly and blaming herself for failing to protect the family business. So my eyes lit up, and I volunteered to go undercover into Tiger Fragrance and drink all of their good wine. Her eyes lit up too. She gave me a few taels and told me to go over, order some things, taste them, and report back. I walked in with the money. I was thrown out immediately. The owner of Tiger Fragrance had hired plenty of muscle and was not remotely afraid of a half-baked swordsman. He announced formally that Tiger Fragrance did not welcome Wei Zichen. I slunk back to report on the battle situation. Zhao Zhuan stared at me. Couldn't you have at least disguised yourself beforehand? A few days later, Tiger Fragrance put a wooden sign up outside. Dragon Fragrance and dogs are not allowed. I saw her standing in the snow looking at that sign for a long time without moving. I sighed. I was genuinely unsure whether to be sad about this. At least I'd be washing fewer dishes. There was also a dog. They kept a vicious dog chained by their door, and it hated me on sight, personally, with its whole heart. It lunged every time I came near. If it had ever gotten off that chain, it would have gone straight for my throat, and I'd have had to explain myself to a lot of people. It also barked at night, deliberately. Nobody in our building slept. I disapproved of this on principle, as unfair competition. I had wine, so it didn't really trouble me. It troubled the proprietress, who developed insomnia. So in my spare time, I retaliated on her behalf. I wove that dog a dream in which it learned what it means to love and not be loved back. And I quietly steered a few wanderers into giving the owner of Tiger Fragrance a thorough beating. On those occasions, I would take a stool out and sit in the doorway to watch, and after a minute, the proprietress would come out with her own stool, sit down next to me, and hand me a fistful of sunflower seeds. Best month of that whole winter. Now, Dragon Fragrance was old, generations old. The food was good and cheap, and most importantly, half the officials in that city had eaten there before they were officials, back when they had no money. So on the surface, it was a canteen. Underneath, it was a canteen with roots in the government. Except that Wang Jingbo had started handing out power, and princes and princesses were all building their own foundations, and officials were being replaced in waves. Every one of those old connections evaporated inside a year, without a single sword being drawn. Zhao Zhuan had no idea any of that was happening. All she could see was that Tiger Fragrance kept winning, so she kept developing new dishes. One morning, she decided to cook herself, which meant fresh ingredients, which meant getting up before dawn, which meant waking me up to come to the market with her. I asked why she insisted on dragging me specifically. She frowned about it for a genuinely long time and finally landed on, "It feels safer." Bad as this man is, he is technically a swordsman. I think she'd sensed the weather changing without having words for it. People do. Mice know about earthquakes. I agreed happily. She looked at me sideways on the way there because I did not fit her model. Drinkers have bad tempers. This one is always faintly amused, which suits his name irritatingly well. The market was loud and busy and the same as ever, except vegetables cost significantly more, and there were a great many more people in rags in the corners. Fishing village people, apparently. Their village had flooded and they'd come here. Walking past them, Zhao Zhuan felt about a dozen pairs of eyes go through her at once. Then the swordsman behind her coughed twice, and every one of those eyes found somewhere else to be. She let out a breath, and then felt bad because she was one woman and there was so much she couldn't do. We spent half a day picking ingredients. She chose carefully. She was planning something new, and I volunteered enthusiastically to be the judge. And while we were talking, several of the refugees on the ground looked at each other and stood up and surrounded us. "Please have mercy, we haven't eaten for days." She didn't want trouble. She took out the last of her copper and gave it to them. They took it. They didn't leave. "The girl is so kind," one said. "I heard that famous dragon fragrance nearby was set up by her. Since we're helping each other out, how about the young lady lets us brothers stay a few days?" They came closer. Her face went wrong, and then she got loud. "Pah, don't be ungrateful. I'll count to 3, and you'd better get out of here." They laughed at her. She looked ferocious. Inside, she was shaking so hard her legs were going, because she was a woman alone, and if they decided to use force, there was nothing she could do about it. She kept the face on anyway, sleeves practically rolled up, ready to fight and lose. I picked a stick up off the ground. 3 steps. Snap. A red line came up across the first man's cheek. Then snap, 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 and in a few breaths, all of them were on the ground howling, and the whole thing was settled with a piece of firewood and about 4 sentences. Then I turned around and looked at her with great interest. What are you doing?" she said, trying to be angry. "I didn't do anything," I said. "I just wanted to see if the boss's wife is that fierce with everybody." "You want to be beaten, don't you?" She punched me in the chest. She'd realized I'd seen through her, and that I knew she was all bark, and she was going to have to live with that. We walked back through the refugees together. Behind us, those men scrambled up and went in the back door of Tiger Fragrance. Did it work? The owner of Tiger Fragrance was a young man with narrow eyes and a mouth that stuck out slightly. His name was Liu Ba. They shook their heads. "That white-clad swordsman is skilled. He used a tree branch, and we couldn't fight back at all. Boss, your plan's going to fall through." Liu Ba frowned. "That shouldn't be the case. If that kid were really that good, he'd have fought back when I threw him out." Then he sneered. "The world's getting more chaotic. If we don't succeed this time, we'll wait for next time. However fierce Zhao Zhuan is, she's still just a woman. And I, Liu Ba, have powerful families behind me. How could she possibly beat me?" Back at Dragon Fragrance, the kitchen smelled like a place I wanted to live in. I drank a few mouthfuls of water first to clear the alcohol out of the way, because whatever else is true, that woman can cook. Understand my position. I was being held there without pay, having eaten and not paid and destroyed a 100-year-old family heirloom. In exchange, I got 2 meals a day, which meant I ate her cooking every day, and I considered that a far better arrangement than money. And then, right in the middle of the smell, I stopped. Something lit up behind my eyes and I was gone from the room. Because for a month, I had been looking for Fu Tao's brother. I don't look for people the way other people look for people. I look through dreams, and something had just turned up. Meanwhile, the city kept sliding. Grain tax up sharply, the spring festival coming, and everybody still working. The government announced temples would be built south and west of the city, where the water transport ran. Not big temples. But they needed hands, and here was the offer. Work on the temple, and your family's tax is reduced next year, and the government feeds you twice a day while you do it. Every able-bodied man in the city signed up in about a day, even refugees, hoping for 2 meals and a winter. "It's difficult," said an old man past 60, sitting on a small wooden stool outside his gate, watching people hurry by. "It's so difficult." This time last year, his family had all been home. Now every one of them was away working. "Grandpa, are you still sitting outside? It's about to snow." Across the road, the gate of an old house opened, and a big man came out, cheerful, Light clothes in that weather, muscle definition you don't get from farming. When you get old, there's not much to look forward to. You just want to wait for your children to come back. The man waved and left. And a while after that, a man in white came along and sat down on the ground next to the old man without being asked, propped himself on his hands, and said, "Grandpa, how long have you been living here?" He smelled faintly of wine, and for some reason, the old man felt warmer. "I grew up in Dragon City." "Oh." The man in white pointed across the street. "Then how much do you know about that family?" "We've been neighbors a long time. That house has been passed down for generations without a break. Very prosperous. I envy them." "And do you know why that man goes out on a day like this?" The old man looked him over, decided he wasn't dangerous, and figured the family across the street was poor anyway. "What else? Go build temples. It's good work. Can't farm in winter, and it takes the pressure off next year's tax." I nodded and drank, and the smell of it made him wince. I stood up. "Sir, go inside and wait. It's terribly cold out here." He thought about it, agreed, picked up his stool, and went in. When I got back, Zhao Zhuan was standing with her hands on her hips. "Where did you go?" "For a walk. The store's closed today. I finally got a day off." She had nothing to say to that, wanted to shout anyway, and realized she was in the wrong, which visibly annoyed her. And then a small, uneasy thought started up in the back of her head about why I'd vanished. "Huh? The food's ready?" I went for the chopsticks. "Get out of the way!" She shoved me off and picked up her new dish and snapped, "My food is not for a stinky man like you." Absolutely ferocious, lioness guarding a plate. I'm good at reading people, and I'd been living in her building, and here is what she actually is. The woman that street calls a shrew is a young, unmarried, deeply anxious person who was betrayed once and hasn't recovered, and who now trusts nobody and needs people more than ever, which is a terrible combination to be stuck inside. I rubbed my stomach. "Boss lady, if you don't feed me, I'm going to starve to death tonight." She rolled her eyes, and then, for some reason, her anger went out, because what she was actually afraid of was that I would turn out to be another Liu Ba. And then she noticed the flaw in her own fear. I was a dine-and-dash waiter working off a debt. I was never on her side to begin with. There was nothing here to betray. "I'm sorry," she said. "I got emotional just now." We sat down at the table. I put a piece of meat in my mouth, and the whole room went warm. I've eaten a lot of impressive things. I've eaten fruit and herbs that fed on the essence of heaven and earth. I've had things that cost more than towns. The food that actually moves a person is the food cooked in the smoke of the ordinary world. "Delicious," I said, and gave her a thumbs up. She smacked my hand away and pretended to be fierce, and was, on the inside, delighted. 4 dishes, all of them good. Watching me eat gave her something. I could see it doing it. She decided to launch them the next day. Dragon Fragrance didn't do lodging, only food, and including the man working off a debt, there were 4 of us total. She cooked all day and did accounts all night, and before I turned up, she'd done the cleaning too. It's not that she couldn't find people, it's that she was afraid of being cheated again. Her parents died early. She's alone. Without the skills they left her, the family would already be gone, and holding that place together is hard for anyone, never mind a woman on her own. So she does everything herself. She ate most of the table with me, relaxed for one evening, and went to bed early. The next day, she paid laborers a few coppers to walk the streets with gongs announcing the new dishes, and sent me out to solicit customers. And it worked. Dragon Fragrance was loud again. Days went by, business up, business down. Then I was carrying vegetables one afternoon, and a customer told me the temple in the west of the city was finished. Temple fair tomorrow. The prefect of Dragon City, Guo Zimin, would be attending. I was not interested. Zhao Zhuan, on being told, immediately decided we were going. I pointed out that it was a river mother temple, dedicated to the safety of water transport, and not a god of wealth temple, and therefore praying there would do nothing for a restaurant. She didn't care. She wanted to go and pray. For luck. And she was dragging me, on the grounds that I drink like that every day and will certainly get into trouble in the wandering world sooner or later, and should go and pray about it. I told her that whether I got into trouble was none of her business, and that she should be aware it was impossible for me to work for her for the rest of my life, and that she should not become interested in me. I said this while drinking, with a serious expression. Her eyes went perfectly round. She had not expected that to be the shape of my thoughts. She picked up a broom and chased me through the entire dining room, hitting me. What a lousy swordsman. Who does he think he is? It took a while. Then everything went back to normal and she went to bed. I sat by the window watching the snow and sighed. Because I had a headache about tomorrow. I was going to be seeing some old acquaintances. The temple fair was packed. People brought their own incense to the River Mother Temple in the west of the city to pray. The golden statue was beautiful enough to stop traffic, and nobody dared have a single bad thought in front of it. In the crowd, a man and a woman. Tall man in a black, wide-sleeved robe. Woman in a light veil with an excellent figure. Prince Wang Yang and Yun Ro, who was currently being affected by incense. There was a thin gold line between her brows now. That's the proof of it. That's what being worshipped does to you. How are you feeling, Miss Yun Ro? She shook her head. She knew something had changed. She could not have told you what. She still had no idea whether any of this was going to work. All right, let's walk around and see what's happening. As a prince, I rarely get to share the joy of the people, Wang Yang said, and then went, because he'd spotted a man and a woman walking side by side in the distance. Specifically, the man. Yun Ro followed his eyes and her face stopped. Are you really not going in to pray? Zhao Zhuan was saying. No, thank you, she sighed. All right, wait for me here. After I'm done, I'll look around. She waved and walked off toward the temple. She was barely gone when the two of them arrived in front of me. Li, Wang Yang pointed at me, thought about it for a long moment, and could not produce the rest. Zichen, I said helpfully. Oh, right, Wade Zichen. He looked at me with amusement. If I remember correctly, you should still be wanted by the authorities. You're not mistaken, I shrugged. So what? The Lingtian imperial dynasty is barely able to protect itself. How would it have the energy to deal with a nobody like me? Then I looked at him. Or is it that you, who can barely be considered my half-brother, would spend your own lifespan to drag me home? Yun Ro's head came around. Wang Yang smiled without much joy in it. That's right. Although I really don't want to admit it, Li Zichen is indeed my half-brother. Unfortunately, he wasn't allowed into the genealogy. His name was just a miscellaneous one. My cousins and I were all named by our father. We belonged to the Tian generation. Yun Ro looked at me to see how I was taking it. I was not taking it any way at all. I'm not a serene man. I have things I hold on to. The Lingtian genealogy is not one of them. It has 437 names in it, and every one of those men would sell the others for a river port. He wasn't even being cruel, incidentally. He was curious. He ran into somebody from the old days and poked at him. Down the road, there was a commotion. Patrolling soldiers were driving refugees out of the temple fair. Old ones and young ones, in thin clothes, in that weather. Wang Yang watched them go and said, evenly, life is as fleeting as a mayfly's. Little fortune, shallow connections. I took a sip. I think that in the end, it's still because your Lingtian imperial dynasty is no good. His head came around fast. He'd held high office a long time, and it came off him. The decline of the Lingtian imperial dynasty was inevitable, I said. In this ancient dynasty, with countless years of history, from Wang Jingbo sitting up in that hall, down to you princes holding power in your hands, who among you knows how to govern a country? Systems, laws, livelihood. How much do you actually understand? In the past, when there was energy everywhere, strength was everything, and an ordinary man who never cultivated a day still had 4 or 5 levels of qi in him. Spirit plants grew wild. Nobody starved. And now? My voice was flat. I don't know how much of it landed. What I do know is that he pulled rank. How dare you speak your father's name? What is your punishment? I scoffed. That's your father. What, you want to punish him? Do you dare? My voice came out of a dream, and it reached him from inside one. I'm a nascent soul. He outranked me on paper, and probably in fact. I wasn't worried. I know these men. Besides, worst case, I run. I'm the only person in the world who doesn't have to be careful about how much energy running costs. The air went tight. Wang Yang, to his credit, stayed civil. Zichen, Yun Ro said. Can we talk? She'd hesitated a long time before saying the name. I looked at her the way you look at a stranger at a bus stop. Neither of them could move me anymore. She had a lot she wanted to say. She believed, from every angle, that she owed me an apology, and she'd seen me several times now, and things had been coming back up, and her heart had stopped being flat. But right then, Zhao Zhuan came out of the temple and shouted my name across the courtyard, because there was a wishing well behind it, and I had to come and make a wish. So I left them standing there and went to the well. Crowds on both sides, everybody wishing. Zhao Zhuan wrote, "May your business get better and better next year," on a slip of paper, put it in a bamboo tube, and dropped it in. Then she tilted her head and peeked at mine. I had written, "Have a good dream." She frowned and told me off for having no ambition. She'd expected chivalry, peace under heaven, something. I laughed and told her that none of that was my business and I couldn't interfere. The fair was crowded, so we went home. I sat by the window counting snowflakes and drinking, and made a guess. It was time to go make contact with Fu Tao's brother. Because the man who'd walked out of that house across the road to go build a temple was Gao Shan. I'd found him weeks ago with dreams and never approached him. Originally, I planned to observe from a distance, confirm he's alive, promise kept, walk away. No need to get involved. As for the drop of heart's blood, I have about 100 ways to take that without anybody noticing, and I wouldn't have taken it for free either. A few drinks and a few beautiful dreams and he'd have come out ahead. But after the temple fair, I changed my mind. Because there was a second temple going up, north of the city, and it was only a foundation and a stack of bricks, and the workers had all been given the day off to attend the fair in the west. Only a few soldiers were left, playing drinking games in a thatched hut on the edge of the site, and one of them lost a round, drank his forfeit, smacked his lips, said, "That was great," and then caught movement out of the corner of his eye. A man in white walking onto the site. He leaned out to shout at him and met his eyes. Blue flash, confusion. Out on the site, a middle-aged man was digging in the dirt. He straightened up slowly. "Brother, this is a construction site. You'd better leave. If the higher-ups see us, it's a few lashes at best and jail at worst." "It's no use," I said. He blinked. I leaned against a stake and pointed at the soft earth by his feet. "It's no use." He frowned and looked at me properly. "What do you know?" "Incense is no use to you." His pupils shrank. "Heh, so your excellency is also a cultivator." I nodded. "Gao Shan, take my advice. Don't touch this. Incense isn't something a foundation establishment cultivator can afford. Not to mention that what you're doing is theft. Stolen incense is illegitimate. It won't add a day to your life. It'll be a death warrant." Because here's what he was doing. He joined the temple work not for the tax break. He joined so he could bury a small golden statue of himself under the river mothers and skim. Figured he'd get some of the soup. His face went through several things at once. He couldn't tell if I was lying. "Heh," he said. "Assuming that's true, you have no grudge against me. Why warn me?" I didn't answer that. "Do you think you're the only one who guessed that the river mother statue is some cultivator's play for lifespan? Your foundation establishment. If you can see it, do you think the cultivators hiding in Dragon City can't? So why hasn't a single one of them buried a statue of his own?" I took a drink and let him finish the sentence himself. His pupils contracted, and I faded out. He stared at the empty space, and his face went absolutely savage. Because he'd thought he'd found a crack of light. And it was this. Again. It's always this. He put his fist into the ground. He had been, once, the secret genius of the Baiyo imperial dynasty. There was a standing decree about him. As long as he lives, Baiyo lives. At the moment of his birth, the sky did something impossible, and 10,000-year mysterious ice came down and sealed him inside it, for 700 years. He broke out of the ice, was officially born, started cultivating, and went straight up because he had 10,000-year ice and 7 centuries of root all in one body. His talent was not less than the stars, and then the sky dried up shortly after his foundation establishment. He was resentful, then angry, then helpless, then quiet. He dug the 2-inch golden figure out of the dirt and looked at it. "Well," he said, and walked off the site. The next day, he turned down a job that everybody else in that city was fighting for, citing serious illness. Good kid, I thought, actually listens. What can a drop of heart's blood really buy? I said to a window a while later. Business was slow that day, which is why I had time to sit there and think about it. A drop of heart's blood, 100 nether technique. My fingers were drawing shapes on the sill. I looked down at the green flute on my belt. Perhaps, I thought, perhaps it would be more appropriate to give this to Gao Shan. Meanwhile, life went on. Because of a certain person operating behind the scenes, Tiger Fragrance was doing better every week. And Dragon Fragrance got quieter, and I kept catching Zhao Zhuan wiping her face behind the counter, and the moment I came near, she'd glare and tell me to get back to work. The River Mother Temple protected water transport, so every merchant in the city burned incense there before setting out. The festival got closer. The city got busier. The number of displaced people kept climbing, and eventually they gathered at the prefect's gate and asked him, in a large group, to give them some way to live. Guozi was a good official. Every morning and evening, his people cooked an enormous pot of plain rice porridge outside his own gate. With food, the refugees settled. It did not last long, because his stores ran out. So he invited every wealthy and prominent family in Dragon City to come and see him and asked them to hand over a portion of their money and grain. Those families are all tied to each other, and none of them intended to take that loss, so they laughed and made jokes and put it off, and put it off. And the refugees started getting restless again. I rarely left that restaurant, and there was very little happening in Dragon City that I didn't know about. Every night, I went through the dreams of thousands of people. Prince Wang Yang had come to Dragon City ostensibly to assist Yunro. He was pursuing Yunro, treating incense as important and asking constant questions about it. He was also quietly funding his own people in the city. I saw desires, large and small. Lifespan disappears with spiritual energy. Greed does not. And Gao Shan was not alone in Dragon City. There were 13 of them, all roughly his level, all hiding, all huddled together for warmth in an era where the law of the world had stopped working. Spiritual energy drying up is cruel to everyone. It is most cruel to people who had just begun. Shallow cultivation, limited lifespan, and no time to build any of it up. In a catastrophe on this scale, they aren't even ants. They've been dying off for 300 years. There used to be a super sect near Dragon City called the Dragon Slayer sect. When Baiyo fell, the infant Gao Shan, still frozen, was smuggled to it. 700 years later, he came out of the ice and started shining. Then the sky dried, and the Dragon Slayer sect dissolved, and a boy who had been a prophecy became worthless overnight. His master and his sect leader could barely keep themselves alive and had nothing left for him. So they stuck together. 13 people in a room in an old house. Some very old, some in their prime. Men and women. Look at them in the street, and you'd never guess they were prodigies of the same generation. Brother Fu, is that incense still worth anything? Besides the finished temple in the west, they've only just started in the north and south. And from the way the government's moving, they'll build River Mother temples in the dozen counties under Dragon City, too. If it works, we follow the same method. Build our own golden bodies into the temples and steal some incense. The woman speaking still had her looks, and she was looking at Gao Shan while she said it. Everyone turned to him. He shook his head slightly. Our cultivation is too low. Solutions like that aren't for us. Let's find another way. Snap. An old man with a bent back slammed his hand on the table and got up. Useless. What makes you draw that conclusion? Do you intend to monopolize it all? Angry and afraid at the same time, he had very little time left, and it showed on him. Nobody actually thought Gao Shan was hiding anything. They were just watching another door close. Gao Shan told them exactly what had happened. The room went to freezing. There had been far more than 13 of them once. Most had withered away in the current of the last 300 years. The silence went on. That's the thing nobody says out loud. The ones fighting hardest against this are not happier than the mortals who don't know anything about it. Cough, cough. A middle-aged man with gray at his temples tapped 2 fingers on the table. Everyone looked over. He took a long time about it. He looked at each of them. Gao Shan, you're from the Dragon Slayer sect. Have you ever heard the origin of the Dragon Slayer sect? Naturally, Gao Shan nodded. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago there were several evil dragons living in this place. A Taoist passed through and slew the evil dragon. The dragon's blood stained hundreds of miles and turned the sea red. With the might of that killing, he founded the Dragon Slayer sect here, and from then on, every living thing born in this land has a chance of carrying a wisp of dragon energy. Everyone in the room sat back for a second, because it's a good story, and it's theirs. Dragons killed 300 years ago. What a thing. That dragon-slaying Taoist's name was known across the whole of soaring heaven. A power like that doesn't decline. Not in 300 years, not in 30,000, if the sky hadn't dried. That's right, said the gray-templed man. The sect does have that history. But Gao Shan's version isn't detailed enough. I've been researching this for some time. His voice had a wobble in it he was working hard to hold down. We had barely started cultivating when the heavens ran out. Our luck ran out with them. Our understanding of the path is nowhere near enough. But a few months ago, I stumbled onto the tomb of a powerful figure. That figure was, in his time, a pearl thief. He was badly injured, the energy dried up, and he died full of resentment. A pearl thief? Nobody had heard the term. He nodded. Thief as in stealing, pearl as in Klas, the dragon pearl. Dragon pearl? Gao Shan's eyes came up. No way. That's right. When the dragon-slaying Taoist did his work, he slew 8 dragons. A dragon, a divine creature, summons wind and rain. Compared to a cultivator of the same realm, in a straight fight, the cultivator loses. Every time. Even that Taoist only managed 8 in a row because he had the realm advantage on all of them. And every one of those 8 had already formed its pearl. They understood. Nobody in that room had cultivated long, but everybody knows what a dragon pearl is. Essentially, the entire power of a dragon concentrated into one object. Getting a dragon pearl shouldn't be difficult, the man said. Not if all we need is another 100 years. And I know where one is. In the South Sea, nearby. Silence. Gao Shan frowned. This trip is dangerous. We might need to use our cultivation. If we fail, the last few decades we have will also… An old man stood up. My lifespan is nearly gone anyway. Our cultivation is shallow, and we are never going to open a new path. That incense is no use to us either. This time, I'm going all in. A beautiful woman sat, with her face moving between one thing and another. The closer you get to it, the more afraid of it you become. When she had cultivation, she'd have walked into a dragon's pool with a 9 in 10 chance of death without breaking stride. For the Tao in her heart, for the higher place. Hear the Tao in the morning, die content in the evening. But she had spent 300 years living in the mortal world, getting slowly closer to the end, and she had learned exactly how much a life weighs. She hesitated. They argued into the night. The compromise. All 13 disguise themselves as a caravan, go down the canal to the South Sea, and not spend a single scrap of cultivation until the pearl is actually in sight. The South Sea wasn't far. They agreed to leave the next day and to be back in time for a good spring festival. That was the plan. The year turned toward its end. The temples north and west were both finished, and incense burned in them every day. Taxes and grain levies were up sharply for the coming year, so nobody could afford to rest, even in deep winter. Men went out to trade, women stayed home and wove, and a few of them would go together to the River Mother Temple to pray for husbands who were away. Another morning, still dark, snowing on and off. Several women went past Dragon Fragrance with small baskets, fruit, date cakes, hurrying toward the temple, glancing at the man out front and then not glancing at him. I watched them go and picked up a broom and started clearing the snow. Woof, woof. The dog from Tiger Fragrance went off like an alarm, threw itself forward on the chain, and would absolutely have made contact if the chain were 2 feet longer. I ignored it and swept and had a sip of wine. Then the broom hit something. I brushed the snow off. A woman had frozen to death by the roadside during the night. I called the proprietress. She didn't hesitate. She ran to the government office and came back with 2 coroners. They looked twice, told her the woman had frozen to death, and confirmed it wouldn't implicate us. We opened at dawn. Business was slow, because lately there had been frozen bodies outside Dragon Fragrance, and everyone had decided that was unlucky and gone to Tiger Fragrance instead. Frozen bodies aren't new. Every year a few people get drunk on the road at night and don't get up. There were a great many more this year, because the sea had gone wrong. The tide, which used to be an annual spectacle people wrote poems about, had turned into something that killed. It came up higher every time. It had already swallowed several fishing villages along the coast. Rumor said it was still rising. So more refugees came into Dragon City with nowhere else to go, and the count outside our door went up. A famous poet had insisted on going to watch the tide despite advice, and had been taken into the sea and had not been found. That evening, it was brutally cold. After we closed, Zhao Zhuan bought incense and dragged me to the temple again. She prayed hard. Not for herself. She ran a canteen. She didn't travel. She knelt in front of the golden statue and asked the River Mother to be lenient and to please speak to the sea god about the tide, because the number of refugees in Dragon City kept going up. I pointed out, kindly, that the River Mother has no jurisdiction over the sea. She only handles rivers. She didn't accept this. There's water in a river and water in a sea. Why can't she put in a word, half an hour of prayer? Then back through the streets past the night watchman with his lantern and his gong telling everybody to shut their doors and windows properly. In my room, there was a small wooden board with lines cut into it. 17. 1 line per day. 30, and my debt is paid. And then I would be leaving Dragon City. I did the arithmetic and worked out I could stay through the festival and a few days after. A few more days went by. Then a swona started up in a house near the restaurant, and inside it a woman was making a sound I don't have a good word for. Her husband had been traveling as a merchant and had gone into the water and drowned. The tide was high, so the canal it fed wasn't going to be calm either. She cursed heaven for being unjust and cursed the river mother for doing nothing, and then she held her 3-year-old and asked what was going to become of the 2 of them. The next morning, Zhao Juan cooked 2 bowls of hot noodles before dawn and sent me over with them. I knocked for a long time and got nothing, so I pushed the door, which was already ajar. The woman was asleep against the coffin with the child in her arms. Whatever she dreamed that night had done something, because when I woke them and put hot noodles in front of them, they were a little better than they had been. The festival got closer. The refugees kept coming. The tide kept rising. And there was now a real possibility that it was going to reach Dragon City itself. Guo Zimin called up every able body in the city and started digging a diversion channel outside the walls, so that if it came, there would be somewhere to put it. That day I was sweeping and hit something else in the snow. A child, curled up. There was still a faint smile on the face. Zhao Juan stood and looked at that for a very long time without moving. And then her hands closed and I could see her arrive somewhere. She told me she was going to open a porridge stand. Every morning, cook a fixed amount, give it to the refugees. I had no objection. It was her restaurant, and I was an employee, and an unpaid one at that. I did point out, kindly, that Dragon Fragrance's foundations wouldn't hold much longer, and that in a world going this way, everybody was looking after themselves, and helping strangers was not a clever move. She said she knew. And then she said, Dragon Fragrance has never been just a canteen that makes money. The next day there was a line outside our door that went down the street and around it, for 1 bowl of hot porridge. Liu Ba stood across the road and sneered and said a woman's soft heart was going to kill her. I was so busy I didn't have time to drink, which I want on the record as a serious sacrifice. And then the news came. The tide had surged again, bigger than anything before it. And this time, it didn't take a village. It took an entire county under Dragon City. At least 8 in 10 of the people in it died. Guo Zimin's face, when he heard, was not a face anymore. He ordered more men onto the channel and sent 2 cultivators to find out what was actually causing it. A few days after that, it hailed. Stones came down through roofs all over the city with a sound like the sky throwing furniture, and the weather was already freezing, and now people had holes in their houses, inside and outside, all at once. So everybody went to the temples. They prayed for the river mother to appear and calm the sea so they could have the festival. And one evening, right after we closed, somebody knocked on our door. Zhao Juan called out that we were shut. The knocking paused, then came again, lightly. I sat in a wooden chair and watched with no expression at all. She assumed it was a starving refugee. She checked the kitchen, found half a hot steamed bun, grabbed it, and opened the door. Cold wind. It was not a refugee. It was an extremely beautiful woman, and Zhao Juan's first reaction was alarm, and her second was that she'd seen that face somewhere before. The woman smiled, looked past her at me, and said, "May I come in and sit down?" "Oh, okay." Yunro sat down across from me. Zhao Juan, who owned the building and outranked me and was famous on that street for her volume, took one look at the 2 of us and went to her room without a word. Then she put her ear against the wall, because she is a person. "My master has come to see me," Yunro said. "No warm-up." "Immortal Master Su?" She nodded. Before the sky dried up, Su Li's name was much larger than hers. With spiritual energy gone, countless master and disciple relationships have simply dissolved, I said. A master like that is rare. I hadn't met the woman. I could still tell that much from the temples. "Yes," Yunro nodded. "It is an honor to be her disciple." Then she frowned, because she hadn't come here to reminisce. "Si Chen, you'd better leave Dragon City as soon as possible." "Oh?" "Dragon City is about to suffer a great calamity. In short, you'd better leave." She glanced at the window and stood up. She was in a hurry. She got as far as the door, turned around, and said, seriously, leave Dragon City as soon as possible. You must listen to me. I won't harm you. Then she closed the door gently. I sat there and didn't say anything, and to this day I don't think anybody in that room could have told you whether I'd taken it in. She hadn't gone far when she met her master under the moon, standing in the street with the whisk shining like something out of a painting. Master, you told that kid, Su Li said calmly. This is revealing heavenly secrets. Although I may not be punished, I'll do such things less in future. Yes, master, it won't happen again. It's just, I couldn't bear it because of our past. Su Li sighed. My disciple, you weren't this indecisive when you were pursuing the great Tao. Even if you can't bear it, the departure of an old friend is inevitable. Be mentally prepared. They walked through the snow. Dragon City established the River Mother temples, Su Li said. It collects offerings from all the people. I haven't worked out how to use that power yet, but since establishing the deity, I have gained a subtler sense of the changes in the rivers, which is why I came out of seclusion to find you. Master, is the calamity related to the river? It's related to the sea. I only sensed it through the river. The problem is, and Yunro got there herself because the tide had been eating villages for months. I don't know the specifics, Su Li said, but leaving this place is the right thing to do. Master, what about these people? Yunro hesitated before she asked it. Su Li looked back at her and sighed, softly, once. Let the golden statue in the River Mother Temple shed 2 drops of bloody tears as a warning. After that, it's up to each person's own fortune. She was, I want to be fair, completely out of options. In the old days, she'd have flattened that tide with a gesture. Not anymore. Then she looked south, toward the sea, and said 2 words. You wicked child. Out there in the South Sea, 13 small boats were sitting on water that would not stop rising. Brother Fu, it seems the rumors are true. There's a good chance a dragon pearl is hidden here. A woman shouting over the wind, barely keeping her boat level. I suspect the tides here are connected to it. The dragon clan summons wind and rain. A pearl carrying that power would have to be hidden somewhere. The wind and rain rage. An old man with hope all over his ruined face was shouting agreement. Ha ha! I was worried the pearl would be an ordinary rock now, but a pearl is still a pearl. 13 people, all talking at once, in the middle of a storm. For about 10 minutes, they were prodigies again, the kind that defy heaven and earth. Gao Shan brought them down. Every bit of energy we use is a bit less. We are all foundation establishment. Our reserves are already limited. So in the search, conserve everything. Otherwise, even finding it won't help. He split them into pairs. One goes in the water with a rope around his waist. One stays on the boat and holds it. Nobody uses a scrap of cultivation unless there is no alternative. So they went in, fighting a rising sea while trying to search it, with only a hemp rope keeping them from being taken, and barely stronger than ordinary men because they refused to spend. It was, and I want to stress this, a completely insane way to look for anything. They did it for days. They did not find the pearl. They found the dragon. On the seabed, 19 pillars, and from the pillars black chains as thick as a man's thigh, and locked into them a thing nearly 1,000 meters long. Alive. Not just alive, struggling. And every time it moved, the sea overhead roared and the wind came up. Several of the chains were already broken. Nobody said anything. Nobody lingered. They got out of the water and got onto the boats and got to shore, and even then a woman's legs went and she sat straight down in the sand with sweat coming off her in that wind. A dragon. Even at the height of everything, a real one was almost impossible to see. What's going on? An old man said, and his face was terrible. Didn't they say all the dragons were killed? The rumor is wrong, a middle-aged man said. I remember something I heard once. Legend says there were 9 dragons here. The Taoist killed 8 in a row, and when he came to the 9th, even with the higher realm, he couldn't do it. Because that one was a genius among dragons. Very high probability that it would one day cross the tribulation and become a true dragon. So he sealed it instead. He looked around at their faces, and every one of them had gone somewhere unpleasant. They had come for a pearl, not for the thing that grows them. Then a woman said, slowly, I might know its origin. Have you heard of the star ranking? Naturally. Gao Shan said, and his voice was strange. When the energy was at its peak, the prodigies were as many as the stars, and the Holy Land of Soaring Heaven compiled a list of all of them. Anyone on that list got fame and a star in the sky. He looked up while he said it, out of habit. He had sworn, once, that he would take one of those stars for himself. Everyone there had sworn the same thing. Legend says, the woman said, there is a dragon in the South Sea who is also on that list, and ranked quite high. The evil dragon star, dragon tyrant. In the rankings, that is a high-star prodigy. Somebody made a noise, because in the language of Soaring Heaven, they measure a person's weight in stars, and a top-tier star is 1 in a billion. And it had already broken several of its chains. Go back and tell Prefect Guo, Gao Shan said. Guo Zimin received a secret letter that week, on a desk that was already buried. The Tide project was enormous, and the funds and materials were short, and the money he'd requested from the capital was late. The refugee resettlement was its own catastrophe. He got a few minutes of quiet, sighed, and opened the letter. His eyebrows came down and stayed down. Meanwhile, across town, Dongfang Shui was having a good winter. She had a stipend from the Xia family and nothing to do but train while everyone else in Dragon City fought for coppers, and her red maple blade technique had just broken through. She could put blade energy out 5 meters now. The Xia family had got their foothold. Wealthy households were inventing pretexts to invite her to dinner, which is how she ended up at the Jia family's spring banquet in Yangfang's place, along with local officials and landlords and famous wanderers and scholars. The Jia family had borrowed a chef for the occasion, from Tiger Fragrance, several famous dishes at every table, poems recited at the height of it, a jar of good wine at the end. Everybody delighted. An ordinary banquet. And then the borrowed chef burst into tears. Everyone asked him what was wrong, so he told them. Tiger Fragrance, he said, was an old shop in Dragon City, and business used to be wonderful. And a few years ago a woman got close to him under false pretenses, and deceived his feelings, and stole his family's craft. He wept in a way that filled the room. And if that were all, he said, he could live with it. The crucial thing is that she also stole the family's brewing method, 10 generations of it. Then he tried to kill himself in front of the guests, and a wanderer stopped him. Wanderers get impulsive after a few cups. How could there be such a wicked woman? Somebody shouted. We should smash up her shop for the chef. The chef declined repeatedly to say which canteen it was. Somebody else said it for him. And a banquet turned into a crusade. Dongfang Shui was a name in that world, not just for the blade. She had a reputation as a person, and Old Master Jia had handed her a large red envelope at the start of the evening and called her the chivalrous Lady Zuo and said her presence was an honor. She heard a man's family craft had been stolen, and she was not going to sit still for it. So a large group of angry armed people walked to Dragon Fragrance. We had been dead quiet all morning. Then, in the afternoon, more than a dozen guests came through the door at once, and they were generous. They ordered all the good food and all the good wine. Zhao Juan had been losing money on that porridge line for weeks, and here was a chance to make some back, so she rolled her sleeves up, put on her apron, and lit the stove. As a waiter, I had a similar afternoon. Wine, tea, plates. And after a few rounds, I noticed that today's guests were unusually difficult to please, shouting at nothing, sending things back, finding fault at a professional level, deliberate harassment, obviously. The other waiters, actual waiters, not immortals working off a bar tab, were frightened. Some went weak-legged. One stopped being able to form sentences. That group was not faking their aura. There was real blood on those hands, and when they saw the staff shaking, they laughed at them. They called them cowards. They said things about their fathers. It was, as a piece of cruelty, very well constructed. And in the middle of all that laughing, the kitchen went quiet. Zhao Juan came out with her face set. She'd heard every word. She was not intimidated. She told them to get out, and that she wouldn't be cooking Dragon Fragrance's food for them. A man smashed a table into pieces with one hand, stood up, and called her a filthy thief pretending to be respectable. She stopped, just for a second. Her aura slipped, and the whole room came in on top of her. I'm not going to repeat what they said. It was the kind of thing men say to a woman when there are enough of them in the room, and it doesn't take long. She started shaking her head from side to side, saying, "No, I didn't. No, I didn't." Nobody listened. Across the road, the man who'd arranged all of it was watching with enormous enjoyment. The noise brought the neighbors in, and they stood in the doorway and watched. And then Dongfang Shui, who could see it was getting out of hand, coughed twice. Instant silence. She stood up to put a full stop on the farce. Her ruling, Dragon Fragrance closes and returns the daughter's red recipe to Tiger Fragrance. Zhao Zhuan was crying by then, openly, with her whole body shaking. She still refused. Closing was not on the table. Dragon Fragrance had been passed down for generations, so there was no theft, and she was not going to say there was. Dongfang Shui frowned. She was not enjoying this either, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught a man in white sitting in the corner, apparently daydreaming. She had not expected to run into me there. Why would a man give up a guest elder position with the Xia family to wait tables in a canteen? She put it aside and called Liu Ba in from outside to confront the two owners directly, which was the correct procedure, and it failed immediately, because the other side had prepared and Zhao Zhuan had not, and being right is not a technique. Dragon Fragrance was her floor. Under no circumstances was it closing, and a hot-tempered wanderer got tired of the conversation, picked up a broadsword, and swung it at her. They called him Thunderbolt Blade. He'd been a courier once. His wife was unfaithful, so he killed her and her entire family and cut all of them in half at the waist, and after that, he had a permanent problem with women, especially beautiful ones. She watched the blade come. She was terrified. And the man in the corner who'd been staring into space came back into focus. He hadn't been ignoring it, incidentally. He'd been busy with something several miles away. We'll get to that. Why are all wanderers so impulsive? I said. I looked around, picked up a broken branch, crossed the room in a few steps, and put it between them. Point, thrust, flick, deflect. 4 small movements, and Thunderbolt Blade's sword was somewhere else. It's him, Liu Ba shouted immediately. Zhao Zhuan's lover. He knows some martial arts. He's been causing trouble at my Tiger Fragrance again and again. Oh? That got my attention. I remembered him. His schemes struck me as childish, and I disliked him in the mild way you dislike a stain. Anger didn't really come into it. Urgency definitely didn't. I don't belong anywhere. I'm a passerby. The struggles of ordinary people are a show I watch, but I had one foot on the stage by then, and the proprietress was genuinely pitiful. So blue light went through my eyes, and something invisible closed around Liu Ba, and I decided to let him reap what he'd sown. How dare you? You dare to commit violence in front of us? A wanderer started forward. Dongfang Shui stopped him. Brother Tsichen, she said coldly, are you really going to aid and abet evil? Right and wrong will be known after another confrontation, I said, and looked out the window and went back to my business. What else is there to argue about? The facts are laid bare. You don't actually think your lousy sword moves impressed us. Humph, I thought it was somebody. It's a nobody whose sword work is nothing special. And Liu Ba, chest out, said, Humph, I, Liu Ba, am upright and honest. What's wrong with confronting him again? There was an unusual blue glint in his eyes when he said it. He'd been in the dream since roughly the word lover. Deep down, he was already mine. He just hadn't noticed. Boss lady, I said, and smiled at her. Do your job well. Then I sat down by the window and looked at the snow and stopped participating. And Liu Ba, standing in front of 40 people, opened his mouth to defend himself and began saying everything. Not lies, that's the thing. Every true thing in his head, in order, at volume. How he got the recipes, what he'd been paying for, what he'd arranged in the market with the refugees, who was funding him. What he actually thought of the men he'd invited to smash up a woman's business for him. He surprised himself. What's wrong with me today? He kept going. By the time the water was well and truly spilled, the room had gone a color, because every wanderer in it had just been informed by the man himself that he had used them as tools. You bastard, Liu Ba! How dare you deceive us? If I don't teach you a lesson today, what face does my Thunderblade have left? It's hard enough for Manager Zhao to hold a family business as a woman, and there are villains like you? You deserve to die. Brothers, today I'm tearing down Tiger Fragrance. An angry wanderer is a bull with a sword. The gate of Tiger Fragrance came apart in 2 pieces. The dog got slapped twice, which I felt was fair. Liu Ba went to his knees in the doorway and begged. It did nothing. Men with internal energy can level a building quickly when motivated, and they did. One of them finished by putting blade energy into the wall and leaving 2 long marks in it as a signature. And then Thunderbolt Blade went for Liu Ba. Killing was illegal in Dragon City, but that man came from nothing and valued exactly 2 things, strength and reputation. And being played in public in front of everyone was going to require an answer. Liu Ba wet himself. "Hero, spare my life! Hero, spare my life!" he begged and lost all shame doing it. And when that didn't work, he looked around for anybody. Thunderbolt Blade, incidentally, was not even good. Wide, showy, weak technique. Among that crowd, he was near the bottom. Any of them could have stopped him. None of them were going to. Not making a scene was already generous. And in the middle of all that, Liu Ba's eyes landed on me. He'd seen me take that sword away from Thunderbolt Blade with a stick. He ran at me, screaming for help. I found this genuinely funny. The blade came down. It took his right arm off. Then Thunderbolt Blade turned the edge and opened his left cheek down to the bone. "You dare to mock my Thunderblade? Killing you would be too good for you." And he left him there, holding what was left of himself, howling on the ground. Zhao Wan flinched and, without noticing she was doing it, moved closer to me. I didn't react much. Water carries the boat, and water capsizes the boat. And if ordinary people are the water, that crowd was the waves. Liu Ba had to be genuinely audacious to try to steer them. Afterwards, Dongfang Shui clasped her hands and bowed deeply to Zhao Zhuan and apologized, and meant it. Zhao Zhuan, who is tough on the outside and soft underneath, and whose coldness is a wall she built and not a personality, was extremely gracious about it, and then informed all of them that they still had to pay for the food and drink. Anyone who dine and dashes stays and works a few days. That is a matter of principle. She said this and then, very quietly, glanced at the man leaning against the window. They paid and left. Nobody wanted to stay in that room. Dongfang Shui came over to me first. "Brother Zichen, please don't take offense." "It's just human nature," I said. She hesitated. "Brother Zichen, if it weren't for you, we'd have made a terrible mistake and helped the wicked. To express my apologies, let me tell you something." She gathered her voice into a thread. "Have you ever heard of the Xuanwu secret treasury?" I have no interest whatsoever in wanderer treasure gossip, but I made a surprised noise, because that's manners. "It was left behind by a grandmaster 100 years ago," she said. "Rumor is it contains countless mind cultivation techniques and the insights of an entire lifetime." Her eyes had gone bright. "Is that grandmaster very powerful?" "More than amazing. When he was alive, his martial arts put him in the top 10. His internal energy could manifest outside his body as a black tortoise, and they say it could stop arrows and crossbow bolts." And then she said, with total sincerity, "His most impressive skill was raising pigs. They say he lived to nearly 200. I want you to know I kept my face completely still. She realized she'd lost her composure, straightened up, and said, "You're a person of that world too. If you're interested in the Xuanwu treasury, come find me in 3 days. This place is extremely important. Do not spread it. It could get you killed." Then she gave me a long look and left. In that world, a single sentence about the Xuanwu treasury is worth 1,000 gold. She told me anyway, partly as an apology, but mostly because she decided she liked my character. She was starting to trust her young miss's judgment. And she needed a helper with a decent character, even a mediocre one, because one more body is one more body. "The Xuanwu secret treasury," I said, once she was gone, and my expression got a little strange, because I had a suspicion. Cultivators really are not peaceful people. "Xuanwu," I said. I unscrewed my gourd, poured drunken life, dreamlike death, into a bowl, took 2 pinches of salt, and sprinkled them evenly across the surface. Small sip. The heat of the wine and the faint salt did not go together at all. It was not good. It was, genuinely, weird. I frowned, thought about it, went into the kitchen, and got half a spoon of sugar and put that in too. Then I drank the whole thing. Wiped my mouth. That flavor is difficult to describe. "It seems," I said, in a very thoughtful voice, "to be someone I know." And I smiled, and I'm told there was something wrong with it. Tiger Fragrance went bankrupt overnight. And that street acquired a new beggar, one arm, a large, ugly scar down one side of his face, head down all day, hiding. He tried the Jia family first. They had him thrown out. He tried a few more doors and eventually understood that all of it had been a loan and that the loan had been called. He touched the shoulder where the arm used to be. It snowed heavily the day it happened, which is the only reason he didn't bleed to death. But the cold and the wound put him down with a fever, and when he woke up, he was lying in a refugee camp. He asked around. The homeless had saved him. He knew the homeless. When he'd run Tiger Fragrance, he had personally poisoned several of them and left them outside Dragon Fragrance's door to freeze because frozen bodies are bad for business. He had also been one of them, once. Beggar to owner and back inside 3 years. He laughed at himself about it. Then he did the practical arithmetic. One arm and a face like that is actually good for begging. Different street, better income than last time. So he dragged himself over. Except the market was terrible. Local taxes were up and ordinary families had nothing to give. Liu Ba starved for days, and then he heard that there was a family somewhere that cooked several pots of hot porridge every morning and gave them away free. Dizzy with hunger, and moving the way people move when the decision-making part has switched off, he went back to that alley. He smeared mud on his face until his features were gone and made his hair worse than it already was, and got in line. He shuffled forward with the others in the dark, and the swordsman named Wei Zichin handed him a bowl of hot porridge. He grabbed it and covered his face and went, thinking he probably hadn't been recognized. He drank it far too fast, scalding the whole way down, because he was afraid it would be taken back. Full for the first time in days, he got brave and looked back. The swordsman was looking straight at him. He whipped around, didn't recognize me, recognized me, definitely recognized me. He replayed the eyes. Yes, my disguise fools only me. And there was nothing in those eyes. No pity, no malice, just looking. Which was worse. He'd been somebody, once. Being hunted would at least have been a role. The porridge ran out. I clapped my hands and called it a day. Tiger Fragrance was gone, so Dragon Fragrance recovered. At lunch, Zhao Zhuan untied her apron. Aren't you a wanderer? Why didn't you go to that gathering? Dongfang Shui had come back and asked whether I wanted in on the Xuanwu treasury, and I declined, and she'd been sorry, but hadn't pushed. Go ahead, I said. It's enough to go in your dreams. She misread that entirely. She decided I did want to go and had turned it down because the restaurant was busy. So she coughed twice and said, how about this? I'll give you 3 days off. Come back after. Then she counted on her fingers, realized how few days were left, and her whole face tightened. However, your precious sword stays with me. Otherwise, what if you run away? There are still a few days left on the sentence. Then she remembered something, took a red brocade pouch out of her clothes, and shoved it into my hand. Tomorrow's the festival. This is a red envelope. Don't say I mistreat you. I was still trying to explain when she herded me out of the door like a duck. Dragon Fragrance closed for a few days, but the porridge went out every morning as usual. Countless people were living on that bowl. I took the coppers out of the pouch and went to a brothel to listen to music. If you want to know which place in the whole ordinary world is the most beautiful and the hardest to forget, it's that one. I like flowers. The brighter, the better. It doesn't matter how long the bloom lasts. Every one of them is singular while it's open. I don't find that vulgar. I spent 3 days there, sitting with a woman who had been the daughter of one of Dragon City's richest merchants until the family fell and had had to come here. Outsiders would assume things. We did nothing of the kind. We were discussing traditional performance, and I was seriously asking her about the principles of phonetics. When I got bored, I let her tell me about her life. She had never had a customer like it. Her father had owned 30 merchant ships. Every spring they went out, north and south, and in every town the canal touched, you could find them. Then the family collapsed. Her parents killed themselves, the fortune got carved up, and somehow she was left holding an enormous debt she hadn't made. She'd studied music and chess and calligraphy and painting as a girl, and she was beautiful, so she was locally famous. Wealthy young men wanted her as a concubine. She refused all of them. She would rather be here. Officially, she sold her art and not her body. It doesn't work that neatly, and her particular status meant plenty of men preferred just to look at her. But it wasn't all bad, because in a place where power and sex change hands, she had met the person she wanted to spend her life with, an honest, ordinary man who did not care where she worked and promised to work hard enough to buy her out. Years of both of them at it, and the debt was almost gone. After this spring festival, she'd be free. Then her face changed, and she looked south. The tide is out of control, rising fast, and nobody can predict it. The prefect called up the city's manpower and split it in two. One group is digging the diversion canals in the counties below. The other is building the flood line outside Dragon City. He's in one of them. I hope he's all right. I don't know when I'll see him. She prayed, silently, the way people do when they've already learned exactly how rare it is to find a person and keep them. Perhaps we can meet in our dreams tonight, I said. She laughed into her hand. Young master, you're quite the joker. I looked south too. Here's the thing about the stories, by the way, and I want to be honest about why I collect them. I can weave dreams. I cannot weave them out of nothing. A dream has to be built on something real. It starts with a thought somebody actually had, and then goes past it. Which means every story anyone ever tells me is material. Every life anybody hands over becomes brick and tile in the road I'm walking. In the first half of my life, nobody wanted to talk to a man with no prospects, and I had no time anyway. Now the world is dry, and I have nothing but time, and it turns out a great many people are willing to talk. I'm an immortal, and I still haven't worked out how to live, so I take notes. Then something touched the edge of my attention, and I turned my head. Young master, young master. She waved a hand in front of my face. I came back, and there was blue in my eyes for a second, and she got very sleepy and lay down on the table and started snoring softly, and I faded out of the room. That morning, the River Mother, worshipped daily by the whole city, was found with 2 lines of blood down her face. They'd been there a while, actually. There was simply so much incense in the way that nobody could see her, and looking directly at her face is considered disrespectful, so nobody looks up. Some of the children who came with their mothers had probably noticed, and every time a child pointed, its mother told it to be quiet, and after a couple of tries, the child stopped pointing. When it was finally seen, Dragon City went into a state. A blind fortune teller stepped up to interpret and announced that the River Mother was weeping for the people of Dragon City, and that a great calamity was coming, and everybody thought about the tide. For about a day, the whole city was frightened. Then it stopped being frightened, because Dragon City is a large city, and large cities are hard to scare. Some scholars came forward to argue that bloody tears may not be a bad omen at all, and could be read as auspicious. One event, many readings. That's what people are for. Guo Zimin did not participate in the debate. He appointed 2 flood officers, Jiang Hai and Qin Bo, both from nothing, over the objections of every noble family in the city, and gave them authority second only to his own. In the face of a natural disaster, interests and relationships compromise. The day after the bloody tears, he issued an order to begin evacuating the elderly, women, and children, and informed the world that Dragon City was going to be destroyed by a flood. The city shook, and then, to his genuine surprise, almost nobody left. 3 reasons. 1. Dragon City is 300 years old and has never flooded. Prefects are not always right. 2. Leave the city without being registered somewhere else, and you are not a traveler. You are a refugee. 3. And this is the one that did it. The wealthy families started a rumor. The rumor was that Guo Zimin had made the whole thing up to reduce population pressure in the city. When he heard that, his mouth moved and his chest went up and down, and he brought his palm down and cut a rosewood table in half, and then there was nothing he could do about it. So he went to those families one at a time and asked them to evacuate first, because if the local powers went, the commoners would believe it. They were remarkably united. Absolutely not. If a flood comes, we will perish with Dragon City. Which would have been beautiful, except that their carriages were already loaded, and their horses were already saddled, and they were leaving quietly the moment it got real. They just didn't want the commoners to know. Also, they were angry about the 2 commoner flood officers, and this was the lesson. Officials come and go, the powerful clans stay. Without their support, even a prefect cannot move a foot, and his orders die in the street. That night, by lamplight, Guo Zimin sat with his eyes moving and made a decision. He left a letter. Then he pushed open the stable door, patted his horse, and rode north. Express relay, 2 days to the capital. Meanwhile, I went to look at a treasury. Dongfang Shui and 3 others had gone in a day ahead. She trusted very few people, so she brought 3. A big man with hands like tools, nicknamed Iron Fist, from the mountain opening sect, formerly the mountain shoveling sect, a low-class school whose people skills are mediocre, but who are without question the best in the world at opening a hole in the ground. Wide client base, government contracts, and tomb robbery both. They were also, incidentally, working on the flood channel outside Dragon City. A small woman with a gray ferret on her shoulder, sniffing at things, and a young man dressed as a scholar. All four were veterans. All four trusted each other. And all four had heard the proverb about men dying for money and were watching each other anyway. The ferret made a noise. "The secret treasure is just ahead." Iron Fist went at the bluish-brown soil with a shovel, and inside half an hour hit metal. A bronze gate with a black tortoise on it. They pushed it open together and found a straight bluestone road running into the dark, with 4 characters cut into the floor. Xuanwu Trial. "Pass the trials and obtain the treasure," said the scholar, waving his fan. "That makes sense." Haha, Master Kuei, the martial ancestor, wouldn't want his legacy going to a mediocre person. Something calculating went through his eyes. The 4 of them stepped in, and the dark took them, and after they were gone, another guest arrived. I tossed away the lotus leaf I'd been drinking out of and looked at the bronze door. Ordinary material, common bronze. Nothing to do with cultivation at all. But the carving on it was extremely familiar to me, specifically the tail. "Perhaps," I said, "the dream I once had will come true here." They passed the trials, by the way. It took everything they had. "Thank goodness," Dongfeng Shui said afterwards, still shaking. "If I hadn't broken through recently, I wouldn't have made it through that." They came to a stone gate 4 inches thick with words carved above it. "Open this door with internal energy, and you will find my legacy." The 4 of them squatted, dropped their weight, sank their energy, and shouted. 8 palms on the stone. Their clothes moved without wind. Blood went to their heads, and their veins came up, and their faces went red. That door weighed as much as a dozen men could shift. After several minutes, it moved half an inch, which tells you exactly how strong they were. I watched from the dark and nodded to myself. Internal energy is invisible and intangible, and it is absolutely real. In an era with no spiritual energy, cultivators would be genuinely reluctant to pick a fight with the top of that world. If you get forced into spending your reserves, the loss is enormous, and they can hit you with something that costs them nothing but a lifetime of practice. They rested, panting, sitting on the floor. "This door is too heavy. Just the 4 of us. I don't know how long it'll take." "Enough talk. The treasure's right there. Even if it's a mountain, I'll shovel it for you." Dongfeng Shui drank half a canteen and sat cross-legged to recover. Half an hour later, they did it again and got the door open. Inside, scripture carved into the stone wall. The handwriting was slightly messy, resembling old Lingtian script from a century back, read top to bottom, line by line. The scholar focused on the first 4 characters, spent a few seconds on the script, and read them out. Xuanwu Divine Skill. 4 faces lit up, and they started walking along the wall. Then the scholar stepped on something and bent down. The small woman blew on a tinderbox, and the light came up. A ring, dark blue, with 1 character in the middle, empty. "This ring," the scholar said, and stopped, because it was familiar and he couldn't place it. "Didn't you call yourself the all-knowing scholar?" said Iron Fist. "What? There's something whose origin you don't know?" "Humph, don't try to provoke me. If I knew, I'd say." He turned it over and over. He was certain it came from that world. He simply could not retrieve it. They kept walking. Dongfeng Shui's mood kept climbing, because if she was reading it right, that wall was a genuinely powerful mind cultivation technique. 4 or 5 steps. The scripture ended. The wall behind it was blank, which disappointed her, and then a few steps further, on the writing started again. Like chapters. The scholar had paper and brush out, and was copying everything as they went. "What is the nature and origin of internal energy?" He finished a passage and stopped. He looked up. The other 3 looked at each other. "Because that world is large and full of every kind of school and every kind of fish and dragon mixed together, and in all of it, nobody had ever asked that question. He wanted to know, badly." They kept reading. "The martial ancestors conjecture. Internal energy is a refined form of energy, source unknown, because the schools are a mixed bag, and every one of them cultivates it differently. But one thing is certain. In every school, without exception, the muscle 3 inches to the right of center and 2 fingers deep on the left side of the chest trembles violently when internal energy circulates. He called it a regular jitter. He suspected it implied a pattern. He never found the pattern, and a large amount of heat is emitted 3 inches above the navel, half a finger deep in the abdomen. He deduced the heat was internal energy showing itself. The further they walked, the more the 4 of them felt something they could not name. Bang! The one in front walked into something and sat down hard. He got up fast. Nobody laughed at him. The small woman put the light forward. Hanging in front of them was a person, or the shape of one, tall, chest rising and falling slightly, alive in a way that was clearly worse than not. Iron hooks through both shoulders, the way you hang a carcass, and no skin. The muscle was right there. 6 fingers, said the scholar. He was staring at a hand. He took out the ring and said it out loud. It's the 7-eyed shadow fiend. The hanging thing heard the name and its breathing changed, and it tried to open its eyes, which settled the question. Cold went up all 4 of them at once. He'd retired. Everybody knew he'd retired. He was a top master. His music killed people without leaving a mark. Who does this to him? They were not squeamish people. They'd seen blood. They were afraid because he was still alive. And then, thinking about the writing on that wall, the same terrible thought arrived in 4 heads simultaneously. Cough, cough, from the dark ahead. They got into position. An old man walked out, hunched, gray, hands behind his back, wearing a funeral hat. We have guests, he said, and grinned, and looked perfectly kind. Come with me, and turned and walked back into the dark. They stood there. Since you've come all this way, his voice said, are you just going to go back? Iron Fist went first. The scholar looked at the flayed man hanging there, and the flayed man shook his head, and the scholar went anyway, because curiosity is a disease. The small woman turned to leave, and the ferret pointed back the way they'd come and made a noise, and her face went white, and she whispered something in Dong Feng Shui's ear. Dong Feng Shui touched the blade on her back. The stone door behind them had closed, so they walked. You can call me Master Kui, martial ancestor, the old man said ahead of them. I didn't call myself that before. I didn't dare. I felt unworthy. So in public, I always said the old man of Kui, but I don't want to be called that anymore. It's ridiculous. It makes me sound old. How old are you, senior? Dong Feng Shui asked. You silly girl. Why do you have to bring up the most awkward things? Then, apparently on a whim, he decided to give them a tour. They walked into something like an exhibition hall. There were bodies in it, some full of silver needles, some inside iron shields, some with the flesh separated from the bone and both parts still present. He explained that these had all been masters with powerful internal energy. The scholar started shaking because he was going through a list in his head of famous people who had suddenly stopped being anywhere. They kept touring. The old man was extremely talkative. He explained that he did all of this because he had a noble wish, to combine the cultivation system with the martial system. Internal energy and spiritual energy are fundamentally different, and both of them give a human being power beyond a human being. With the spiritual side dead and the old road closed, why not go down the other one? But first you have to understand what internal energy actually is. So he had spent 100 years building a trap, making a name in the ordinary world, establishing a legacy, setting up trials, and then, every so often, releasing news about the legacy so that strong people would keep coming. Because the ones who pass the trials are, by definition, masters with powerful internal energy, which makes them suitable material. The further they walked, the colder it got. He turned around and smiled, and the internal energy came off him in a wall and pinned all 4 of them where they stood, sweating, unable to move. Such powerful strength. He was a cultivator, of course. After the sky dried, he'd spent over a century studying the martial arts of the ordinary world, and the result was immeasurable. Which is why, without spending a scrap of cultivation, 4 veterans were furniture. Nietzsche, if I'm not mistaken, your internal energy is the strongest. Let's start with you. He looked at Dong Feng Shui and picked up a skinning knife off the table. Her pupils blew wide because she had just walked past the finished products. The thought of becoming one arrived, and she decided she would rather kill herself. He came closer. He reached out and took her shoulder, and the scene changed. The shoulder in his hand belonged to a man in white. Illusion? No, not illusion. Something with a similar effect, and a different mechanism entirely. His pupils shrank. Old man Xuanwu, I said, how have you been? 2 fingers together, sword intent gathered on them, and I opened his stomach. Blood came out fast enough that he had to spend cultivation on the spot to close it, and he went back several steps. A cultivator? Shocked and furious. He was a careful man. He had been careful for a century, and he had been played by a face. I didn't give him room. Nascent soul, early stage, all of it at once, 2 fingers together, and the river python's sword intent came out. Then I swept the sword sideways. The dark tunnel got cut in half. Sunlight came in. Dongfeng Shui stood there staring at a sword. Because a minute earlier she'd been pinned in a corridor and about to be skinned. And then somebody had appeared behind them, drawn a circle on the floor, told them to stand inside it and not move or die, and the ceiling had come down everywhere except on top of them. She looked at the profile of a man who had spent a month being lazy in a canteen and was now finally showing an edge, and she felt something she could not have named on request. So he's an immortal. Her eyes went brighter than they had ever been, which tells you what kind of person she is. She has never once denied herself, and she has always admired strength. The white-clad swordsman brought 2 fingers together and did it again. Clouds went, sky cleared, mountains came apart, ground sank, rivers ran backwards. 2 swords, said the scholar. He counted the broken peaks and held up 8 fingers. It split 8 mountains in half. This, he would not have believed it if he hadn't been standing there. The old man ran. I went after him. Fellow Taoist, we have no grudge. Why press me this hard? Besides, there's nothing in it for you. For a nascent soul to have a sword strike like that, you must have been a rare genius. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worth trading your life against the old man's. He was cursing internally the whole time. Some old enemy again. He'd been an alchemist once. He liked to capture people and test drugs on them. He assumed the swordsman behind him was one of the survivors. Old man, I said, you've got one thing wrong. Killing you would be of great benefit to me. Which was when he understood there wasn't going to be a negotiation, and turned around to fight. His cultivation was nascent soul, peak. Let me put that in context. If I am trash that is slightly better than a chicken, then old man Xuanwu is worse than a chicken. He had been cultivating for more than 2,000 years to reach nascent soul peak. 2,000 years. That's not slow. That's a diagnosis. As for the grudge, it's very simple. Murder and robbery. He tried it. I didn't die. I planted a dream and assumed the world was large enough that I'd never see him again. Fate is coincidental. I, nascent soul peak, will fight you to the death. I refuse to believe I can't beat an early stage. His eyes went red and he threw a punch that could turn a mountain into dust. It landed on an illusion of me. I was standing some distance away with blue in my eyes, weaving carefully, drawing him out and draining what he had left. He was a turtle in a jar. When it was time, I swung once and a head came off, and in my dream space, another red fruit ripened. I'm a vengeful man. I don't apologize for that. I genuinely can't remember how many of those I've planted over the years. Short version, I pick them when I see them. I bit into it and the energy came up. Meanwhile, the world was ending on schedule. The 2 flood officers were eating steamed buns and pickled vegetables at noon, walking the diversion channel while they chewed. Brother Wong, do you think this flood will really reach Dragon City? I don't know, but this year has certainly been turbulent. Huh, where did Prefect Guo go? Prefect Guo has gone to the capital, Jiang Hai said, exasperated. I'm telling you, when you get busy, you don't even know where your superior is. Then he stopped and got a look on his face. Qin Bo told him to say it. Jiang Hai checked they were alone. Brother Jiang, a few days ago I got close to the prefect and he told me a lot of things. Some of it might overturn your understanding, he pointed at the sky. Do you believe in immortals? Qin Bo scoffed. What, even you believe that? If there were immortals up there, would there be this much suffering down here? But there are, Jiang Hai said. Take the Lingtian imperial dynasty. You know, the officials of the past were not like us. Prefect Guo said that to be an official at court back then, you had to cultivate the dragon method. And once you made a great contribution, the emperor didn't only give you gold and land. He could bestow cultivation on you directly. Prefect Guo said he once met a man who started out an ordinary citizen. 10 years of study, passed the examination, and by imperial decree was granted nascent soul. And in that moment, that man had a lifespan of nearly 1,000 years and turned from a middle-aged man into a young one. Jiang Hai's face while he said it. Imagine that dynasty. One line of writing and a man's realm changes. All seas at peace, a flood put out with a wave. Is it really that amazing? Jiang Hai nodded and Qin Bo asked the obvious question and then covered his own mouth halfway through it. It's not hard to understand, Xianxia said. It's like granting titles to earth gods, mountain gods, water gods. Every dynasty has the right. But an emperor shouldn't grant indiscriminately, otherwise the world would be chaos. Report! Hooves, a soldier came in, soaked and shouting. The floodwaters have suddenly risen, waves 40 feet high. Everyone digging the diversion channels at the front has been swept away. And every county below Dragon City is underwater. It's coming straight at us. In a day, no, at this rate, it won't even be half a… He fell off the horse in the middle of the sentence. What? Xianxia dropped his bun. Really? The counties below are really gone? Qinbo was already crying while he picked the messenger up. It's true, I saw it. The front was low on food, so I was sent back for supplies. I'd barely been gone an hour when it came up behind me. He was shaking. He would never lose that image. Water 100 feet high, and it looked like a mouth. Quickly, Qinbo roared. Gather manpower. Build the flood line with everything we have. Old Wang, go and evacuate the people. Overnight, more than a dozen counties below Dragon City were gone. Qinbo and Xianxia had both worked water in their youth. They'd walked flood ground with their teachers. Floods are unpredictable. Fine, there is supposed to be a limit. They had never seen this, or heard of it. They looked back at the city behind them. It was far too late to retreat, and sitting down to wait was not an option either. So Xianxia spurred his horse and started moving the old and the women and the children to high ground. And Qinbo put every hand he had onto the flood line. And that afternoon, Qinbo felt his feet get wet. He looked down. The water was at his ankles, and climbing. Quick, hurry! He got sandbags on his own back and started running them up the line himself. Across the city, Xianxia had realized that a blind evacuation was going to kill people faster than the water. He crouched and scooped up the water at his ankles and put his tongue in it. Salt. Very salt. Which meant it was seawater. Which meant it was already here. His eyes went up and found the towers. Quickly! Follow me up the tower! Dragon City had 4 towers, built to store scriptures, useless in a catastrophe, and the tallest things in the city. He got the crowd moving through freezing water that was at their calves and then their knees. All 4 filled fast, and there were still women and children and grown men outside them. The water was at a child's waist. Xianxia made a decision. Throw out every scripture, every prayer bead, every scroll, every sacred thing in there, out the windows, into the flood, and get more bodies up the stairs. Boom. Something enormous hit the flood line at the south gate. It held. Quick, up the tower, Xianxia shouted. Women and children first. Boom. The line shuddered. The sandbags shifted. And then another wave came, and this one was 100 feet. The flood line went under with a sound like the world swallowing. Brother Zhang! Xianxia's eyes, and the sea came into Dragon City, and the houses started to fold, and the people who hadn't made the towers were simply gone. Zhao Juan was lucky. She got into a tower. As she stepped inside, the woman behind her was taken. There was a bruise on her right hand, shaped like fingers, and the corner of her coat was torn off, because that woman had been holding on to her. Thump. Xianxia and several men got the door closed and dragged a Buddha statue against it, and then stripped off their own clothes and stuffed them into the gaps to slow the water. The people inside got one breath. 9 floors, 1 window per floor. Packed, mostly women holding children. Zhao Juan got to the 6th floor and sat by the window and looked down. Dragon fragrance was under it. She hugged the coarse cloth bag on her back and started shouting my name. She had a voice built by years of running a dining room, and it carried through the whole tower. Nobody answered. Her face went hard, and she looked down at the sword she had confiscated. Her eyes were wet. You wicked bastard, she said. I told you to go and worship the River Mother more often, and you wouldn't. Now look, you've been washed away. She wiped her face and kept going. Why are you pretending to be a swordsman anyway? I've checked. Your skills are only good for fooling ordinary people. Plenty of people can beat you. And you're destined to wander the world. The tower shook. Inside it, in the dark, people were saying the things people say. If only I'd listened to the prefect and left. Evacuate to where? We're ordinary people. We're finished the moment we leave our roots. I'd rather die here. Lately, I keep dreaming about floods. I wake up every day and I can't shake it. But what can people like us do? The water went past the first floor, the second, the third. Then it slowed, and the people in those towers were cut off from everything, sitting in the dark, waiting for heaven to develop an opinion. The tower took another hit and leaned. Some women and children slipped and went all the way down into the water on the ground floor, and nobody knows what happened to them. Zhao Zhuan slipped too, and at that angle, falling meant falling straight in. Jiang Hai got a hand on her and pulled her back up. She hadn't even got the thank you out. When everything stopped, the water stopped roaring, the rain stopped falling, and then a sound like something being drawn very fast. A golden longsword came down out of the north and went into the flood, and the water around it retreated in every direction like it had recognized something. And a middle-aged figure came down out of the sky and landed beside it. "Evil dragon, prepare to die!" He took the sword up and went into the clouds. And in those clouds, the thing that had done all of it finally showed itself. A dragon, and the roar of it went through the walls of every tower in the city. Guo Zimin's cultivation, sealed for over 300 years, came out all at once. Soul transformation, peak. The prefect of Dragon City had been a soul transformation cultivator the entire time, sitting at a desk, arguing with landlords about grain. The dragon was no weakling. It had been void refining once. Between the seal and the drought, it had come down a long way, well below void refining now, but still above soul transformation peak. Except the dragon sword suppresses dragons. That is what it is for. So for a while, they were even. He took one of its claws off. It bit both of his legs off. The people in the towers watched a man with no legs stay in the air. "Evil dragon! What good will all these evil deeds do you? With the great Tao dead, what use is there for me to live on?" The voice came from above the clouds. "I hate it. I hate the dragon-slaying Taoist. I hate everything in this world." Lightning tore the sky open. Dragons are creatures of cloud and rain, and the exceptional ones get lightning too. It had been sealed down there while the sky dried, watching its own path close, unable to move. You can guess how much resentment that produces. "Ha ha ha ha!" It started laughing. "Guo Zimin, is that it? I've heard of you, a mere prefect. You can't stop me. If they want to stop me, let the immortals in the sky stop me. Let the people of the Dragon Clan stop me. Stop hiding. I know you're hiding in Dragon City." The people in the towers understood a lot of things at once. Zhao Zhuan clutched her bag and shook and switched from cursing me to cursing her own father, who had insisted on putting dragon in the restaurant's name, and now look, a dragon had come, and the restaurant was gone. "You wretched creature, today I will punish you." Guo Zimin drew and went in again. Elsewhere, at the very same time, old man Xuanwu's body was cooling and I was eating a fruit, which is the kind of coincidence I don't like discussing. The truth about that fight is that even with the dragon sword, he was never going to win. Dragons are made for it. In their own realm, they're considered unbeatable. And this was a dragon among dragons, a high star on the ranking. 1,000 years of seal doesn't change what it is. Guo Zimin knew. He had gone to the capital, on the record, to ask for help. That was the whole point of the ride. They said no. Various reasons. So he settled for the second option, which was to stand in that court and beg for the dragon sword and be willing to die for it. And they gave it to him, because he made it impossible not to. And now he was in the air with no legs and a shrinking reserve. Guo Zimin. There are many officials in the Lingtian imperial dynasty higher in rank than you, with wider vision than you, and none of them dare to stop me. What gives you the right? Your Excellency, Jiang Hai had his head out of a tower window, screaming himself raw. Brother Qin Bo has died in the line of duty. There are about 10,000 people in the 4 pagodas, old people, women, children. Besides the pagodas, there are survivors at Dragon Blood Mountain and White South Mountain. Guo Zimin looked back and nodded, and I'm told he looked satisfied. "I'm a little late," he said, but thankfully not the latest. He stroked the blade once. "Huang alone cannot stop you." But he took the hilt in one hand and the point in the other, and lifted the dragon sword over his head, and the dragon's pupils shrank to lines. "Are you insane? You will never be reincarnated. The great Tao is dead, but reincarnation remains." He didn't answer. He put pressure on both hands, said something under his breath, and twisted. Snap. The dragon sword came apart. And Guo Zimin shouted at a volume that reached every tower, "Gentlemen, slay dragon!" In the capital, out of a clear sky, a sound came out of the ancestral land of the Lingtian imperial dynasty, and it was a dragon in mourning. Then the rain came down, and the clouds closed over the city. "So it really came to this," said a woman in a rocking chair, holding out a palm to catch a drop off the eaves. He still broke the dragon sword. Princess Wang Tianya sighed. In Dragon City, at the moment the sword broke, Guo Zimin turned into specks of light and went out of the world. Not just his body, something took his soul apart too, because that is the price of what he did. He didn't use the dragon sword. He destroyed it and let everything inside it, every bit of the dragon-suppressing power the Lingtian dynasty had been storing for who knows how long, out into the world at once. The dragon's aura dropped through void refining and kept falling, fast enough that ordinary people could see it happening. It shrank until it was only about 100 feet long, still terrifying. But now it was a number a person could hold. Roar! Lightning everywhere. It hung in the black clouds and turned and looked at where he had been and spoke in a human voice, with mockery in it, and, I think, something like respect. "Guo Zimin, you are too naive. Do you think that suppressing my power makes anyone brave enough to attack me? Ha ha ha! I, Ao Jin, am here. Who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me?" And the water in Dragon City started climbing again. 5 meters. 6. 7. And everyone in those towers finally understood the sentence. "Gentlemen, please slay the dragon." That was not an order to soldiers. That was a man with no legs and no sword and no time begging whoever was hiding in that city to come out. Because even at a tenth of what it was, a dragon is not something mortals touch. Only cultivators. "Ha ha ha ha! Dragon-slaying Taoist! Come out here! Let's fight another 800 rounds!" The thunder got worse, and the voice carried for miles. "Don't you pride yourself on being righteous? Don't you say I stir up trouble and wreck the region and should be killed? Now I, Ao Jin, have returned and drowned an entire city of mortals. Won't you come out and kill me? Ha ha ha! In the end, you just want my pearl." It swaggered. It made a point of it. Because there were absolutely cultivators in Dragon City. Everyone knew it. A full incense stick went by. Nothing. Not one. The dragon went up and came down and went into the sea and came back out. And every time it moved, more water hit the towers and more people came off the roofs. Still nobody. Jiang Hai put his fists together, climbed out of a window in that wind, and got himself onto the top of the tower, slipping twice on the way, nearly going in twice. And he shouted, "I implore the seniors to take action and slay this dragon. Gentlemen, please." A wave took him off the roof and threw him into the air. "If you swallow the second half of that sentence," the dragon said, "I'll let you leave alive." Jiang Hai, hanging in the air inside a wave, said the last 2 words. "Slay, dragon." It flicked its tail and dropped him into the flood, and laughed until it had to stop and start again. Laughable, laughable, utterly laughable. The water went over the rooftops, and then something purple came up on the horizon. The dragon looked. There was an old man standing in the flood, walking toward it, holding a pagoda, and getting younger as he came. An old man inside one of the towers pressed his face to a window and shouted, "That's the old man from across the street from me. No wonder his family's so big. It's because of an immortal." He clapped his hands like a child. "An immortal has stepped in. We're saved." The tower went off like a festival. Zhao Zhuan wiped her face and got her elbows out and forced her way to the window, because whatever happened next, she was not going to miss it. The old man's face kept smoothing out, handsome eyebrows like ridges, a 9-story pagoda in one hand, and he smiled bitterly. "I never thought that I, with less than 10 years left, could have one last moment of glory before I die." Then he laughed, and his arrogance went straight up into the sky. "You evil dragon! You were born a few hundred years before me and cultivated a few extra days. If it weren't for the drought, my 9-story pagoda, Tang Qifeng's pagoda, would overpower you. Now, I'll risk my life and see if I can take one of your scales." It was the voice of a young man who should have had a magnificent life, who put his ambitions in a box for 300 years and who had just decided that the box was open. The pagoda expanded until it filled the air, covered in carvings of impossible animals. And he went in. The sound cracked the sky. The pagoda came apart, floor by floor, and one scale on the lower belly of the dragon broke. He fell, aging as he went. And on the way down, he saw the broken scale and grinned like a man who has won an argument. Ha ha ha, I, Tang Chi Feng, with a level 9 foundation establishment, have withstood a void refining dragon. Truly unparalleled prodigy. Prodigy my ass, said somebody else. Damn it, I was caught off guard and he stole my thunder. A middle-aged man was standing on the sea getting younger, cursing steadily, with an enormous sadness behind his eyes. He had not been able to talk himself out of it either. They'd all agreed to retire quietly and spend their last years together, and here they were. He took one step, and a torrent of purple came in from the east. My purple chi foundation establishment is the strongest thing there is. Then, the road to immortality is blocked. Rather than cling to the last of it, let's squander it one final time. Another crack in the sky. The dragon went back 3 meters and lost a whisker. And on the way down, he was still muttering, I'm the most knowledgeable man alive. Apart from Gao Shan, I'm the strongest. Maybe prodigies can't stand being forgotten. Maybe they genuinely couldn't stand to watch. But the 13 who had left Dragon City for good, who had said their goodbyes at the West Gate and gone 13 different directions, came back. Every one of them, without arranging it, and every one of them died doing it. The officials with cultivation, hiding in the city, did not move. Master, Gao Shan said, watching it, you abandoned me when the spiritual energy dried up. Now the people are suffering this much, and you still won't lend a hand. The dragon-slaying Taoist? Heh. He watched his friends go up one after another, each of them shouting the same request at whoever was hiding, each of them getting nothing. The middle-aged woman who had hesitated in that room, the slightly heavy one, who'd said the great Tao died a long time ago so just live one day at a time, turned back into the captivating woman she had been at 20, and burned all of it in one strike, and she was radiant doing it. Gao Shan started walking on the waves. 13 people had lived side by side for centuries, and there was one unwritten rule between them. Nobody compares themselves to Gao Shan, because he's a monster. Heavenly Tao Foundation Establishment. Ice body, 700 years in the ice. So he went last, deliberately, because if he'd gone first, the ones after him would have spent eternity complaining that he stole their moment. Those people were never going to rest peacefully otherwise. He walked out across the water, and ancient ice spread wherever his feet landed, and frost came up on his eyelashes. And just as he was about to move, inside a tower, a longsword in Zhao Zhuan's arms started to shake, and Gao Shan felt a hand pat him on the shoulder. I put every scrap of dissipating energy back into his body, walked past him without saying anything, stepped out onto the water, and started toward the dragon. The dragon turned to look. In the tower, Qingping came out of Zhao Zhuan's arms hard enough to hurt, went through the window, and flew. She watched it go with her whole face open, and she saw it drop into the hand of a man in white. Her pupils shrank, and she forgot to breathe. That stinky swordsman is not dead. The swordsman took the sword, and his aura changed. Everyone felt it. This one might actually be here to kill it. I looked up at that thing hanging in the storm and sighed. That's why I hate these kinds of creatures the most. Then I stopped talking, because I don't do speeches. Energy went straight up. A python came up behind me. I waved a hand and sent it roaring into the sky. Sword intent? The dragon said. Inferior sword intent. When I, Dragon Tyrant, was competing for the rankings, I lost count of how many sword dows I swallowed. Geniuses, whose sword intent was mastered, far above yours. It flicked its tail. An enraged python met a suppressed dragon. Gao Shan shook his head, because he could do the arithmetic. A dragon is one of the most powerful things in the world. Even for him, with a heavenly Tao foundation, running into a dragon at his own level would be trouble. Never mind above it. His cultivation was shallow, but his eyes worked. The swordsman was around nascent soul, early stage. The dragon, suppressed, was capping out around soul transformation, early stage. That is an entire realm. With what, exactly? And the python got swatted out of the sky. The dragon came down at me with its mouth open. Zhao Zhuan, watching from a window, started crying without any warning to herself. Because even suppressed 100 times over, The thing radiated something that made a body want to lie down. I ran straight at it. The sea came up behind me and wrapped me in the shape of a python, and I went in head on. Bang! Thunder and impact at the same time. I put Qingping at its eye, and just before it landed, I got blown into the river by a wall of the dragon's energy. The splash went 100 feet. Boring, it said. Really boring. They're not even as good as the ones before. Those people just now, low cultivation, but at least they were professionals. And you, swordsman, mediocre sword intent, mediocre swordsmanship, mediocre combat awareness. Fighting you is a waste of my energy. Dragons are the most arrogant things in the world. They genuinely despise the mediocre, and I am the most mediocre of the mediocre. That's its assessment, not mine. I came back up on the water with my sword still in my hand and my hair everywhere. What's wrong with being mediocre? How easy it is to live, I said. No need to compete with you prodigies for rankings, so much less trouble. Humph, it sneered. The great Tao is in the struggle. The struggle is where the joy is. Something a mediocre man like you will never understand. Then it opened its mouth and put a column of fire on top of me. To me, I said, the big shots are just dreams, and my voice went thin. The dragon felt something cold go down its spine. The scene changed. In its left eye, a sword point got bigger and bigger, then pain. Qingping went through the eyeball. Damn it, when? It could not process it. It hurt enough to fly into the sky and dive into the sea, and it could not understand when I had gotten there. Wasn't he inside my fire? And then a thought arrived, and it went back over the fight with everything it had. Its combat instinct, which was 1,000 years old and had been right 10,000 times, told it the truth. The very first exchange, when the swordsman went for its eye, it was already in the illusion. Everything since. Being blasted into the river, the mockery, its own dragon flame, all of that happened inside a dream. In the world, in those few breaths, it had done nothing at all. Illusion? No, that's not right. What is it? The more it thought, the worse it got. I stood a little way off with the sword in one hand, took a sip, and looked it over. How was that dream? I didn't wait for the answer. Qingping went across its eyes again, and it went back under without gods or ghosts noticing. It only surfaced when my sword opened a wound down its side deep enough to show bone, because pain will wake anybody. It came out of that in a cold sweat. Ao Jin had fought hundreds of thousands of times in its life. It had won far more than it lost. It had never had a fight where, in 4 exchanges, it started sweating. It wasn't afraid of dying. If it had been, it wouldn't have drowned a city. It didn't particularly want to live. It was a different feeling. The swordsman in front of it was horrifying, and credit where it's due, it did not lose its head. It thought back and noticed that both times the hallucination started, it had been looking at my sword light. So it reached up with a claw and destroyed its own remaining eye. "Come on, swordsman," it roared, and the thunder came down onto its back and made it armor. I smiled, because that's not an illusion. That's dream technique. It doesn't need eyes. After that, it went quickly. Several exchanges, and the thing was covered in sword wounds, and its blood was in half the streets of that city. I moved the way I move, which people have described as ghostly, and which is more accurately described as swimming, and I kept cutting. Dragon scales are extraordinary. The skin is thick, and the flesh is rough, and I am, at the end of the day, an early-stage nascent soul, so what I was doing was closer to scraping than killing. Very fast scraping. And it could not answer. Then something changed in my eyes, and I made a sword incantation. Blue threads came out of my fingers and started meeting each other in the air, crossing, tying, building. They made a sword. It didn't look real. It looked like heat over a road. Then I focused, and it became extremely real, and I brought it down on the dragon in the flood. One stroke. The head and the body stopped being connected. From the outside, I'm told it wasn't very exciting. What mortals saw was a ferocious dragon turn into a sitting duck and get taken apart. That's not quite fair. Its counterattacks stayed genuinely frightening the whole time. They just always went into the wrong place. And as it went on, its energy started running out. Inside the towers, people came apart. Somebody said thank you for protecting me over and over. A middle-aged man in brocade wept and immediately proposed funding a statue of the immortal who slew the dragon once the water went down. Everyone agreed. And then everyone discovered that not one of them could remember what he looked like, the way you can't hold a dream after you wake. I walked over to the body. The head was on the ground, and the blood was coming out of it like a fountain. You have to admire it, honestly. Top-tier prodigy, powerful enough to be genuinely despairing. If the sky hadn't dried, I would never in my entire life have been qualified to be in a fight with that. Another star has fallen, I said, and on the horizon a light faded out. Now, I want to be honest about the win, because I've heard how people tell this story. I cheated. Not with a trick, structurally. The dragon had no supply. As the fight went on, half its techniques became unaffordable, and it stopped being able to use them. I have a dream space. It refills me. And I'd eaten a fruit that morning and was so full of energy I was practically leaking. One goes down, one stays up. That's the whole secret. The river smelled so strongly of blood that I had to drink a few mouthfuls just to get it out of my nose. The dragon was dead. The diversion channel that tens of thousands of people had dug at the cost of their lives finally got to do its job, and the water started, slowly, to leave. Dragon blood, I said, looking at the river. Oh, dragon blood. In the good years, 10,000 taels of gold. Now, even soaking it in wine is too fishy. And I poured the rest of my dissolute lifestyle into the river. Somewhere, on a mountaintop far away, two women were having a different conversation. Master, do we really deserve those offerings doing this? Yunro murmuring. Disciple, do you still remember what I told you when you first entered the sect? Su Li's face didn't move. There are gains and losses. The path of the great Tao is narrow and cannot hold too much. Yes, Yunro's eyes were doing something complicated. But where is the great Tao? She had wanted to ask that for 300 years. Tao, Su Li started, and stopped, and said nothing. It was him who made the move, Yunro said. Su Li nodded slightly. She knew exactly which him. Master, you were wrong, Yunro said, and laughed. Yes, Su Li said, immediately, I did underestimate him. He is no less than any prodigy, spiritual root, aptitude, mortal body, comprehension, to have reached this point, even to the point of killing a vicious dragon above his own level. I really misjudged him. Yunro's face lit up at having her master say it, and then she added, but he's still so silly, and thought about the Pan-Dragon sect and their first meeting, which had been a hero saves the girl arrangement out of a cheap novel. At the time, she'd thought, this senior brother with average talent and average comprehension, who none of the elders like, is really quite handsome. Inexplicably handsome. Then she met Su Li and became her disciple in a hurry, and her master told her that in the vast world of cultivation, there were countless people with better talent and character than Wei Zichun. But none of them are worthy of you either, because you are my disciple. And he will find it difficult to ever leave the Pan-Dragon sect. What you feel is youth and a narrow view. Only when you have seen all the flowers and look back will you know which one you liked. So she left. Not tricked exactly. She wanted the wider world. She did not want to be caught by a feeling. And now, 300 years and one dead dragon later, he's still so handsome. And she thought, with total clarity, it isn't that I was ignorant. I really did like him. It's just that after seeing all the flowers, the one I liked had already been picked. Dragon City got a new prefect, transferred in from Qingchang next door. He arrived, took one look, and started giving orders, clear the streets, plan the fields, build houses. In the market, tens of thousands of bodies were laid out in rows waiting to be claimed. The officials he'd brought with him complained about the workload and suggested burying them all together, because in a few days they would start to rot, and if plague broke out on top of a flood, there would be far more of them. That opinion was public for about 4 minutes. Then a very large number of people came to the government office. It escalated until the new city lord apologized to every household, individually, which just about settled it. A woman in coarse linen came to claim a body. She was the one who had told me about her husband. The flood had been thorough. The brothel came down. The old madam was taken. Her debt no longer existed, and her husband was on the ground in the market. She dragged him out of the city herself and never came back to Dragon City. Months passed. The people came out of it because people do. Some farmed, some traded. Otherwise, there'd be no tax to pay this year. And the dynasty was having a year. Locusts in the northwest, right when food was short. Taxes went up again. And then one morning, with the neighbors helping, Dragon Fragrance reopened. The proprietress spent the last of her silver on 2 long strings of firecrackers. She put them up outside the door, and the whole street went off. Crack, 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 and every child within 4 blocks came running. The neighbors gave her face. The place was full from the moment it opened and stayed full every day, and she was run off her feet. And just as she was starting to panic about sweeping and mopping and cooking and cleaning all by herself, a white-clad swordsman walked in, picked up the dishes off a table with the ease of long practice, and carried them out back to wash. The 2 of us looked at each other. We smiled. Neither of us said anything, and we went back to work. The new waiter was quick on his feet and always faintly amused and had a long sword at his belt like a wanderer, and when customers asked where she'd found such a handsome one, the proprietress would smile and tell them he was a stinky dine and dash who paid off his debt and left. 3 days later, in my room, I drew a line on a wooden board. Exactly 30. I took a long, mellow drink, and in the deepest part of that night, I pushed the door open and went, alone, with a sword, into a snowfall that wasn't even heavy. The next day, Dragon Fragrance, which was famous for never closing, was closed for 1 day. Winter went. Spring came. Everything came back, because that's what it does. Somebody saw a white-clad swordsman drunk and unconscious by a stream with half his body in the water, sound asleep. A few children came over and, seized by the spirit, broke off a twig and poked his face from a safe distance. He didn't wake up. They got braver. 2 of them lifted his calves, and a third put everything he had into pulling a boot off. Then he held it up to his nose and sniffed it, and got the shock of his life, because it did not smell bad at all. He had smelled his own father's straw sandals several times and nearly lost his eyesight. He had believed that all feet were like his father's. The children got increasingly involved, and eventually one of them reached out and touched the longsword. The swordsman woke up, caught the child's hand, and yawned. "Little brother, you mustn't touch this sword. It will kill you." They tore themselves loose and ran for the village at full speed, on the reasonable assumption that revenge was coming. I watched them go and laughed for a while. Then I had another drink and lay back down. One of my rules for sleeping. You cannot touch my sword, and you cannot touch my wine. Avoid those 2, and I genuinely do not care. Steal every coin I have. I will not consider waking up. Time is priceless. That is a sentence that means something completely different when it's me saying it. Nobody knows how long I slept by that stream. Winter went, spring came, the ice melted, and what had been a pleasant little stream turned into a river with an opinion. It picked me up, sword and all, and took me. I have no idea how many days I was in that water. Eventually, I washed up at a small county town, and the local officials fished me out and were in the process of opening a case when the corpse woke up on its own. And so that little town acquired a permanent, unsolved mystery. I also, without knowing it, became the nightmare of every child in that district, because from that year on, women in that county disciplined their sons with the line, "If you don't behave, the river ghost will come up and take you." Anyway, having slept extremely well, I got moving again. I didn't have a schedule. I was curious about the 100 nether technique and wanted to go look at it. That was the extent of my planning. A thought hit me, and I put my hand out. A small, long-necked bottle appeared in my palm with red liquid in it. Gao Shan's heart's blood. After the dragon, I'd gone and found him, and we'd talked for a while. In the end, I traded a dragon pearl, that dragon's pearl, taken off the body, and a green bamboo flute for a few drops of his heart's blood. The pearl slows his lifespan. It's a good deal for him, and both of us knew it. And then we went our separate ways. At the parting, I told him, sincerely, that if the conditions ever allowed it, he should find a woman, marry her, and give the Gao family an heir. And I want to report that Gao Shan, a man who looked to be pushing middle age, a former prophecy, a secret genius of a destroyed dynasty, went red in the face. I could not stop laughing. I asked him if he was still a virgin. I told him that won't do. A man should be riding out and galloping freely. He did not enjoy that conversation. But I want you to notice what actually happened there. A woman I knew for 3 weeks asked me to check on her brother. He is alive. He knows what killed his friends and what to avoid. He has a pearl that buys him time. He has her flute. And I have the score of a forbidden song and a bottle of blood. And I know exactly what to do with them. Debt paid. I walked for a while and picked up stories about people I used to know. Dragon fragrance kept growing, and the proprietress finally hired waiters. But they made a point of telling everyone, if a certain person wants to come back for a drink, there's plenty of 100-year Daughter's Red. The wine, however, is not free. And the Xia family of Lingtian City eventually moved to Dragon City entirely. The prefect went to see them personally the night he heard, because a city in reconstruction will take all the merchant capital it can get. Before the flood, Yang Fang did a decent thing. After Guo Zimin told her what was coming, she led several groups of Dragon City residents out of the city herself. That single decision put the Xia family on solid ground there permanently. That's business, incidentally. She'd have told you so. One day, more than a month later, that swordsman who wanders and falls asleep reached the edge of Dragon City's territory. He climbed to the top of a mountain and looked back. 4 crooked pagodas, faint in the distance, a steady stream of people at the door of the Dragon Temple, and the smoke of the incense going up out of the River Mother Temple. I drank the drunken life, dreamlike death, in one go, laughed out loud, and walked away without looking again, and muttered something to myself as I went. Gods are everywhere. Turtles are everywhere. Now, the 100 Nether technique. Fu Tao's instructions put it in a place called the Hengtian Abyss, which used to be one of the 18 perilous places of soaring heaven, and which used to belong to the Baiyou imperial dynasty before the Lingtian dynasty ate it. Legend says the abyss is full of ghosts, and any cultivator who steps into it gets torn apart on arrival. Body cultivators used to call it a gate. Cross it, and you've leapt the Dragon Gate. I got there on a night with a decent breeze and an unpleasant smell of fish, rubbed my eyes, and found 2 groups of people killing each other in the distance. One black, one white, one evil, one righteous. A man on the righteous side was making a passionate speech about eradicating the demonic sect and restoring order to the world. I felt like I'd seen this before somewhere. From the state of it, the demonic sect had been trapped there for days without food or water, and had finally tried to break out because there was nothing else left. It hadn't worked. The demonic sect leader, tall, in a Rakshasa mask, got pushed back to the lip of the abyss, laughed out loud, and jumped into it. I had no opinion about any of that. I was looking for the entrance. Found it, a rough little path, crooked, going down into nothing. There were characters carved into the stone wall all along it, oaths, hundreds of years of cultivators writing down what they were going to become. I climbed for a full day and night. The light stopped reaching. It went completely black. I finished the last of my wine, leaned against the wall, and fell asleep. The wind was strong. I fell sideways off the path and dropped the rest of the way to the bottom. The impact was significant. It made me yawn and stretch and go back to sleep. I woke up naturally, lit a torch, and started east. Travel eastward for several days and you will find the altar. Royal blood grants the art of the 100 spirits. Bones everywhere along the bottom. If it were the peak of spiritual energy, I said out loud because I talked to myself, prodigies who died here would become abyss spirits. Take the ghost path. Call it a new beginning. But the energy is gone, and so are the ghosts, which tells you the ghost path was never independent of it either. A pebble rolled behind me on the left. I turned around. A tall figure in a Rakshasa mask was standing there looking at me, covered in blood. In a pitch-black abyss, that mask was significantly worse than an actual ghost would have been. We looked at each other. Neither of us moved. I turned around and kept walking east. She followed me for 6 days. That's the whole event. I walked, and behind me, at a fixed distance, a person who had commanded thousands of murderers walked, and neither of us said a word. The first night I found a flat spot, stuck the torch in the ground, gathered what dry material there was, got a small fire going, and lay down beside it. Then I looked back and gestured at the empty space across from me. Come and get warm. The mask did not move, and the eyes behind it did not change. I wondered briefly whether she thought I was with the people who'd just destroyed her sect. Didn't seem like it. I went to sleep. The next day, I walked. After a few steps, I remembered something, took a coarse flatbread out of my coat, broke it in half, kept one, and tossed the other one back over my shoulder. She ignored it. Then she got hungry, which happens to everyone, and picked it up and sniffed it and took a bite. This bread is only good with coarse salt, I said, and took out my little cloth bag, opened one corner, pinched some between 2 fingers, and put it on mine. Then I offered her the bag. She shook her head. Day 4. I lit the fire, and the person who had been walking behind me for 4 days came and sat down across from it. 2 strangers, 1 fire. 2 more days, I said, and fed the fire. Her eyes came up. You only have 2 days to live. Anybody normal would have argued. She nodded. If you go east, I'll go east too, I said. I have a purpose. You must have one too. She nodded again. And then she spoke. There is an ancient treasure trove on the east side. Only by obtaining it do I have a chance of surviving. Which made sense. Her sect had been built directly on top of that abyss. Of course, they'd mapped the bottom of it. I said. If I'm not mistaken, you've been hit with the extremely yin poison palm, the one they say has no cure. I'd learned a lot about that world from Dongfeng Shui, and that particular technique has a reputation. Her eyes did something under the mask. For the mortal world, it's beyond redemption, she said, but what I'm going to is very likely the remnant of an immortal. Ah, same destination then. I told her, seriously, that a treasure left by an immortal is a useless spell and nothing more. There is no miracle pill in it. The fire got very quiet. She stared into it. Do you regret it? I said, and then clarified. I mean, you had better options before. Not a guess. I hadn't gone digging in her privacy. Her obsession was so heavy it was leaking out into her dreams, and I'd caught the edge of it. Enough to know she'd been a martial arts prodigy who could take any technique apart at a glance, and that she had come a very long way down. You truly are no ordinary person, she said, and gave a bitter little laugh. Regret? How could I not regret it? And then she grabbed her own chest, and blood came up. She tore half the mask off to spit it out. Underneath were red lips and a pale chin. She put the mask back on without any comment, and stopped talking. The next day I walked, and she followed. The day after that, she went down. The poison had gone all the way through. She was a long way from that treasure trove, and she was not going to get there. It was in her marrow. She described it later as thousands of needles moving around inside her. Her breathing went fast and shallow, and blood kept coming out from under the edge of the mask. She got herself up against the stone wall and sat, and watched the white-clad swordsman keep walking away down the tunnel. She accepted it. And then the swordsman, who should have been gone, came back into view. He walked up and stopped in front of her, poured about half a cup of wine, set it down on the ground, and left. Now, I want to be precise, because this is the part people get sentimental about. Half a cup of wine and half a beautiful dream in it. I could have cured that poison with a gesture. It was a mortal world poison, and I am not a mortal world problem. I had seen a piece of her past, and I knew what she was. That woman was not a good person. At best, she was a pitiful one. Whether saving her would have been right is genuinely not obvious to me. Let the grievances of the world be settled in the world. So I stopped interfering. I walked another full day and got where I was going. An altar, 500 meters across. A ring of very impressive-looking script around it. If I'm not mistaken, it used to be inside a concealment array, and when the energy died, the array died, and the altar simply appeared. I dripped the heart's blood into the center and pushed spiritual energy into it. Light came up out of the stone, and white threads climbed into the air and wove themselves into a scroll. 3 ancient characters on the front, in old Baiyo script, the 100 Nether technique, which I could not read a single word of. So I took the score of Orchid Pavilion by the winding river out of my dream space, because in the letter she told me the music would decode it. She had thought about this. She had thought about it while planning to die, and she had left the key inside a song that the dynasty would eventually ban, which means the only 2 copies in the world were hers and mine. I stood there for a while with a piece of sheet music in one hand and the secret art of a destroyed kingdom in the other. Then something cold came down the tunnel behind me. The Hengtian Abyss used to be full of ghosts. That's the actual mechanism, not a story. It has a specific kind of energy in it, and most prodigies who die there become abyss spirits with their memories intact and can keep cultivating as ghosts. With one large limitation, they can't leave. I turned and walked into the cold, pushing energy into the torch, not to make the flame bigger, just to make the light go further. Around a corner, I found the source. It was a ghost. If you ignore the 7 arms, the 8 heads, and the 12 legs, it was roughly humanoid. I know enough to have worked out how it got that way in about 4 seconds. When the energy dried, the several billion ghost cultivators in that abyss were not going to sit still and dissolve, So the strong ones started eating the weak ones. Eat one or two, fine. Eat a great many of your own kind, and you get all of their memories. And with no energy coming in to hold you together over enough time, the ghost that ate the others loses the thread of which memories are its own and becomes a wandering thing running on instinct. Long enough and enough of them, and the soul mutates, and you get that. It screamed and came at me. It had probably been formidable once. Now it was a starving animal with no reason left in it. Blue light in my eyes. I gave it a very small push, and every set of memories inside that body woke up at the same time and started arguing. It grabbed its heads and went down howling, and faces came up all over its body, dozens, hundreds, and every one of them screamed or wept or cursed at once. I could see something in there struggling to get out. Then it burst. Souls came out of it in every direction and thinned into nothing, and a bead fell on the stone. I picked it up. A soul pearl. I actually said it out loud, which I don't often do. Even 300 years ago, these were rare enough that when one surfaced, there was a war about it. Their function is to absorb and nurture souls. For a ghost cultivator, a soul pearl is a house. This one was completely clear, no impurities at all. Newly conceived by the look of it, I put my unexpected windfall in my pocket and flew out of the abyss. Then I spent a month walking around, not going anywhere in particular, reading a stolen art in one hand and a banned song in the other. My talent for cultivation is average. My talent for martial arts is worse. My comprehension is nothing special. My one advantage is that I have more time than everybody else. The 100 Nether technique deals with the souls of the dead, and it goes near enough to life and death and reincarnation that the Baiyo dynasty itself never fully understood it in all its generations, so obviously I wasn't going to. But about a month in, I'd memorized the score and put it away, and I could read the old script and some of the secret phrases had come open. Half a month after that, I understood the shape of it. The 100 Nether technique commands the dead. It manipulates souls. It lets you make contracts with them and take them as ghost servants. And since every ghost cultivator in the world exists as a soul, the 100 Nether technique is, functionally, their natural predator. Then I spent another half month going deeper and found something better. It fit me. Not a little. Enormously. Everything it did with souls, I could see how to do with dreams. I'll admit something embarrassing here. I have been on this path for nearly 1,000 years, and that scroll was the highest quality thing I had ever held. Everything I'd learned before was unorthodox, not the bottom of the barrel, but solidly lower middle. So the 100 Nether technique wasn't just a spell to me. It was the first time anybody had shown me what the ceiling looked like, and the value of that was greater than the technique itself, because it made me realize how much more my dreams could do. Step 1 of cultivating it is developing the 100 Nether eyes, which lets you sense spirits. The method is, every day at noon, burn your own eyes with ghost fire. No matter how much it hurts, do not stop until dusk. Then put 2 drops of Yellow Springs water in them, 27 days consecutively. Ghost fire is rootless yin flame. Yellow Springs water is the coldest water from the deepest part of the earth. 300 years ago, both of those were things you mobilized a nation to find, which is exactly why nobody in that family ever mastered this. I substituted. Things with the same medicinal properties, cheap ones. A month later, I had a low-quality minor achievement of the 100 Nether eyes. Next step, find a ghost, make a contract, take a servant. Which is a problem, because with the energy gone, souls disperse almost immediately, even a cultivator's. The only ones that linger are the ones with an obsession heavy enough to hold them. I took out the soul pearl. With the eyes working, even at low quality, I could sense a thin thread of soul living inside it. It had been there the whole time. If it isn't a cultivator's, I said, working it out, could it be that demonic sect leader? That was it, obviously. Her spirit had stayed with the man who'd left her half a cup of wine, and when the pearl dropped, it went in on instinct, and the pearl fed it, so it never dispersed. It is fate that we meet, I said, and I found the whole situation extremely funny. Whether you enter reincarnation or become a ghost servant, the choice is yours. Reincarnation means the end of this world for you. Becoming a ghost servant, well, that might not be as good as reincarnation. Blue light. I combined the 100 Nether technique with the power of dreams and condensed an invisible contract and put it into what was left of her consciousness. Then it was a matter of waiting for the last thread of a dead woman to accept or refuse. To my genuine surprise, she signed instantly. No hesitation whatsoever. Black energy came up out of the pearl and gathered in the air and condensed into a tall figure with a hideous Rakshasa mask on its face. The ghost servant greets her master. She went down on one knee. From now on, I said, and stroked my chin and thought about it, you shall be called Jade Rakshasa. The figure solidified visibly. Contract first, name second. That's how it works. Something flickered in her eyes. Jade Rakshasa, thank you, master. I unscrewed the gourd, had a small drink, and asked, because it had been bothering me, you seem to have some deep-seated obsession. I frowned about it. A soul with an obsession that heavy lasts longer in the world. It also has a much higher chance of turning into a vengeful ghost. To be honest, master, yes. That's normal, I said. So, what do you want to do? I will obey my master's orders. I smiled at her. No rush. Let's find a good place, and you can tell me your story properly. I'll make my own judgment. Then I clapped my hands. We'll also need a few ounces of wine and meat, and half a pound of fennel beans. As the sect leader of a demonic cult, your life experience is going to be perfect for drinking with. And I strode off toward the nearest market, found a restaurant, ordered a few pounds of beef and some wine, and halfway through the order put my hand in my pocket and discovered I had no money whatsoever. So the swordsman got up and ran out of the door. The waiter chased me down the street, pointing and shouting that if I ever came back, he'd break my legs. We ran several miles. I stopped to rest and told myself that at least I'd covered my face, so I hadn't lost any dignity. Master, said Jade Rakshasa, appearing at my elbow with a voice like an icicle. I will kill them for you. Somewhere behind us, a waiter with a foul mouth suddenly felt a draft and shivered several times. No need, I said quickly. Jade Rakshasa was confused. Why would somebody powerful worry about a few taels of silver? Why would he let a shopkeeper chase him? Those who bully the weak because they're stronger, I said, can't be called strong. Then I paced up and down at the edge of town and told her to hold the story until I'd earned some money and bought snacks, because you don't tell a story like that dry. The problem was that this town had 2 streets and everybody in it grew their own food, so there was essentially no way to earn a coin. I decided to go to another town, complaining as I went that not even a penny can be had by a hero. Jade Rakshasa floated behind me and wondered whether all immortals were like this. She followed me for several days and formed some opinions. This master does not look like a god at all. He looks like an unknown, down-on-his-luck swordsman. He also likes to sleep with his head at the wrong end. His sword and his wine gourd nearly got stolen several times, and she was the one who frightened the thieves off. And he was kind and easy with everybody, without exception, which she did not have a category for. 2 weeks later, I had the money. I ran into the restaurant and ordered the famous fragrant beef and the crispy fennel beans and had them wrapped in oil paper, then went to the next street and bought candied fruit. Then I ran out to a bare hill outside town, and under a locust tree with a good view and a decent breeze, I opened everything up, unscrewed the gourd, took a large drink, and said, "Right, begin." Then I looked at her and complained. It's a pity you can't eat or drink. Drinking alone is comfortable, but after a while it gets boring. It's hard to find drinking companions. Jade Rakshasa is naturally aloof. Actually, that's not quite it. She had simply never met anyone remotely like this and had no idea what to do. So, having no answer, she started talking. She'd been a ghost servant a while by then, watching a man live an extremely ordinary life every day, and a number of things had quietly loosened. I listened with total attention while the beef and the beans and the wine went down. Here is the short version. Jade Rakshasa's name was Yu Huarong, eldest daughter of the Huaqing sect, which was a righteous sect in good standing. She was a martial genius. Any technique, once, at a glance. Unfortunately, she was a woman, so she was never going to inherit anything. At 18, the eldest son of the leader of the entire martial forest came to propose marriage, with 10,000 volumes of scripture and an obscene amount of gold and silk. She didn't want to. She married him anyway. Inside half a month, her husband went chi deviant and started going out at night to kill villagers. You can't hide that forever. When it came out, the leader of the martial forest discovered that although Yu Huarong was a woman, she was extremely skilled and therefore plausible. So he moved every one of his son's crimes onto her and convened a martial forest conference to announce it to the world. She refused, obviously. She was 18 and he was very good at this. He had several private talks with her first. He talked about how hard things were for him, how many people were circling, how if he lost his position, the whole world would fall into chaos. When he got to the emotional part, he wept in front of her. And then he told her that taking the blame was temporary, and that as the leader of the martial forest, he personally vouched for her safety, and everything she lost would be compensated in due course. She thought about it for a long time, and then, almost without being able to explain it afterward, she agreed. At the conference, she stood up and confessed to crimes she hadn't committed and took the condemnation of every wanderer in the world by herself. And the leader of the martial forest, impartial and selfless, handed down the most severe sentence available: imprisonment in the Blackwater prison by day, in filthy black water up to her chest, thrown into Eagle Valley by night to be torn at by thousands of birds, and in 3 years, beheading with the head displayed. The hall cheered. After the verdict, she felt something was wrong and looked at him, and he looked back at her with nothing in his face at all. Then something hit the back of her neck, and when she woke up, her hands and feet were crippled, and she was hanging in the Blackwater prison. She understood then. She'd been used, and the man who used her had just consolidated his position and acquired a reputation for iron impartiality in the same afternoon. She screamed for days. She wasn't completely without hope, though. She believed her father would come. A few days later, the leader of the martial forest arrived carrying a letter. Her father, severing the relationship. The handwriting was genuine. After that, her husband, the actual murderer, couldn't stand it and pleaded for her, which was the worst thing he could possibly have done because his second wife found out and got jealous. So the second wife came to the Blackwater prison, had her dragged out of the cell, had her beaten thoroughly, and then had somebody heat an iron until it was red and put it over her head, so that her husband would stop wanting her. After that, her husband came to see her once. He looked at what was on her head, turned around, and left, and never came back. All of that inside 1 year. She was completely finished. And then 2 things happened. First, her martial talent, which had ruined her life by making her a plausible criminal, saved it. Being torn at by thousands of eagles every night for months, she comprehended a technique for killing eagles, then a technique for controlling them. Second, she found a nameless divine skill carved into a stone wall in that valley. She practiced it. Her internal energy came back up, the severed tendons in her hands and feet reconnected, and she endured 2 more years, and then she left on the back of a flying eagle. The first thing she did was go to her father to tell him the truth, and she overheard him talking to her mother. They already knew. They had always known. The martial forest leader had paid them a great deal of money, and in exchange, they had let their daughter be destroyed so the family could move up a rank. Yu Huarong died standing in that corridor. She took the iron off her own head afterwards. She says the blood went everywhere and the flesh came with it, and she knew exactly what her face was going to look like. So she put on a Rakshasa mask, and she became cold-blooded, and she specialized in killing righteous people, and her operating principle was that weakness is the original sin. She killed a great many people. She was not innocent of any of it. She was the notorious demonic sect leader that every righteous school in the region spent a generation trying to put down. The world had told her what it was. She answered every argument it ever made with the most ruthless method available. I crumpled the oil paper into a ball and burned it with spirit fire. We watched the smoke go up. So, I said, your obsession is revenge. Yes, master. If you want revenge, it's better to do it yourself. It'll be quicker. Then I yawned. The snacks were gone, and the story was over, and I was extremely sleepy. I lay down under the tree. Here's what we'll do. You go and take your revenge. But don't kill innocent people. I'll sleep here for 3 days while I wait for you. I was asleep before I finished the sentence. Her eyes did something I didn't see. 3 days later, I woke up, ignored the fact that a river had moved several feet closer while I was unconscious, stretched, and brushed myself off. Master, where are we going? Jade Rakshasa came out of the pearl, looking noticeably more transparent than before. The obsession was gone. From that day, she was simply a ghost servant. No purpose, I said. Well, that's not right. I have a great many things I want to do. I just don't have a specific one at the moment, so I'll go wherever I end up. She went back into the pearl, which is the arrangement, incidentally. Humans have their fates and ghosts have theirs. Being a ghost servant is not immortality, it's just a different shape. And every second a ghost spends out in the world costs it, and with no ambient energy to top up from, every bit lost is permanently lost. So she sleeps in the pearl, and the pearl feeds her, and she comes out when I need her. I walked for a long time after that, and eventually stopped in a mountain village 7 or 8 miles from the nearest town. I stopped because I'd seen a mountain. 3 miles west of that village stood a peak called Chai Mountain. I could see it from a long way off, and it did not look right, and it was only when I walked toward it that I found the village at all. An old man was sitting at the entrance smoking a pipe, and he started talking to me like we'd known each other for years. The village was called Clayman Village, he said. They made porcelain for the town. It was good work, and it kept families fed. My eyes lit up. I asked whether they taught outsiders because I wanted to learn. He looked at the sword. With that outfit, you look like a swordsman. A swordsman who can make porcelain? That's rare. He assumed I was joking. It's always good to have more skills, I said, smiling. I still have some copper. I can use it for tuition. While we were talking, a young man came along pulling a wooden cart with his boots caked in clay and greeted the old man warmly. Hey, you want to learn a trade? That's the apprentice of the clay master. Ask him. And the old man went back to his pipe and lay down on a rock and stared at nothing. The young man looked at me with total suspicion. No matter how he arranged it, I did not look like a man who genuinely wanted to learn pottery. He was polite anyway and took me in to meet his master, Li Gang, the clay master of Clayman Village. 50s, and you could still see what his arms had been. He had over a dozen apprentices, and his policy was simple. He took anybody. He taught in proportion to what you paid. A few coins gets you a certain amount of skill. How much of it you keep is your problem. The exception was his future son-in-law, who would receive the parts that actually matter, and who would be chosen from among the apprentices. And his daughter was very pretty. Fair, bright-eyed, cheerful, and the reason there were a dozen young men in that workshop. When I walked in, he assumed I was somebody's visiting relative. When I explained, he was completely baffled. Strange, he said. Strange. All sorts of strange things lately. He tapped his fingers on the table. He took money from anybody, but the anybody was normally a local boy. I handed over every coin I had with both hands. He looked at it without enthusiasm, thought about it, and took it. Let me make this clear from the start. With Li Gang, you learn as much as you pay for. With this amount, you'll struggle to reach even the first level. It's all right, I said. You can pay me back slowly. Now, before you decide I'm a whimsical man, there was a reason. The 100 nether technique mentions porcelain, specifically. As is well known, ghosts cannot hold soil. Fire that soil into porcelain, and it is a completely different matter. There's a branch of the technique called the soul imprisonment technique. It takes a soul out of a body and seals it inside a piece of porcelain, which means anyone working with souls is going to run into the word porcelain sooner or later. Also, I was bored. I want to be honest about the proportions. I changed into coarse linen and got up at dawn every day to help the senior apprentices. Porcelain is hard labor, and the heat control is unforgiving. To fire a good piece, you need craft, and you need to hold a fire at a temperature you can only feel. About once a month, the claymaster would demonstrate it himself. The apprentices did not like me. They were all locals who'd grown up together. I was the outsider. And more importantly, they were all in competition because everyone in that workshop was there to become the son-in-law. With one exception, a young man named He Ping. He was friendly to me from the first day, and whenever I helped with something, he'd hand me a technique for free. Over time, we became friends. I asked how long he'd been there. 7 years. And then he told me, quietly, that he and Li Mei had already pledged themselves to each other, and they were only waiting for the old man to say yes so they could marry. He told me this the way a rooster walks after winning a fight. Li Mei, who had come to bring us food and had heard the whole thing, punched him several times out of pure embarrassment, put the tray down, covered her face, and left. I congratulated them sincerely and said I'd make a pair of porcelain figures as a wedding gift. Hua Ping laughed because he'd worked out that of every apprentice in that workshop, exactly one wished them well. One day, the claymaster had every apprentice put out a month's work on the ground for inspection. The floor filled up. Some burnt, some half-finished, some just ugly. He went down the row with his brows down. At Hua Ping, he stopped. He picked up a figure. He turned it over. His face opened. He said, "Not bad," several times, and clapped him on the shoulder. Hua Ping went red and nearly came off the ground, and his lover stood at the back with her hand over her mouth, laughing. The moment Li Gang left, she was across the room. "Brother Liu, you're so amazing. My father is very strict about porcelain. You're the first person he's ever praised." No, no. He was scratching the back of his head and losing a battle with his own face. The other apprentices watched this with expressions. After inspection, 2 apprentices take the good pieces to town and sell them. Half the money goes to the master, half is split among the apprentices. Next morning, He Ping and I loaded a cart, tied it down with rope and cloth, and hauled it to town. The claymaster's name still meant something there. We'd been shouting for less than 2 hours when everything was gone. He Ping sighed. I asked what was wrong. He said that 7 years ago, when he started, this porcelain was so sought after that they never brought it to town. The wealthy families came to Clayman Village and bought it there. About 3 years ago, it started getting harder, and it got harder every month. He'd thought about it a lot and only came up with one explanation: the taxes. On the way back, he paid for a bowl of hot noodles for me out of his own pocket, and the shopkeeper poured mutton bone broth that had been going for 10 hours over them and put chopped green onion on top, and it was outstanding. Then we pulled the cart home fast because it was getting late and there are jackals. On the way, he saw a bright flower and stopped and picked one because his girl was waiting at the kiln with dinner. We got back before sunset, half the money to the master, the other half split. Longer apprenticeship and better skill means a bit more. The coins had barely finished moving when it started. He Ping, didn't you take a cut? How could it only be this much? I'm 8 coins short of last month. How exactly did you divide it? Trying to play tricks on us, He Ping? They'd been waiting for a reason for years. He frowned. You all know the situation. Porcelain prices are bad and it's hard to sell. I haven't taken a single coin. Brother Zichen can vouch for me. I put my hand straight up. I can testify. Testify my ass. He's an outsider. Who knows if he's in on it? I think the 2 of you are in it together, which the rest of them liked, so they said it too. And then one of them started on Li Mei. She must be blind to have fallen for you. I don't think Qiu Ci is a good person either. He Ping's face changed completely, and he put a fist through the man's nose. The rest of them piled on. And then they tried to bring me in, a dozen people. I want to be clear that I did nothing impressive. I put every one of them on the floor in a few seconds without hurting anybody permanently, and only then did they work out that the outsider knew martial arts. What's going on here? Li Gang arrived late, got the story, and lost his temper properly. He told them they were narrow-minded and petty and suspicious, and that none of them would ever amount to anything or make a good piece of porcelain in their lives. And one of them, who had clearly decided he had learned enough and had no future with that girl, said it out loud. Master Zhang, you're no better. You're greedy for money too. How much silver did He Ping give you that you'd sell him your daughter? Li Gang told him to get out. He went. He glared, walked out the door, and deliberately put his shoulder into He Ping on the way. Then he passed me and became noticeably more careful, because he just watched me do the thing. I laughed. I couldn't help it. And then a second apprentice walked out, then a third, then a fourth. By the time it was over, there were 4 people left in that kiln. Me, He Ping, Li Mei, and Li Gang. The old man stood there shaking. Ungrateful wretches. They're all ungrateful wretches. Here's the thing, though. He'd seen those 2 coming for years. He'd been delaying on purpose, not out of greed, but to give the other apprentices a fair chance to be chosen. His good intentions produced that. His whole body seemed to fold down about an inch. Qiu Ci, you and He Ping pick a date, he said, and He Ping, I'm retiring from the trade entirely. I'll pass everything I have to you. Master, He Ping began, and then Li Mei pinched his arm and he changed it. Father, I'll treat Qiu Ci well. I'm relieved to hear it. Then he looked at me. And you, when I teach He Ping, you can watch from the side. Learn what you can. If you learn it, I'll call it your talent and I won't charge you extra. Which tells you the state he was in. He'd had feelings for those apprentices, all of them. I have watched people age. That is the only time I have watched a man go from middle-aged to old inside 4 minutes. The next morning, before the sun, a rooster went off next door and Li Gang put on coarse linen and went to the kiln to teach his future son-in-law the real thing. He told He Ping 3 things. Do not pass this on lightly. Porcelain is a strange business with a lot of taboos, and every time you fire a genuinely good piece, it shortens your life. He Ping neither agreed nor disagreed. He was polite about it. Li Gang also told him that in one life, 2 or 3 good pieces is enough. That's a reputation. He had made 3. The first made him famous young, a bowl. He gave it to a local official who was extremely fond of it. The second was a flower-shaped dish given to a wandering poet, who wrapped it in white cloth and never dared touch it again, on the grounds that his worldly heart would stain a flawless thing. The third he took us into his own bedroom to see. By the window there was a vase. It looked completely ordinary, and it hadn't been touched in years, so it was under dust. He Ping went closer and stopped being able to speak. The patterns on it had formed by themselves. The contours were soft. Then Li Gang rolled up his sleeves and started teaching, and thanks to He Ping I got to stand at the side and steal it. Why he allowed that, given it was a family secret? 1. He was certain that a swordsman who had been near clay for a few months without a foundation could stare all he liked and see nothing. 2. He was tired, and he had stopped caring what happened next. I studied extremely hard. I want that on the record because it's the only thing in this whole account that I was purely enjoying. A genuinely fine piece of porcelain takes an unimaginable amount of work, from the first choice of clay to the last minute in the fire. I didn't understand most of the techniques. I memorized nearly all of them, on the theory that I would understand them at some unspecified point in the future. And life went on. Li Mei called in the village matchmaker to pick an auspicious date and walked around beaming for weeks. She and He Ping used to run out to the fields at the village entrance and chase each other and look at the stars. I taught He Ping a great deal of sweet talk, and it frightened him so badly he broke out in a sweat, because he concluded that a man who could produce lines like that must be a monster of romance. Thank goodness I acted early, he thought. Then he used them on Li Mei, and she went red and looked at him a certain way, and after that his admiration for me was like a river. He also became extremely curious about my history and kept asking whether I had a lot of female friends out there, and every time he asked he'd frown and warn me earnestly that we cannot be two-timing and fickle. I told him he was overthinking it. I've met a lot of beautiful women out there, can't be helped. I'm naturally popular. Not just popular, excellent actually, but almost none of them respected me. He relaxed completely and nearly became jealous. The days went by like that. Then He Ping had fully inherited the craft, and unlike Li Gang, he had no intention of taking on a dozen apprentices. He was going to go deeper instead. One afternoon, he came back from town having bought some nice pieces and, on impulse, a braised duck and a few ounces of beef, and was shouting about the big meal before he was through the door. I looked at the table and said it was a pity there was no wine, so I asked whether he drank. He shook his head. Alcohol dulls the senses. He had never drunk, so I got out my own and drank it alone. The wedding was set for early August. The whole village and everything around it went into it. On the day, Li Gang, who was comfortable, set up more than a dozen tables and slaughtered pigs and sheep and had an enormous time. I sat down, showed no manners whatsoever, tore off a chicken leg and put it in my mouth. A mouthful of wine, a mouthful of meat. The groom toasted the bride. They went into the bridal chamber. A moment of a spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. And under the cover of that night, I sat down on the big rock at the entrance of Clayman Village, wearing white again. Somewhere in that evening, I'd stopped being a poor apprentice guarding a kiln and gone back to being a drunk with a sword. Because I had a second reason for being there. That mountain, Chai Mountain, 3 miles west. When I first saw it, I knew what it was. From the shape of its energy, it was formed when a secret realm fell and fused with the earth. Here's why that matters. Cultivators break through by leaning on the outside world, and where you break through matters enormously. A fire-natured cultivator with a fire physique should break through somewhere thick with fire, and his success rate goes up. On a larger and stranger level, if you break through in a place full of spirit and charm, that place blesses you. And if you go on to do well, your energy feeds back into it. And meanwhile, it quietly accumulates fortune on your behalf and may simply hand you combat power. That's not a story. It happens. The good places to break through are secret realms, hidden lands, holy lands, trial grounds. In 700 years, from chi refining to nascent soul, I entered a secret realm exactly once. It cost me an enormous amount to get that spot, never mind breaking through inside one. I had no idea what Chai Mountain still had in it after the drought, but after nearly a year of firing porcelain, on the day of He Ping's wedding, I felt it was time. So I took advantage of the party and left without saying goodbye. The mountain path was very dark, wolves somewhere. I dug a pit, lay down in it, looked up at the full moon, and sighed. I wondered when I'd wake up. I told Jade Rakshasa to go out every few months and gather information. She nodded. I waved, buried myself, and went under. And at the foot of that city gate called Nascent Soul Middle Stage, thousands of troops finally launched their attack. With no external supply, on nothing but the trickle in my dream space, which meant it was going to be long and grinding. But compared to every cultivator out there rationing his own life, I am very, very well off. Wanting more than that is greed. The next morning, He Ping pushed open his door and found a red wooden box on the ground with the double happiness character on it. 2 small porcelain figures inside, a man and a woman. The workmanship was, frankly, average. The sentiment was there. He smiled at nothing and said, "See you again someday," and walked to the kiln. Spring went, autumn came. A year. Word went around that Chai Mountain was haunted because a man had gone up for firewood and seen a Rakshasa demon. He Ping laughed at that because he had never believed in ghosts or monsters. He spent all his time in the kiln, and he'd promised his wife that the first genuinely fine piece he made would be hers and nobody else's. Clayman Village was peaceful. The next spring, he did it. A love lock. And exactly as promised, it went to nobody else. Li Mei gave him twins, a boy and a girl. They were all very happy. Time goes like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, 10 years. A ghost! A man carrying a stack of firewood came off that mountain at a speed that suggested he'd left something behind. My God, there really is a ghost! Behind him, a man who had just climbed out of a pit stood there, looking apologetic. Owner, Jade Rakshasa appeared. How many years has it been? I said, brushing myself off. 10 years. I stopped brushing. I'd assumed 1, maybe 2. A grand dream, 1,000 springs. I looked down the mountain. Where's Clayman Village? They've all left, she said. In the 4th year of Master's sleep, plague broke out in Clayman Village. Many people died, including Li Gang. Where are He Ping and the others? He Ping and his wife moved away. Then she thought about it and added, Master, the outside world has changed a great deal in these 10 years. The Ling Tian imperial dynasty was struck by disaster after disaster. The continent was too vast, and the dynasty's grip on the provinces was unstable. She paused. The Ling Tian imperial dynasty has split. My pupils did something. Not only that, she went on, many small countries have appeared around it. The Ling Tian of today has natural disasters, man-made calamities, bandits, villains, and war. I let out a very long breath. She started to continue. I waved my hand and walked down the mountain by myself. In the world of cultivators, 10 years is a nap. A closed-door session is the blink of an eye. In a secular dynasty, 10 years is enough for a country to change hands. I got to what had been Clayman Village. The big rock at the entrance was still there. Most of the houses on both sides had come down. I walked to the kiln and went inside and looked around, and there was nothing in it but rotten wood and rubble. I sat down in that kiln for several hours. I genuinely thought I would wake up, come back, teach He Ping a few more lines, and trade them for some more practical technique. Or just have a drink with him. Turns out, that isn't a thing you can leave for later. They're gone, I said, and went to town. I found a restaurant and didn't order anything. I just wanted to know where He Ping was. A month later, I knocked on the door of a thatched hut. A middle-aged man with a full beard opened it, rubbing his eyes, absolutely soaked in alcohol. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for He Ping. Looking for me? He raised his voice. I already told you. All my good porcelain is sold out. Sold out! He grabbed the frame to slam it. I got his wrist. I'm not here to buy porcelain. He stopped, and then actually looked at the man in white in front of him. Something familiar arrived, and a blurred figure in his head came into focus, and his eyes went wide, and he pointed at me. You are... I nodded. He was delighted for about a second. That unshaven gray face lit up, and then he was embarrassed and lost. Aren't you going to invite me in? Hey, look at me. He gave an awkward laugh and pulled me inside and poured a cup of hot water. 10 years. He Ping had changed enough that you could have argued he was 2 different men. Brother Zichen, you've aged well. You look exactly the same as 10 years ago, not old at all. He laughed while he said it and poured the water. I took the cup and drank all of it. Yeah, I said, I haven't aged at all. By the way, where's Cho Tzu? His face went out. She's gone. Her father died of the plague. She caught it at the same time. She recovered, but her origin was badly damaged, and in the end, she still passed. I'm sorry, I said. Hey, what's the big deal? He laughed easily. It's just those few love lines you taught me. I don't know who to say them to now. His eyes were wet. He kept the laugh on top of it. Are you short of money? I said, changing the subject fast. Money. He took a breath. How could I not be short? When Chotsu was alive, she needed treatment, so I sold all my good porcelain. Back then, Chotsu and I had a fight, the only one we ever had. You know how it is with us. A porcelain maker doesn't sell his fine pieces. Otherwise, he's greedy for money, and his name is ruined. But I didn't care. I had to do something. Then he turned away and wiped his face where I couldn't see. He talked for a long time. He loved that woman, and he loved that craft, and both of those were true at once. Because he sold his fine pieces, the potters around him sneered at him. Some of them hated him. They regularly threw dog mess in front of his house. And He Ping could feel, clearly, as he got older, that what Li Gang had said was accurate. For an ordinary person, firing a genuinely fine piece does shorten your life. Back when he was young and strong and needed money for medicine, he fired 7. He joked about it. He said he might drop dead any day. I have a body built around lifespan. I am extremely perceptive about other people's. His was going fast. It had nothing to do with the 7 pieces. Are you still making fine porcelain? I said, and I didn't smile. Don't you want to live? Stop right now and you'll make 60 at least. If you need money, go and earn some. Money is the cheapest thing in the world. Something set in his face and he nodded. I, He Ping, have been firing porcelain for 20 years. After this last piece, I'll stop. Why bother? I said. And then I understood it, and I hated understanding it. Never mind. Let's go eat mutton soup noodles. This time, it's on me. He laughed and got some of the young man back into his face and said he remembered the days of pushing that cart to town. There's a noodle shop on the west side of that town, and the mutton soup noodles are famous. We got a table and ordered 2 bowls. Bone broth over the noodles, chopped green onion, shredded chicken, and 1 green vegetable. Simple. It smells like a reason to live. I drank some broth first to open my throat, then picked the noodles up and got through them in large mouthfuls. Less than a few minutes and there was nothing in my bowl, not a drop of soup. He Ping finished before me, and he hadn't had noodles in a long time. Boss, pay up. I put coins on the table. Then we were on the street. At a fork in the road, he stopped. Brother Zichen, let's stop here. I opened my mouth and closed it again. See you again someday, he said, and took the other road. I watched him go, then I took mine. I have walked a lot of roads and met a lot of people and watched a lot of them die. I'm not afraid of death. It's the ending for everybody, and it may yet be mine. I would just like some of them to be able to die peacefully. Let's go, I said, and I went back to Clayman Village. I hauled several buckets of water and cleaned out Li Gang's kiln and threw all the collapsed timber into the next room. The next day, I went up the mountain, cut wood, and put a roof on. The third day, I went up and chose clay, relit the fire, and started making porcelain. And it turns out that 10 years of sleep does not improve your talent. My pieces had neither Li Gang's balance nor He Ping's delicacy. On the 4th day, I fired a small figure and blew the heat, and half the face came out black, so you couldn't tell what it was supposed to be. I threw it away and shaped a bowl instead. I went through everything the claymaster had ever said in my head and put it in the fire. 6 hours. The bowl came out with a crack in one corner from the temperature, and I decided to regard that as an imperfect beauty because it was mine. I poured drunken life, dreamlike death into it, drank the whole thing, and fell asleep on the floor. Then I woke up and did it again. I am a nascent soul cultivator with a perfect memory. I had every one of Li Gang's movements and every one of He Ping's carved into my head, and I could replay them at will and consider them from any angle. I still couldn't do it. I fired for another half-month and produced 2 pieces that looked acceptable, still nowhere near what Li Gang meant by good. Rakshasa, I said, and I want you to know I was genuinely discouraged, and I had gone up on the roof to drink about it. Do you think my talent is really that bad? She appeared. Master, you're an immortal. How could your talent be lacking? Stop with the flattery. So what if I'm an immortal? I know some magic. Then, seriously, I want you to tell me the truth. Is my talent bad? She hesitated for a long time, then nodded nervously. There is a little bit. That went in deeper than I expected. And then a thought arrived, and I asked to see her do it. The next day, Jade Rakshasa joined the porcelain team. She was a martial genius in life. She'd been watching the whole time, and porcelain was not unfamiliar to her. Her pieces came out quite good. I accepted reality, and, considering the drain on her soul, sent her back to the Pearl to rest. I fired for several more days. Then, one day, I wanted to see what would happen if I used spiritual energy. Maybe it would produce something. So I did it. I reproduced every one of Li Gong's movements exactly, the model, the timing, the technique, start to finish, precisely, on the reasoning that if I copy everything, the result must be the same. 5 hours. It came out. It was beautiful. There was a faint halo across the surface, like it had immortal energy in it. At first glance, it beat the pieces Li Gong had described, and I knew immediately it wasn't good porcelain. Not close. Any real connoisseur would have needed 3 seconds. I frowned about that. My technique and my heat control had been identical to his. Even if I couldn't make good porcelain, the gap should not have been that shape. So I did it again, perfectly, and got the same thing. A high-grade piece with an immortal halo and an exceptional appearance and nothing inside it. I fired for several more days and failed identically every time. Then one morning, the rooster went off, and I got up, took a broom, and swept the whole place out, inside and outside. When it was spotless, I stepped out, closed the door gently, and locked it with an iron chain. No clay today, no firing. I walked the other way, into the town near Clayman Village. It was busy. Something was on. There was. That town loves porcelain, and whenever a genuinely fine piece is made, the whole town goes to look at it. I got into the crowd and made my way to where they'd put it. I could see it from a distance. In the highest and most conspicuous position, a vase. I asked around. Extraordinary origin. The connoisseurs were calling it a once-in-a-thousand-years piece. Not fine porcelain, top quality. I asked whose it was. Master He Ping. Unfortunately, shortly after the piece was unveiled, He Ping died at home from laughing too hard. Then I asked what the piece was called. They said it could be summed up in one word: autumn. I stood at the back of a crowd and looked at a vase across a market square and finally understood why I had failed. It is not because firing porcelain requires you to pour feeling into it, which would be a mystical answer and would be wrong. It's simpler. It's that I am not immortal. Only a mortal can make that. Mortals don't have a cultivator's sense for fire. They don't have the hand control. They don't have a dozen other things. And only porcelain made by a flawed, frail, mortal body can hold that particular impractical beauty and be called good. There are things mortals have that immortals cannot get at. I understood that standing in a market, and I smiled about it, and a fruit ripened somewhere. That was the whole reason I stayed in that village and fired clay for weeks. I wanted to see a finished piece of good porcelain before I left. Not long after that, the sky went out. I don't mean it got dark. I mean the entire sky over soaring heaven turned the color of a bruise, in the middle of the day, everywhere, at once. An old man somewhere called his grandchildren in off the street and shut the door. Is it going to rain, Grandpa? It's not going to rain. I've lived 70 years, and I've seen every kind of rain there is. Weather doesn't look like this. Then why did it go dark? He thought hard and came back with the only answer available to a man in his position. The gods are fighting. Every living thing on that continent stopped what it was doing and looked up, including 3 dynasties currently at war with each other. The gods in heaven are fighting, I said, entirely delighted. I have no idea how long it lasted. Then it cleared, and I went into a town, because eating a bowl of noodles with a dying man had used up literally all of my money. I walked into a porcelain shop and asked whether the owner bought porcelain. Short, thin man, narrow eyes, extremely snobbish face. Go away, you stinking swordsman. What kind of porcelain do you have? I called him ignorant and went across the road, where a much younger man had just opened a shop full of thoroughly average stock, which is a problem because a porcelain shop with nothing worth looking at doesn't get anybody through the door. We negotiated. He paid me a standard sum. Then I found a restaurant, ordered the good dishes and the good wine, ate all of it, and discovered I now had nothing left for a room, which is fine. I have never once been able to hold money. The moment I have it, I have to spend all of it before I'm willing to earn any more. I went outside the city, leaned against a willow by the river, had a drink, hugged Ching Ping, curled up, and went to sleep. Don't let the aimless wandering fool you, by the way. I have an enormous number of things I want to do. I want to climb a specific peak. I want to meet certain people. I want to argue about the Tao with somebody who knows more than me. I want to learn arts I was never allowed near. At that particular moment, none of them was more important than sleeping. I have no idea how long I was under. When I opened my eyes, something in the river caught my attention. A person floated in. I went in and dragged them out and turned them over. A woman, very beautiful, fine features. She's a cultivator, I said, because skin and bone like that only comes from a body that has sat in spiritual energy for centuries. There was also a pressure between her brows that did not switch off when she was unconscious, which meant high cultivation and a difficult personality. But it seems she's injured. And badly. White face, blood at the corner of her mouth. Cough, cough. She came round coughing, and black blood came out between her fingers. Are you all right? I said, taking several steps back. She noticed there was somebody there, looked up, and her pupils shrank. Wei Zichen? Which is when it became my turn to frown. She knew me. I did not know her. I never expected it to be you, she said, bitterly. Who are you? Were you the one fighting in the sky just now? What fight? Ah, not her, then, which raised a much larger question about who was. Have we met before? She nodded slightly. Now this matters, so let me walk through it. A cultivator at Foundation Establishment remembers everything they see. At Nascent Soul, you can pull any memory at will. I had never seen that woman in my life, which leaves 3 possibilities. 1. She was once so far above me that she deliberately arranged for me not to remember her, in which case my memory of her would be fogged. 2. She was disguised, except a disguise she can't see through herself now would have cost energy, so unlikely. 3. She's lying, except then how does she know my name when I don't have one? I ran all of that in about 2 seconds and said, because I am extremely self-aware. I'm a nobody. I don't dare meddle in the affairs of powerful people. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Wait, her expression did something complicated. Only you can help me. Me? I like treating people well. That applies to mortals. In the cultivation world, I am cold and selfish, and I stay out of anything that isn't mine because I am genuinely afraid of being used. She looked pitiful. I felt nothing. I mostly regretted not leaving faster. In return, I can tell you a way to prolong your life, or anything else you want. If you're worried, I can force out my lifeblood and entrust it to you. You can decide whether I live or die. And before I could answer, a piece of red glass jade floated out from between her brows. That is a life-bound heart meridian. It is what a cultivator hands over when they are giving another person the power of life and death, permanently, with no takebacks. She sent it drifting toward me and watched my face while she did it. Why go to such lengths? I said, not taking it. I'm a lowly cultivator. I can't help you. And you trust me that much? I told you, only you can help me. What she did not tell me is that she didn't merely know me. What's your name? Manhwa, which is her actual name, incidentally. The rest of the world had called her something else for so long that she had nearly lost this one. And for reasons she could not have explained, she did not want me to have the other. Manhwa? Never heard of him. And I took it. 2 reasons. Practical. I have no teacher. My cultivation has been an improvised mess for 1,000 years, and I badly needed somebody to talk to about the road. Also, I wanted to know how other cultivators were handling the longevity problem. Risk? Obviously. But after Nascent Soul, my ability to leave a place became genuinely absurd. I go where I like. And personal, I wanted a drinking companion. I like drinking. I have never once had one. Zhao Zhuan brewed and never drank. Hua Ping never drank at all until the very end. The meridian became a small red mole in my palm. One thought, and her soul comes apart. Watching a stranger put her death in his pocket, she let out a breath. By the way, What makes you think I can help? Because of a certain divine ability, she said, and looked at the river, and did not explain. Here's what she meant, and I only worked it out much later. She had spent decades making herself into a river god, and at the worst moment of her life, she went into a river and let the current carry her to the safest place it could reach. And if there was no such place, then let it take her to the bottom and leave her there. She woke up here. Mountains and rivers have spirits, she murmured. Perhaps where those spirits live is where a cultivator can barely survive. But mountains flatten. Rivers dry up. So what lasts forever? She had always considered her heart unbreakable, and she was sitting in mud, saying that out loud to a stranger. That's enough, I said, sitting down. I can help you. But let me be clear, I won't help you for nothing, and I won't risk my life for you. Now, how high is your cultivation? Body integration, early stage, before the depletion. Since then it has fallen to void refining peak, for reasons. Let me translate. Body integration is the 7th rung. I am on the 4th. I had just picked a woman out of a river who, at her height, could have removed me from the world by deciding to. How do you want me to help? She shook her head. If she knew, she'd have done it. All she knew was that she was in a dead end. So what exactly is the trouble? She coughed until the blood on her hands stopped being dry. Pursuit, she said, and killing. Someone set a trap for me a long time ago. I was careless and didn't detect it. I took a drink and felt thoroughly depressed about my prospects. But for now, it's safe. I thought about it. Then, do you want me to carry you away? She went quiet and shook her head. Fine. All right, I have some money left. I'll treat you. Let's go into the city and eat. She nodded. I don't know how to break this, and I don't know why you can. So, carry on as usual. I'll follow you. Which is how a void-refining cultivator ended up eating pork in a mortal restaurant. The waiter kept staring at her, so there was a blue flash, and he went back to normal. You seem quite familiar with these mortal dishes, she said. Her color was slightly better, and she still looked like a corpse. Of course, I'm not only familiar with the food, I have a good understanding of opera and entertainment venues. I put a slice of meat on my chopsticks. Won't you try some? It's delicious. She picked up a slice, put it in her mouth, chewed slowly. She hadn't eaten meat in a very long time. She put the chopsticks down. It was indeed delicious. If it's so delicious, why not keep eating? There are gains and losses, she said. While enjoying the taste, one intensifies the discomfort of the body. Anything that gives physical pleasure is a poison that corrodes the spirit. Only by advancing the body can one achieve the highest enjoyment. Then she looked at me. You are a promising talent. Even with the energy gone, even with the great Tao dead, you should not be this immersed in the mortal world. She meant it kindly, which was the worst part. I ate and laughed. You're the first person to ever tell me I have potential. Waiter, another 2 ounces of wine. She watched me for a while, with something moving behind her face. Because if she hadn't watched me kill that dragon with her own eyes, she wouldn't have said it either. She'd been going over that fight. A nascent soul against a dragon, effortless and probably cheap. Her best guess was an extremely powerful illusion art. Make the dragon spend its own reserves fighting nothing, then kill it. Close enough. Illusion is the single most economical thing you can do in an era with no energy. It may be presumptuous, she said, still not touching the food, but a normal nascent soul has a lifespan of about 1,000 years. Even with a special breakthrough, a flawless foundation, blessings from a secret realm, a few thousand more at most. Aren't you scared? Why are you so relaxed? What she was actually saying was, your lifespan is nearly out and you are drinking in a canteen at noon. From where she sat, I'd spent energy killing a dragon. I was nearly 1,000 years old, and even with the pearl, I had a few centuries left. Which for a cultivator is nothing. I ate a peanut and thought about how to answer, because the question genuinely does not apply to me. I sleep at least 8 hours a day, sometimes for months. My lifespan only goes up. So I tapped the table, then pointed at the waiter carrying dishes, then at the shopkeeper counting money, then at 2 customers having an argument. Isn't the answer everywhere? She sat back and looked around that room. Because it's true. Every mortal in that building has about a century, which is nothing, and almost none of them are frightened. All they're thinking about is how to make tomorrow more comfortable. Fairy Zhao, I know a lot of mortals. Some run family businesses, some travel, some do a craft. They're uncultured country people who have never heard of the Tao and never read a scripture, and they know how to live, even though they've always suffered more. She looked down, because since birth she had believed a cultivator is a cultivator and a mortal is a mortal, and that between them is a canyon. And for the first time she wanted to stand at the edge of it and look. So I pushed. The big shots are all hiding, I said, hiding far away, hiding very well, refusing to see us. We can't find them no matter what we do. So can we forget about it for a few days? And I put a slice of meat in her bowl. Pour this beauty a glass. She stared at the meat, then at the wine, then at her own reflection in it. The Tao is hiding so well we can't find it. So we can forget it for a few days. That went around inside her a few times, and something resentful came up against the abstract, indescribable thing she had given her entire life to. Which was not my doing. Nobody moves a woman like that with 3 sentences. That was 300 years of confusion finally getting a shape. It's been hiding. I forgot about it for a few days. What happened? She picked up the meat and ate it. Good. As good as before. Actually, better? Ha ha ha. Drink. I raised my cup and held it out. She stared at it. You don't even know how to clink glasses? Clink glasses. She hesitated. What is it? Your glass and my glass touch, and then we drink it in one go. That's it? And then you drink? She reached over and tapped my cup like it was an experiment. Yes, that's it. I threw mine back. She copied me exactly and frowned. It doesn't taste good. Pause. But it has a strange taste. It doesn't taste good and yet… Sip of wine, bite of meat, I said. You'll get used to it after enough of it. Another one. This time she took the meat first, drank in one bang, and then put the meat in, following instructions precisely, like a student. I had to put my cup down. She wanted to know what was funny, since she'd done exactly what I said. I didn't expect you to be so cute. She sat back. You're the first person to describe me as cute. It sounds weird, almost like an insult. Likewise, I said. You're the first person to say I have potential. That sounded sarcastic. She said immediately that she had been serious. I said I absolutely had not been insulting her. And under continued encouragement, we ate and drank everything on that table. Whether it was the alcohol or the blood coming back, by the end there was color in her face. At the very end, I put my cup up. Everyone says the road is under your feet. I say, forget the road. Slightly drunk, with her eyes doing something they had not done in 3 centuries, she raised hers. Let's forget about the big boss. Then she put her head on the table and went out like a light. Waiter, no need to look anymore. And I did the same. Nothing to do today. I found a drinking buddy. The waiter carried the money over and asked whether he should throw out the 2 people unconscious in the middle of a business. The shopkeeper counted it, found it generous, and taught him a lesson about trade. When you're away from home, you make money, but you also watch. Try to be friendly with people like that wanderer with a sword. They overpaid. Let them sleep. She was up again after a short nap, because she's meticulous. I sleep when I feel like it. But while I was under, drifting through the dream world, I found something interesting. When I opened my eyes, she was awake, so I took her downstairs. Do you have any money left? Money? She thought about it, then took a hairpin out of her hair. This should be worth a lot of silver. My eyes lit up, because that was not an ordinary object. Are you really willing to pawn it? It was a magical artifact. I used it not long ago, and all its power is gone. But from the material alone, in the mortal world, it should still fetch a considerable amount. So we went to a pawn shop. The honest people's pawn shop. Chaotic times are excellent for pawn shops. The manager was in a rocking chair with his eyes half shut. He heard us, glanced over, saw a wanderer in white and a woman who was clearly not from money, and went back to not caring. The counter at the front was extremely tall, and behind it stood a thin man with sharp eyes looking down. They call that one the court official, because the counter is high enough that anyone pawning something has to stand on their toes, tilt their head back, and hold the object up with both hands, like petitioning a saint. Fortunately, I'm tall, so I just raised my hand. His pupils contracted the second he touched it because he had years of experience and he knew exactly what he was holding. The value was frightening. Eaten by insects, gnawed by rats, missing edges and corners, a piece of junk. It's worth 50 taels. Manhwa frowned. Even drained, that hairpin would buy a mansion in the capital. All right, stop playing these tricks. Call your manager, because I know exactly what pawn shops are, and I hate all of them without needing a personal reason, because there are no good people in a pawn shop. The people who walk through that door are families that have just collapsed, or ordinary people who have run out of options, and every one of them is told that what they're holding is worthless. I learned that a long time ago personally. Sir, said the court official, half sarcastic, this thing of yours is junk to anybody who looks at it. So, do you want to pawn it or not? While he was talking, he'd already quietly put a mark on it. All right then, I won't. And I reached to take it back. Slow, the manager came out of the chair with two large clerks behind him. Sir, our shop offers the highest prices in Xianxia City. I'm offering 50. Other shops would give you 40 or 30. If you two weren't short of money, you wouldn't have come to a pawn shop. And he told the court official to put the hairpin away first. He'd seen it from across the room and decided it was not leaving that building. I smiled and drew Qingping and put it against his neck. Brother, I said conversationally, tell me the truth. How much is this hairpin actually worth? 500 taels. He had not budgeted for this. I sheathed the sword, which he could not swallow in front of his own staff, so he started jumping. Take those two. I'm sending you to the authorities. A fist arrived in his eye socket. Then I kicked one of the big men over a table. The noise brought a crowd, and outside on the street, people started cheering, and some of what they were shouting was not polite. Anybody who runs a pawn shop in a district like that keeps muscle. More than a dozen men came out of the back with sticks. They were not a factor. I hit them in the face, and I hit them hard. Someone come here! You don't want to live causing trouble at the honest people's pawn shop. Even the court official panicked, got one sentence out, and then I pulled him down off his counter and punched him repeatedly. After a short series of operations, the honest people's pawn shop was thoroughly cleaned. Manhwa had lost count of how many times she'd been stunned that day. She looked at me, then at the clerks on the floor, then at the manager, whose head was now a pig's head, then at the court official, who was sobbing, and then at the street outside, which was cheering. Who dares to cause trouble? Constables, in the distance, running. I got up on the counter and broke open the money cabinet, 500 taels into one bag, the rest into another. Young hero, run quickly! Yes, this place colludes with the government and squeezes the people. If they get you, you're dead. Outside, the crowd had thickened, and it had thickened in one specific place, which was directly in front of the constables. How dare you commit violence in the street? They were coming at full speed and getting nowhere. You bastards, get out of my way! Crowds are not a problem you can solve at speed, so they got to watch. I walked to the door and threw the second bag into the air over the street, and turned back to a stunned Manhwa. Running away! And the crowd opened for us like a gate and closed behind us like a wall. You bastard! Stop right there! Running down that street, with a mob cheering and a pawn shop wailing and constables screaming, Manhwa began to understand what being alive might mean. Because that is what it looks like. Then they got through and gave chase properly, and she picked up speed and stopped merely following. Injured, refusing to spend energy, she ran at roughly the pace of an ordinary woman, and there was a smile on her face that she had not authorized. 500 taels, I said in an alley. Then I'll contribute 500 taels of labor. I had never had that much silver in my life. You knew from the start they'd lowball you. Why go to a pawn shop at all? I said truthfully, to beat them up, and then I told her why. 30,000 li of exile. When I got where I was going, I couldn't feed myself, but I'd been clever enough to put a few valuable things in the dream space first. So I took one to a pawn shop and got an insult. So I went to another. Lower. Another. Lower again. I went to every pawn shop in that town, and each one came in under the last, and I needed the money, because otherwise survival was the problem. In the end, I sold something worth a great deal for almost nothing, and later I learned the mechanism. They don't only lowball, they mark the item. Carry a marked thing into the next shop, and the next shop knows exactly what it's looking at, and exactly what you've already been offered. Every pawn shop is in it together, everywhere, with no exceptions, because it is not a law, it is an understanding. And understandings are harder than iron. I settle my accounts. I don't normally own anything valuable, and walking into a stranger's shop to beat him up for no reason would be domineering. So the moment I learned that hairpin was worth something, I went straight to a pawn shop. The whole thing was taken. She laughed at me. "You're a cultivator. Why are you arguing with people like that?" I explained that the arithmetic doesn't work that way. Beating somebody up for no reason would make me feel guilty. Beating up a pawn shop makes me feel excellent. If I ever have anything valuable again, I will absolutely do it again. "Oh right, you left the hairpin there." She'd noticed and decided I was careless. I smiled and said nothing, and she got the distinct impression there was something wrong with the smile. That night, I lay face down in the grass looking at stars. She sat down next to me. "Have you always been like this?" "Yes." Then, because it was bothering me. "And you? Manhwa is an alias, isn't it? I keep feeling you are famous. Your way of doing things reminds me of an old friend." "Oh?" "She's also a woman. She also values the Tao more than anything." Manhwa knew exactly who I meant, which is its own joke because Yunro's way of doing things was modeled on hers. That's why she took her as a disciple. "The Tao is indeed more important than anything," she said, tucking hair behind her ear, and smiled at herself. "But the Tao has hidden itself away." Here's a thing Yunro did not know about her master. Yunro had always seen Su Li as the most unshakable seeker alive. When the energy died and everyone else fell apart, when partners separated and masters abandoned disciples, her master stayed calm, analyzed it, concluded the odds of revival were near zero, and started looking for another road, and never once stopped. What Yunro did not know was that underneath that, a heart was quietly emptying. The Tao has hidden itself away. 6 words, and everything before them is cancelled. The more certain you were, the worse the hollow. The most steadfast seeker becomes the emptiest soul the second the thing disappears. Because for her, the Tao was more important than anything. It hid, and she had no idea what to do, and a hole opened. But something was different that night. Somebody had taken her to look at scenery she had never noticed. The road is gone. The scenery beside the road is still there. She lay back and felt how soft the grass was. Like a traveler who has walked with his head down for years and finally got tired and lay down and looked up. Tomorrow stopped being a subtraction problem. I looked at the moon at some point and muttered to nobody, "Longevity, long life. Which matters more, the long or the life?" I can only get that answer from other people. If I answered it myself, I'd say life, obviously. I don't have to worry about the other half. Then, several days later, I was carrying 500 taels around worrying about how to spend it. So I made a list. I asked her a lot of questions while making it. When do your pursuers arrive? How long does temporary safety last? She couldn't answer either. She only knew she was in the net, but she was certain about the short term, which involved some of her secrets. So I changed direction. Would you go to a brothel? Do you like opera? Have you heard of the famous mountain 20 miles from here? No objections to any of it. We spent 20 taels on 2 fine horses and another 20 on saddles. Clothes make the man, a saddle makes the horse. On a horse like that, I stopped looking like a broken-down swordsman and started looking like a young master traveling. She observed that I was actually not bad looking, no wonder, and stopped. And when I pressed her on it, she turned her head away and refused to continue. We went into a brothel first. She got off her horse and stared at me with her eyes as wide as they go. Is this what a brothel is like? You brought me here? It appeals to both refined and popular tastes, I said, and spent a fortune hiring a courtesan to sing for the 2 of us. Sitting in a house of pleasure, Manhwa concluded that the affairs of the world were genuinely wondrous, since she had somehow ended up in one. Then the most expensive restaurant in the district, 4 floors, with a theater troupe next door. Then the night market, which I had never once dared set foot on before, because I had always been too poor. Something about the lights got into her, and she forgot the lofty, ineffable thing entirely, since she decided to forget it and was going to do it properly. Which is how she started discovering things. The old man making sugar figures was genuinely skilled. The sesame cakes across the road were salt and sesame oil and nothing else, and they were superb. And there was a mask stall with a crowd in front of it, because the owner was wearing his own stock and telling a story about a fairy descending to Earth, and every time he finished, people rushed him. Business was so good he immediately started another one, about love and hatred among the heroes of the wandering world. I want that one. She was tugging my sleeve and pointing, which stopped me for a second. Then I paid and bought one for myself. Apparently it was some kind of mask festival, which explained the number of them. Wearing hers, she looked at all of it. The moon, the lamps, every living person, and a winding river that had at some point come through her defenses. There is more than the great Tao between heaven and earth. Sometimes forgetting the road lets you see far more of it. I found a spot by the river and got sleepy, and she still had energy, so she asked me for a tael or two. I gave her 2 and said I'd nap and she could find me when she was done, and went out immediately. 2 taels in that era is enormous. An ordinary person lives comfortably on that for 2 months. You cannot spend it in one night. Passers-by started forming opinions. I cannot work out what that man in white is thinking. With a companion like that? If it were me, I'd walk to the end of the earth on a broken leg. And this one's asleep, while a woman out of a painting goes shopping alone. Some of them started following her. Some of them looked very hard at the cloth bag on my back. There is obviously a great deal of silver in it. Nobody moved yet. They were waiting for the swordsman to go deeper. Inside the soul pearl, Jade Rakshasa sighed, guarding my master's money, again. Half an hour, and I was snoring, curled around the sword, with the bag not quite closed and a gleam coming out of the corner of it. And several people stopped being able to hold out. And what a coincidence! The beautiful woman came back. 2 strings of candied hawthorn, a box of pastries that appeared to have been designed for a child, and 2 jars of wine sealed with wax cloth. Here, this is for you. She woke me and put candied hawthorn in my hand and delivered a review. This mortal delicacy has a genuinely strange texture. It doesn't melt in the mouth. The flavor only unfolds a little at a time if you chew slowly. Oh, right. I also bought a few ounces of wine, made from peach blossoms from the mountain next door. It's called something like peach blossom wine. All of that in the voice of a stone that had learned to speak, because that is her long-standing habit, and her face did not move once. I yawned, saw that she'd brought me things, and thanked her warmly, and noticed with relief that she had bought wine unprompted, which meant she was coming along nicely and could now be considered half a drinking companion. Although, candied hawthorn, pastries, and candied fruit. That is not a drinking selection. That is a selection for a 9-year-old girl. Thanks. Sip of wine, bite of candied hawthorn. The 2 of us ignored what everybody on that riverbank thought and touched our cups every so often. Peach blossom wine is not strong. It is intoxicating. Do you know? Manhwa is actually my real name. Huh? She smiled suddenly. Perhaps this is what it means to understand one's true nature. I feel like I've never really understood myself. Respect yourself. She stood straight up and poured an entire jar into her mouth. How despicable! You drank the wine in secret, so you liked mine after all. I was not letting that happen, so I shoveled the peach blossom wine from my own jar into my face at speed, and I was smiling. Over the years, there must have been moments when I was lonely. When was the last time I drank that freely with anybody? And underneath the smiling, something that was not going anywhere. Because I know exactly what I am. I am alone, and I will only ever be alone. Huaping told me once that I seem friendly to everybody at first, and then there's a strange distance. Zhao Zhuan always said I was a debtor who'd leave sooner or later. I keep a certain distance from everyone without deciding to, including her. Wei Zichen, I'm sorry, she said, drunk. Putting aside your talent, you are indeed a very special person. You said I had potential 2 days ago. It hadn't even been 2 days. I now think that even with little talent, you are a promising talent. There are 8 million stars in the sky. You are not on top of them, but you are a tortoise on the ground. Is that an insult or a compliment? Of course I'm praising you. Turtles are the mascot of my manor. Don't ordinary people keep turtles as pets? Okay, I'll take it as a compliment. And then somebody found us. Young master, my master requests your presence. A woman had come up the bank and bowed. I waved her off. I'm not going. Young master, my master and you are old acquaintances. Are you really not going to meet him? An old friend. What kind of old friend? An old friend from over 1,000 years ago. Ah, one of my nominal siblings, then. In that case, let's go and see him. A mile along the river, there was a small ship with characters painted on the hull. Jingmin Trading Company. Inside, a woman in brocade with sharp, imposing brows looked at me with phoenix eyes and scrutinized me hard for about 2 seconds and then went calm, as expected of a princess. The scrutiny was real. The calm was manufactured. Brother Zichen, it's been a long time. She stood up to greet me and completely ignored the woman behind me. Princess Wang Tianya, remember her. I poured the last of the peach blossom wine into my gourd and took a large drink. Her brow did something very small because the smell had destroyed the delicate fragrance of her tea. Friend, you've got it wrong. I'm just a commoner. How could that be? I've been thinking of you, cousin. Stop trying to get close to me. Just say what you want to say. I have never had a good impression of anybody from that family, so she made her pitch, and I want to lay it out in order because it is very well built. Since my cousin is still in Lingtian territory, he must know the situation. 3 dynasties in a standoff, war everywhere, innocent people dying daily. On this trip, I have witnessed far too many partings and deaths. I can't bear it, at which point she wiped her eyes. So I often think how wonderful it would be if there were no wars. But my abilities are limited. And just when I was despairing, I discovered somebody who could end this endless struggle. That person is you, cousin. And now, excitement. As long as you complete the design of the crossbow and the repeating crossbow, every soldier of my dynasty will carry them, and we will be invincible. When unification is complete, you will be the greatest benefactor of the world. Whether you want to return to the royal family and be written into the register, or 10,000 taels of gold, or a treasure that prolongs life, none of it is a problem. Just ask. And she looked at me expectantly. I sighed. Do you see the structure? She opens with the suffering of the people. Then she quietly ties that suffering to a crossbow, and the crossbow to me. By the end of that speech, refusing means I am the source of the problem. That's not what disappointed me. What disappointed me is that she talked about the world constantly, and I do not believe she had anything in her chest about it at all. The trend of a world does not get changed by a crossbow. And even if I designed it, staffing it is a separate catastrophe. And whether things were about to improve is genuinely open. Your Highness, that was a naive fantasy from my childhood. I couldn't design it. Brother, are you really not going to reconsider? Her expression didn't change. Something behind it did. No, thank you. If there's nothing else, I'll be going. Brother, please wait. She sat back down and picked up her tea, still smiling, not the same smile. Did my cousin smash up the honest people's pawn shop a while ago? I stopped. Ah, she came prepared. Perhaps you don't know, that pawn shop is the 5th Prince Li Tianyu's work. He happens to be in Qingshu City, and he was furious, and he is currently sending people everywhere. I know my cousin is skilled. Even with his cultivation sealed, without spending anything, ordinary people would find it hard to get close. But what about the assassins Li Tianyu has trained, and his army? If you're forced to use spiritual energy, then it's a losing proposition. Well-intentioned advice. Now this is worth explaining, because it's the physics of that world. The suppression is total, and it has no blind spots. A cultivator's power comes partly from himself, and partly from his ability to resonate with the energy of heaven and earth. At the height of it, a nascent soul could take a mountain apart with a flick of a finger. With nothing to resonate with, the same man finds that considerably harder. Call it 70% gone. I'm no exception. I'm just in a better situation because I don't need to conserve and my dreams are unaffected. I can't flatten a mountain with a finger anymore. I can still cut one in half with a sword. She didn't know any of that. She assumed I hoarded energy like a man in a desert hoards water. She saw me stop and concluded she had me, so she added fuel. Perhaps my cousin doesn't know. Li Tianyu brought 8,000 iron cavalry on this trip, and they are not ordinary cavalry. Every one of them was a golden core cultivator whose lifespan has reached its end, less than a century left. But they still have a great deal of spiritual energy. You understand what that means. Even Manhwa's pupils moved on that one. Here is what it means, because it took me a moment too. Every person's lifespan is set at birth. That is the natural lifespan. Then you cultivate, and every realm you break gives you additional years on top. Those extra years are stolen from heaven. They are called secondary lifespan, and they get spent first. Normally, there's no difference between the two, but when the energy dies, secondary lifespan needs realm and energy to maintain it. So when a cultivator's energy runs out, his stolen years evaporate, and some golden cores, scraping along for 300 years, have already burned every single one, which leaves only the years they were born with, which means those men no longer need to conserve anything, because they will live exactly as long either way. That is the gate. That is what the truly powerful worked out after the drought and did not advertise. And there's a second half. In the old days, 8,000 golden cores would not have dared. 80,000 of them meeting a serious nascent soul is a massacre in one direction. Now both of those heights have come down about 70%. Against 8,000? I can win. It will not be pleasant. Manhwa looked at me, genuinely curious about what I'd do. I took a sip of wine, laughed, and stepped off the boat. Inside the cabin, Wang Tianya's face went flat. Coercion and bribery, both offered, both declined. Something cold went through her eyes. She also went away thinking about something else. Because Xingmin Trading Company makes its enormous money selling daily necessities. Mirrors, soap paste, sachets. The little things I invented as a child prince trying to get a man to look at me. She'd worked out where they came from, sent people to collect every scrap of record about my time in that palace, and then sealed it. My little brother really did have a miserable time, she'd thought. No wonder he came back during the chaos to settle with consort Jiang. And in those records, there was one concept she wanted very badly. A crossbow. A repeating crossbow. A killing arrow with a flick of the finger. She wasn't going to get it, which she accepted quickly because Xingmin was growing and she could gather craftsmen and develop it herself. 1 year, 2 years, anybody can make a simple crossbow eventually. Outside, the night market had emptied. "You've got guts," Manhwa said quietly. "Guts?" I laughed. "Not really. I'm a nobody. I'm not worth 8,000 riders. At most, he'll send a few wanderers to be irritating. Then, what I'm actually curious about is what could bring 2 members of the royal family to this place at the same time." She thought about it. The energy took a great deal out of Wang Jingbo when he was assassinated. The only reason I can think of is that a treasure for prolonging life is about to appear. I nodded. So they came to get it and hand it to their father. Also, about 300 meters ahead of us, 7 men were lying underwater, watching us. "Hey, brother, I've checked. There's at least 400 taels in that bag." Sign language, underwater, very professional. 400? You're not mistaken? That's no small sum. When has my eye ever misjudged anything? I can see through a wall. Then, no, nearly 500. 7 sets of pupils shrank underwater and then went hot. If this vote goes through, we're set for life. Do you know that swordsman's strength? Is his name on the rolls? No, he's a nobody. 7 of us. We can do this. A little later, 7 figures came up out of the water in a spray and landed in a line and dried themselves with internal energy, and prepared to make the traditional announcement about blocking the road, and came back to themselves. There was nothing in front of them. The man in white, with a bag full of silver, had simply stopped being there. How could they have known? The swordsman had noticed them while they were still under the water and blinded all 7 of them with a wisp of ghost energy. "Big brother, have we encountered a ghost?" "Second brother, please, stop joking. I'm a martial artist. I kill, and I've seen blood. Even ghosts get out of my way." He had barely finished. A Rakshasa demon appeared in front of him and grinned. "My master told me that he originally only wanted to teach you a lesson. Then he found out that you are notorious bandits with many lives on your hands. So he changed his mind and told me to do whatever I wanted. So, I'm sorry. Since she started following me, Jade Rakshasa has become significantly more peaceful. She is still extremely ruthless about killing. She was an unparalleled master in life and a vengeful ghost after death, and she has never once needed help." The screaming went on for a while. We could hear it from a considerable distance. "I didn't expect you to know the Tao of the soul," Manhwa said, swinging up onto her horse. "I wouldn't dare say I understand it. I know a little." As far as I know, in this era, a ghost cannot exist indefinitely. You must have a soul pearl. Indeed, as expected, your knowledge is impressive. And I handed it to her. Aren't you worried I'll be tempted by your money? Don't worry, I laughed. Your life meridian is still with me. She rolled her eyes at me, took the pearl, and examined it with her whole attention while I held both sets of reins. Then she gave it back and told me it had many flaws. Impure, cracks inside that I couldn't see and that were obvious to her. And then told me that in the western part of the Lingtian imperial dynasty, there used to be a force called the soul-cleansing sect. Inside it, there is a soul-cleansing pool. Find the pool, and every flaw in that pearl washes out. I filed that away in silence. Are you practicing the 100 nether technique? Out of nowhere. I asked how she knew. Her eyes, she said, had been trained in a pupil technique that makes her extremely sensitive to souls. And within the Lingtian realm, the only well-known art for controlling souls is the 100 nether technique. She guessed it immediately. Then she asked why a man whose energy was running out would spend it learning magic. I told her the truth. I have never in my life had the opportunity to learn advanced magic. At Foundation Establishment, I still only knew Fireball and Waterball. Then I picked up some sword work and never really touched magic again. Now there is an opportunity, because all those once terrifying arts are lying around unwanted. I want to learn more. I want to see more. And the loss? Even if you're frugal, some loss is unavoidable. And you cannot master a spell without spending. I took a sip and asked her a question back. Who said I have to master it? She had no answer for several seconds, and then realized that was entirely consistent, and that I care more about the walk than the arrival. She gave me a long look, and realized something else, which she told me later. I am not a prodigy. I have no resources, no talent, no backing. I got here by trying things, one step at a time, for 1,000 years. And she said that if I was interested, she had some knowledge of magic and cultivation, and could teach me. I accepted immediately, because I'd been trying to work out how to ask for 2 days, and produced the 100 nether technique on the spot and started listing my problems with it. She listened, frowned, and told me I was an unorthodox practitioner and had misunderstood several parts. That debate went on horseback, until dawn. I benefited enormously. Then the sun came up on my face, and I realized I had been awake all night and became genuinely upset about it and complained that I would now need at least 3 good sleeps to make it back. More than a week went like that. Even spending as fast as I can, I'd only got through about 100 taels. No wonder people say it's hard to find a good teacher, I said, leaning against a tree. Those prodigies are going to enormous lengths to get into the big schools. She smiled to herself about that, because she had once set up an altar and preached, and after one session countless people benefited, and disciples pulled every string they had just to get a seat. And now she was doing one-on-one tutoring on a horse. In the old days, that could not have been measured in money. Which brings me to a thing I did not understand for a very long time. Talent is secondary. The real obstacle is having somebody to teach you. Even with poor comprehension, if a master works on you for a few centuries, you have a chance. Which means teachers are the rarest and most valuable resource in the entire cultivation world. Spirit stones? Treasures? Nowhere close. When I was young, I found that impossible to accept. What's hard about finding a teacher? Sit in on the lectures. And then I actually cultivated and learned better. A good teacher, with identical resources, produces a student a whole realm above one without. And the combat gap is worse. In that world, the essentials are never circulated. So we made the list. She read it out. Visit famous mountains. Enter ancient caves. Offer incense at Dale Temple. Pick a cliff flower. Take a boat into the depths of the lotus blossoms. Drink wine and watch sky lanterns. Go and hear the Wang family opera troupe. She had taken my opinion into account. The arrangement was simple. She teaches me magic and cultivation. I teach her how to look at scenery. I think we should add one more thing, I said. She picked up her brush. Add what, and in which position? Put it first, and I smiled, and she later described that smile as insidious. Go to the honest people's pawn shop and redeem the hairpin. She stopped, and then understood exactly why I'd left it there. You're so insidious, she said, and laughed, and added a line at the very top. The pawn shop had just finished renovations when we walked back in. More staff, and 2 well-known wandering swordsmen hired to stand around looking capable. The manager saw us and told a boy to run to the yamen and then clapped 3 times. I said I would like to pawn a hairpin. The court official informed me I had lost my mind, and that I could certainly pawn a hairpin at the cost of my life. Everybody came at once. I put all of them on the floor except the two in uniform, who set their stances and made a noise like tigers and leopards, which internal cultivators genuinely do and which does look impressive. 2 loud noises later, both of them were on the floor, foaming, unconscious. In pure martial skill, they were better than me. I'm a cultivator. Even without spending anything, my eyesight, my reaction, and my strength are simply on a different scale. Then I beat the manager extremely thoroughly, and not even the court official on his high counter escaped. And manhwa kicked him. Twice, both times in the face. The old her would have felt nothing about a man like that. The new one found him genuinely hateful. Then we ran, because we always run, and rode for the mountain, which was sealed. An enormous force of iron cavalry had closed the mountain road and was turning ordinary people away. Manhwa frowned. This is the ruins of the Seven Spirits sect. This mountain nurtures a king of medicinal ginseng. At the height of the energy, that ginseng could restore flesh and bone and extend life by 3,000 years. It seems it has matured. And now, if I ate it, how many years? Anything under 300 is still extremely precious, she murmured, because 300 years is no short time in this era. Which explained the traffic. Because a ginseng that extends life is the perfect gift for an emperor's birthday banquet. And if the 5th prince could work that out, so could everybody else. So over the next hour, at the foot of that mountain, more than a dozen princes and princesses arrived, and more than a dozen loose cultivators arrived, and the 2 groups stood looking at each other while the cavalry stood in between, and nobody moved, because Li Tianyu did not want to spend 8,000 men, and the cultivators did not intend to leave. And into that deadlock, Wang Tianya arrived and solved it. Her rule: everybody fights with a mortal body. No spiritual energy. Each side sends 1 representative up the mountain. Enforced with a red gem she produced out of her sleeve, a damaged relic of the destroyed Pingtian Hall Assassin Guild, which runs on blood rather than energy, and which marks anybody inside that mountain who spends a scrap. Punishment for cheating, proposed by the 17th prince and agreed instantly by everybody. We all kill him together. The princes hated it and could not refuse, because every one of them was standing next to a man with 8,000 riders, and this rule removed him from the board. Li Tianyu's mouth did something violent, because he had brought an army across a continent and had just watched it become a fence. Watching all of this from some distance away, I found it more beautiful than the mountain. I think it was her doing, Manhwa said, swallowing, wrinkling her nose at the burn. That ginseng is a secret of the Seven Spirits sect. Even I learned of it by chance. Those loose cultivators could not possibly have known it existed, let alone its ripening date. But what does she get out of it? Stir up the water, I said, to establish rules that benefit her. Compared to the others, she doesn't have much advantage, especially against a man standing behind 8,000 golden cores. And while all of that was being negotiated, the 2 of us went around the mountain, found a hidden entrance, waited until the cavalry were looking somewhere else, and walked in. Because Manhwa had not come for the ginseng. The Seven Spirits sect was affiliated with the Lingtian imperial dynasty, she said on the way up, but it was an independent force. And at the height of the energy, who would willingly limit their own potential? Their sect master was once being hunted and happened to run into me. He begged me to save his life and offered his entire fortune and a shocking secret. I saved him. So I know. He was killed by those enemies later. I think I am probably the only person alive who does. Even with the energy gone, that mountain kept some of its charm. Tall vegetation, delicate flowers, nothing about it like the world outside. We went straight up and got there quickly. If the ginseng can run away, I said, jogging, drinking as I went, won't this imperial herb run away too? I was soaked in alcohol at that point. She had, over a week and a half, started keeping a gourd on her own belt, and the ordinary one, bought on a street. She sipped from it occasionally. Some days she was tipsy from morning to night. No, its spirit has only just been conceived. Its intelligence hasn't formed, and the energy was gone before it could. An unremarkable little cave. She went in, dug through the soil, and a red crystalline root came out. It's the medicine king ginger, she said, and I could hear her heartbeat in it. If this thing matured, it would cover 10 miles in every direction with 3,000 sword intents. Refined into a 9-turn sword pill, whoever consumed it would have his physique reversed and become an innate sword embryo. The wonders of this thing could not be exhausted in 3 days and nights of talking. Snap, she broke it in half. The smell alone went into the nose like somebody sewing. She dropped her half into her wine gourd and handed me the other one. I could feel resentment coming off the sword intent in that root. She had just spent 30 seconds praising it and then broken it in half and put it in a bottle. She shook the gourd and drank and got a look on her face. Stronger, extremely spicy. One mouthful and you're warm through. Good wine, she said. I made mine into medicinal wine. One mouthful and everything drowsy in me went out like a light. It is, genuinely, superb wine. It will also do unimaginable things for a person's cultivation, but that felt secondary. Didn't you grasp 2 sword intents? From now on, you can just drink and never cultivate, and your sword intent will still climb. I said the thing I meant. Drinking this to help me sleep is a waste. This is for killing. 1 mouthful, 1 sword, and you can clear a mile without leaving a mark. White robes unstained by blood, she said, building the image. That truly makes a man a carefree wanderer. Which is when she went completely still, and everything lazy went out of her, and she looked like somebody facing an enemy. I followed her eyes. About 10 meters up a mountain path, a bald old monk was climbing the bluestone steps. Xianxia, hands together, chanting something. Ordinary monk at a glance. He felt us looking and looked back. 2 seconds. Then he put his head down and kept climbing. An assassin? I said quietly. She nodded and silently unscrewed her gourd, and this time the wine was bitter as well as sharp. She is manhwa. She is also Su Li. Discovering your true self and going to look at the world is a genuine joy, and a monk on a staircase brought her straight back. Days like these, how many are left? He doesn't seem to recognize you, I said. She nodded and kept drinking. Are you sure that against opponents like that I can break your dead end? Because that monk did not look like an ordinary problem. She looked lost for a moment and gave a bad smile. I'm not sure. Maybe the divine ability didn't work at all, and meeting you was purely accidental. That was the first time she wavered, because that old monk had come a long way to be that, and had almost certainly been a legendary prodigy in his youth. Compared to that, my record of killing 1 dragon is genuinely not impressive. And he was not the only one who wanted her dead. Then swords started ringing somewhere below. Come on, I said. Aren't you going to watch the show? And she came back. Because whatever the outcome is, cherish the present moment. He did not recognize her and cannot recognize her, which proves she is still safe. So we went and watched the competition, and I want to give you the whole of it in 1 paragraph because that is what it deserves. A 3-meter giant with a blade bigger than himself lost a finger to a prince with real sword intent. The prince got 4 steps before somebody came out of the bushes and took the pouch off his belt. The thief lost, handed it over, and was let go. The prince then lost it to the 17th prince's man, swore, and left. And it went round like that until it reached Xianxia, who was once a major star prodigy of the Fuyao Holy Land, and whose old physique made him simply faster and stronger than everybody present. And after that, nobody was willing to try him. There were no fatalities in that entire competition, incidentally. Everybody was watching everybody, and everybody wanted to keep what they had. And the assassination a few years back had taught every prince in that dynasty a very thorough lesson. And just as everyone concluded it was settled, a bald old monk stepped into Xianxia's path. Benefactor, this item is destined for me. I wonder if you would be willing to part with it. His face was so wrinkled it nearly covered his eyes. Xianxia did not waste words. He stamped, and the recoil kicked up dust, and he closed the distance instantly and brought his right leg around like a whip. Snap. The old monk caught it with one hand. Between the wrinkles his pupils were visible, and the light in them was cold. He shoved. Xianxia staggered. He caught the ankle with his other hand, pulled him back in, and put a shoulder into him. Xianxia went back several dozen steps and barely stayed on his feet. Both of us got serious, her especially. Without using spiritual energy, I asked, what are your chances against him? Without energy, I am inferior to him, she said flatly. With energy, I can defeat him completely, but I cannot kill him. I see, I said, and thought, she's probably wrong about that, because on this one, honestly, I could not help. Although I also had a very clear idea in my head, which is that if it came to it, escaping would not be a problem. Running has always been my actual trump card. During foundation establishment, I once got away from a soul transformation cultivator who was seriously trying, which I regard as one of the great achievements of my life. After nascent soul, it got considerably stranger, not because I'm fast, I've never been fast, because of the dreams. If somebody is genuinely determined to kill me, that's the happiest outcome available, because not only will I not die, I will wear them down while they try. Although I may not be able to help, I muttered, at a volume only I could hear, but I've never liked being in debt, because I'm afraid I won't be able to pay it back after I sleep. Sigh. I still have to put in 500 taels of effort, plus half a piece of ginger. Besides, we're friends, I'll help if I can. Then I looked at her, and felt something complicated. If this dead end is genuinely inevitable, how does she feel right now? Bang! A flurry of punches and palms. Cho-un lost completely, and the ginseng went into the hands of an old monk. Could it be that he's short of lifespan? I said. He does look quite old. I don't know, she said, but I know he isn't doing this to prolong his life. He has another purpose. And that purpose? She stopped. She had been about to say that it was probably aimed at her, and then went back through everything she knew and could not construct a single scenario in which a medicine ginseng was useful for killing her. Let's go, she said, and gave that old monk a very long look. The dust has settled. And so did we. We went 10 miles to Peach Blossom Mountain instead, because she said Xianxia had been beautiful and she hadn't been able to enjoy it, which was true. At the top, it was so bright it hurt. She picked one, and her face did something entirely unguarded. There was a painter up there. That used to be a decent living. Set up your frame somewhere with a view, and ask tourists if they want a portrait. Now the world is chaotic, and the tourists are poor or not in the mood. And most painters have changed trades, and the ones still doing it are extremely good. He asked, tentatively, whether we wanted one. Her eyes lit up, and she said yes immediately. She stood under the blossoms and smiled, genuinely, and the wind moved and carried the scent, and she was beautiful in a completely unmanufactured way. The painter stood there unable to start and went slightly red. I watched that and had a drink, and patted his shoulder. On the second pat, I took my hand back. I sighed and drank again. Because what I had been about to do was use the power of dreams to let him finish the painting and then gradually forget the woman under the peach blossoms, to spare him a lifetime of wanting something he was never going to get. And then I thought, interfering with a man's memory like that is domineering. He may not want to forget, and he may not actually need to. I accused myself of being presumptuous and put my hand back in my sleeve. He came out of it, turned round, and looked confused. I gave him a tael of silver and told him not to bother with change, because I was extremely wealthy and had plenty of money. He took it, and his eyes went hard and focused, and his brush started moving on the paper in a way that made me think about porcelain. After an incense stick, he tore the sheet in half, crumpled it, threw it aside, and started again. I picked the discarded one up and thought it was very good, and asked why he'd torn it up, since paper isn't cheap. It's not good enough, he said. He finished in under an hour. A woman standing under peach blossoms in a soft wind with her face at rest. Manhwa looked at it and went completely quiet, not because it was well drawn, because of her own expression. Then she wanted another one, with me in it. He agreed, and we arranged ourselves, and he began, and ran into an obstacle. The woman was fine. The man in white kept falling asleep. He also had a serious alcohol habit and liked to have a mouthful every so often, which destroyed the pose and ruined the composition every time. The painter became visibly distressed, but I'd given him a tael, so he had to provide the best possible service. Manhwa watched this and started smiling. That's how he is, she told him. Ignore it. Paint him like that. So he painted a strange picture: setting sun, a peach tree, a man fast asleep, and a woman looking at him helplessly. When it was finished, I was still asleep. She put both paintings away. Then she took out the list and marked another line off it. Days went by after that, and I'm not going to give you all of them because they were the good ones and they went the way good days go. I rented a very expensive boat and lay on the deck watching green mountains go past, drinking and sleeping. She turned out to enjoy life more than I do. She became an expert with no instruction whatsoever, which foods are good, which go with alcohol, in what order, so we hired cooks and put them on the boat to make things specifically to drink with. On the last day, the food ran out, and I was too lazy to go ashore, so I sat every person on that boat in a row along the left side, and we fished. We caught fish and also 2 broken boots, a rusty hairpin, and several rags. Every fresh one went straight to a cook, who turned it into a dish before it fully understood what had happened. Then the 1,000-year cave, which was full of shimmering color and genuinely broadened the horizons of a woman who had seen a great many magnificent things. Then Dale Temple, on a day that turned out to be a temple fair. We queued a long time, got to the front, and learned from the people around us that the incense being burned that day was for praying for children. We held a brief consultation and decided to come back tomorrow. The next day I offered incense and donated 5 taels, which moved the abbot so much that he grabbed my hand and informed me I was destined for the Buddha, and invited us to stay for a vegetarian meal of bean sprouts and pumpkin, and nothing else. The cook's skill was flawless, and I had 2 bowls. Manhwa had 3. I called her a foodie, and she asked, with total sincerity, what a foodie was. After that, she followed that list with absolute discipline. She picked a rock flower off a cliff. She lost at rock, paper, scissors to decide who climbed, tied a rope round her own waist, and went over the edge, having first argued that picking flowers off cliffs was obviously a man's job. Then we took a boat out and deliberately went into the middle of the lotus blossoms, and while she sat in the middle of all that, I muttered apologies to the ones we'd gone over. Brother Lotus, I'm sorry. I'll toast you. A month went past like that, the 6th of the 9th month. Far away, in the northern desert, a river mother temple finished construction, and firecrackers went off in a village, and every household burned incense and prayed for rain. And on the same day, in Zhoucheng, it was the day of the sky lanterns. There's a legend there. If your lantern makes it up on that night, family members far from home are safe. That night, tens of thousands of them went up. The whole boat city looked like daytime. The light came down on both of us lying on the grass. We clinked our cups occasionally. So beautiful, she said, and raised her glass and held it in the air, and noticed that nobody had touched it in some time, and that there was a faint snoring near her ear. She smiled, helplessly. Why does this person love sleeping so much? She drank the whole glass herself. Her face was serene. She watched the lanterns go up and go out and come down, until it was all dark again. Forget about the big boss, she said, remembering the 4 words she had shouted with her cup in the air. Then she took out the list and marked off some more. Another wish fulfilled. The rest were left blank and were going to stay blank, and she knew it. She untied the gourd from her waist and set it down next to me, and the tipsiness went out of her instantly, and her face went back to being cool and resolute, the way you can watch a coat go on. Manhwa became Su Li again. Manhwa is her real name and her true self. That does not mean Su Li isn't. She is the most steadfast seeker of the Tao. She always has been. Fine, she said. I'll face the rest alone. She gave me a long look, having decided at some point that she was not going to involve me any further. She can shrink a mile into an inch. She can cross 3,000 meters in a step. She was gone in about a second. I was still fast asleep. I want to be clear that I was not pretending. I was genuinely asleep. I also knew exactly what had happened. I couldn't have stopped her, but I knew perfectly well that she was going there to die. She left in such a hurry that she didn't even take her own life meridian back. I found that inappropriate. Set aside whatever we were to each other. 500 taels alone is enough of a debt to have opinions about. If I don't put in 500 taels of effort, I'm going to feel guilty about it later. I'm not afraid of very much. I'm afraid of guilt. Because my life is very, very long, and once something makes me feel guilty, I get to feel it for a very long time. I rubbed my eyes, sat up, looked in the direction she'd gone. Manhwa really doesn't want to get me involved. She actually used a divine ability to run away. She was in a fatal trap. I didn't understand it either. I raised my hand and looked at the red mole in my palm. Perhaps. Blue light, and the life meridian came out of my hand and turned into a red firefly and drifted north. I followed it. I knew I probably couldn't help much. I should still go and see, even if in the end it's just collecting a body. At least I'll have done my part. In the far north of the Lingtian imperial dynasty, there is an endless desert, and in the middle of a sandstorm, there was a village that came and went depending on the wind. In that village, a white-haired man put a black stone down on a board. You lost. Sigh. The man opposite him had a dark, bluish complexion. You, the fortune teller, are nothing special. Let's play another round. I'm sure I can beat you. Let's play 1,000 more. The result will be the same. Then let's have another 1,000. The white-haired man shook his head. If the old monk and the others hadn't gone out, leaving only you and me here, I would not play chess with a player as bad as you. Then he changed the subject. The blood for the compass will be available soon. However, that item was badly damaged when the energy died. Once it's on, it cannot be switched off until it is completely spent. It's all right, the white-haired man said, and something sharp went through his eyes. Let's begin the cleanup. Now, I want to introduce that man properly, because he is the most dangerous person in this story, and he never once threw a punch. He was the last surviving member of the Divine Calculation sect. The Divine Calculation sect was destroyed early in the depletion, and not by anybody. They divined too deep. They went after something that was being hidden. And 10,000 heavenly thunderbolts came down and killed every person inside that mountain, from the supreme old ancestor to the junior disciples to the servants. He happened to be away. There was a joke among the assassin organizations of soaring heaven, back when there were assassin organizations. Second in heavenly calculation. First in divine calculation. Meaning, at killing people, Ping Tian Hall is only the second best in the world. The Divine Calculation sect is first. Which is strange, because the Divine Calculation sect is not an assassin organization and has no meaningful fighting force. They simply have never failed. And he had spent years assembling everybody in the world who wanted Su Li dead. He could do that because he had a large name before the drought, not for combat, but for organization and for knowing everything. And because the plan he built was so precise that it let every one of them remove an enemy they would never otherwise have dared touch, at almost no personal cost. That's the whole product. That's why they came. Here's the bait. There is no river in the northern desert. He built a river mother temple there anyway. That is the invitation. A woman who has spent decades becoming a river god cannot fail to notice a temple to herself standing in a place with no water, and cannot fail to understand who put it there. Then he sent people to the ancient tomb of the shogunate and dug up the corpse of the master who first led her onto the path, and put it inside that temple. And then he invited Long Zi. 1,000 years ago, Su Li and Long Zi, sect master of the 100 Refinements sect, had an argument about the great Tao that was serious enough to become a fight. Nobody won. So they made a pact to finish it properly later. That pact had been sitting unresolved for 1,000 years. He collected it. Are you so sure she'll come? Said the dark-faced man. Of course, said the fortune teller, and smiled, and he was completely at ease. If she doesn't come, it is a fundamental denial of her own abilities. To survive, she would have to disregard her own master, break her own word, and admit in public that she is inferior to another man. Besides, she is Su Li, she will come. But to save her life, she could still choose not to. Of course, the fortune teller poured tea. Do you remember that old monk? Before the depletion, that monk practiced the way of incense offerings. Her temples are across the entire continent. Even if she changes her face, if the old monk spends a little money, he can find her. Even her apprentice. She knows this too, and she cannot escape it. The outcome was fixed the moment she decided to study incense and build the first River Mother temple. Let that sit for a second. The thing she built to save her life is the thing that made her impossible to hide. The sandstorm turned. A tiger's roar came out of it, and a scholar riding it, and an old man carrying 3 swords. From the other direction, a bald old monk walking, and further out, 2 carriages traveling side by side. Sister, said Li Tianyu, lifting his curtain, the scenery in the northern desert is better than I imagined. Wang Tianya lifted hers. Brother, didn't you always brag about those 8,000 iron cavalry? You take them everywhere. Why not this time? He laughed heartily. We have to give people a break, don't we? The 9th day of the 9th month. Huangtu village. 1 street, earth houses on both sides. A woman with a whisk walked into it. At the end of the street, a white-haired man sat by a chessboard and put a piece down with a click. The show is about to begin. Somewhere off to the side, Li Tianyu said the same thing, with considerably more enthusiasm, then squinted at the woman's face, because something about it was familiar. "Brother, how did you learn about this?" Long Tianya asked. "Little sister, we're both here, let's not pretend." "You've been trading with the fortune teller too, haven't you?" She said nothing. "Sister, if you keep pretending, it stops being interesting. How about we exchange? You tell me what you got, and I'll tell you what I got." He was wary of her. Jingmin Trading Company out-earns his pawn shops by a distance, and he had extended that invitation partly to watch a show and mostly to find out what she was buying. "I did cooperate with them," she said, smiling, "but I won't say what I got or what the arrangement was." Then she looked back at the street. "Let's watch the main show instead." A wooden door on the right opened, and a robust middle-aged man came out. Long Zi, former sect master of the 100 Refinements sect, top expert of the body-tempering world. "You really did come," he said, and there was admiration in it. "I thought you were cold-hearted. It seems I was wrong." "The great Tao is narrow," she said. "It can't hold too much. But I will cherish everything I can fit in my bag." He nodded. "Using our pact as leverage is not a kind method. But I do owe the divine calculator a favor. Today I will only discuss the Tao and nothing else. When we finish, I'll turn around and go." And he sat down cross-legged in the middle of a dirt street. So did she. Now. A Tao pact is not a fight. It is more dangerous than a fight. The words go straight into the heart. Two philosophies of the path collide, and the loser, if he isn't cut off from his future entirely, is close enough that it makes little difference. You lose a layer of cultivation and start again, and that's if you're lucky. The Tao cannot be spoken, as they say. So it happened in complete silence. Two people sitting in the dirt, doing nothing at all. And the danger of it was known to exactly two people in the world. "What a pity," Li Tianyu said, watching them. "If the energy hadn't run out, we could hear them. That might have been an opportunity for us." said Wang Tianya. "Whether it's opportunity or disaster, we don't know." Stealing another man's enlightenment is a major taboo and a grave offense. Anyone who steals it should be punished by everyone. His mouth moved and produced nothing. And by then, it was over. Long Zi coughed blood, and his breathing went thin. "You have impure thoughts," manhwa said, opening her eyes. "You feel guilty toward me. You deserve to lose." He gave a bitter laugh and said nothing for a long time. Then, "Do you have any funeral arrangements? I, Long Zi, am sorry for what I have done to you." She shook her head. "Even without you, I would still have come." And then something sly went through her eyes. "As for my affairs after death, if you happen to meet my disciple, pass on a message. Tell her that this is all I can do as her teacher. She'll have to study the rest of the incense herself." He nodded, stood up slowly, bowed, and said, "Farewell," and turned and walked away without looking back. "Good," she said, and stood up and walked forward. At the end of the street, the fortune teller picked up another piece and pressed it gently onto the board, and a blood-red curtain went up between heaven and earth. She saw it, and her face changed. "The heavenly compass," said Li Tianyu, and there was nothing casual in his voice anymore. "The supreme relic of Pingtian Hall. Legend says the lord of Pingtian Hall came from nothing and climbed to the top on that one object." "More than that," said Wang Tianya. "He used it to assassinate 3 people at the great realm level. It caused a sensation across the entire cultivation world at the time, and to this day, nobody knows how he did it. Countless people have wondered what that compass actually does. It seems today we find out." The curtain closed over dozens of miles, and both of them felt something change inside their own bodies and understood at once. That compass forcibly suppresses every cultivator inside its range down to a fixed realm. "What a shrewd calculation," Li Tianyu said, and there was fear in it. "It doesn't just raise the success rate, it removes the cost. For these void refining experts, there is now no loss at all." He tested himself and found he could reach the golden core stage and nothing above it. The fortune teller's mouth moved. "The heavenly compass is an extraordinary treasure. This will be its last performance. After this, it returns to dust. There was something in his eyes when he said that, and I genuinely do not know whether he was mourning the artifact or himself. What a clever scheme, manhwa said, and her face was grim, because she had understood it the instant the curtain went up. Her heart is unbreakable. She still could not enjoy this. A normal assassination, she dies, but she dies at her actual height, and she takes a real fight with her. She might not take them with her, but she could fight them for a very long time, dying on the road to the Tao. Nothing to fear, nothing to regret. Inside that curtain, she was golden core, and however hard she fought, it would cost her enemies almost nothing, and they would walk out of it still at void refining. The fortune teller made another move, and the doors on both sides of that street opened. First a man and a tiger, then the bald old monk. Then a middle-aged man with a dark bluish complexion. Every single one of those people, before the depletion, had a name that would have stopped a room. The tiger scholar had been void refining, middle stage, in the white domain, and high on the star ranking. The dark-faced man was the grand elder of the corpse puppet sect. The old monk was from Juxiang Temple. Any one of them, on their own, was somebody you did not approach, and all of them were currently operating at golden core in order to besiege one woman at no cost whatsoever. Su Li, your life will likely be stained across the northern desert today. The tiger scholar sneered. You've been thoroughly influenced by that incense. If you enter reincarnation, you might be reborn into a good family. However, said the dark-faced man, you won't be entering reincarnation. After you die, I'll stain the golden statue of the river mother with your blood and bury it in the desert. A river mother, in a land with no rivers, tisk tisk. All of which the fortune teller had arranged. If you're going to kill somebody, kill them completely. Her pupils moved slightly. She understood she was not getting out, and she was not going to sit still for it. Her hair moved without wind. Golden core pushed to its absolute limit. The whisk in her right hand came apart into 3,000 strands of silver-white silk that turned in the air around her. 3,000 strands, Wang Tianya said quietly. Su Li's innate skill. A single thread of that could cut a star in half and flatten the mountain range. And now, alas, the decline of the cultivator. The first exchange left a crater in the street. Protected by silver, she went backwards out of the dust, and the tiger scholar shouted, and his tiger came at her with its body on fire. The dark-faced man clapped once, and 7 or 8 skeletons came up out of the ground and came in from every direction. She sealed a hand, blew, called up a wind, rose on it, and sent 3,000 assassins into the crowd. Magical artifacts, incidentally, used to be a major component of a cultivator's power. The depletion turned most of them into scrap metal in 3 centuries. Which is why a woman who could once cut stars was doing it with a horsehair whisk. Boom. The dark-faced man cut off his own head. It went up into the air on its own and started glowing, and there were ripples moving in the pupils, and looking into them disturbed the mind. She wrapped 3,000 strands around the flying head and started closing them, intending to reduce it to mince, and the halo around it made it as hard as anything she had ever tried to squeeze. The flying head technique, signature move of the corpse puppet sect. Then something went wrong, and she pulled her hair back fast. Hundreds of strands had gone dark red, and they broke and dissolved into the air. At the end of the street, the fortune teller's mouth turned up very slightly. He knew exactly what her methods were. Of course he had prepared for them. The Tao twin, he murmured. She has 2 lives. I will use the god-slaying needle for one of them. Today, I take the second. Yes, you read that correctly. She had already died once. Then she formed a seal with 2 fingers, opened her mouth, and spat out golden energy that turned into thousands of arrows and went at the flying head. At the same time, her eyes went cold, and the 3,000 strands stopped being solid and became something else, and enveloped the headless body. Die, the head screamed, and that was very nearly the end of it. Then a shadow appeared out of nothing and swept toward her. A small knife with a crimson edge went into her back to the bone. She coughed blood and turned and slapped the shadow away. Pingtian Hall's assassin? Her face went white, and her energy dropped by a factor of 10 in one breath. Exactly. A figure in a black robe, standing perfectly still in that heat and making everybody near it cold. No wonder I didn't even notice. because Pingtian Hall does one thing, one decisive blow. Their concealment is not a technique, it's a religion. She tried to counterattack and found she couldn't. The dagger in her back was suppressing her cultivation. It was called the blade of absolute law. Once it's in you, the killing intent goes into the heart meridian and takes your cultivation apart. She was out of options. Off to the side, in the sun, Li Tianyu felt his skin go cold. He looked at the white-haired man by the chessboard, because a person that far above him had just been dismantled by arrangements, with no power to resist any of it, and it had cost the man who did it essentially nothing. Wang Tianya was thinking too, and what she was thinking was, I must be extremely careful when doing business with him in future. Perhaps I should keep my distance entirely. It's over, the fortune teller said, and put a piece down. A chessboard is a place for strategic maneuvering. Every piece connects to every other piece and forms a net. And when the last one goes down, the net closes. In the street, the flying head opened its mouth wide and came at her. She was powerless. Clang. 3 meters out, a longsword appeared between them. The head bit the blade, threw sparks everywhere, and got vibrated backwards. Some distance away, the headless body caught its own head and put it back on, and the flesh reconnected, and it shook itself and looked around to see who had done that. There was a man in white standing there. He wasn't saying anything. He was wiping saliva off his sword. Then he made a face, because there was still a bit of a taste on it, so he glanced at the dark-faced man with visible resentment, unscrewed his gourd, poured wine down the blade, and washed it off. Who are you? The dark-faced man said, and his mouth twitched. An unknown nobody, I said. Seriously. Meihua's eyes lit up, and then went out. Because these were top-tier people, and I am a nascent soul, and even suppressed to the same number, the gap is not a number. You should leave, she said, and sighed. This is my fate. Why involve yourself? I thought about it. I don't know if I can beat them, but I'll do my best. If the outcome still can't be changed, then it won't be too late for me to leave. She stopped. Never mind. Meanwhile, the fortune teller was frowning because he could not place me. He ran the entire roster of famous and charismatic figures in soaring heaven in his head at speed. Nothing. Which is when he got cautious because there were only 2 possibilities. 1. This person comes from another world. 2. This person is a reclusive master. 3 would have been, this person is genuinely unknown, and he'd ruled it out, because somebody who knows Su Li and is willing to step in front of that cannot be nobody. Be careful, this person is strange. Everyone in that street took 4 or 5 steps back at once. Her asking for help, incidentally, was also in his plan. Let me use the 7-colored pearl to check his true cultivation before we fight. He took out a pearl and pushed golden core energy into it. It shattered and put out a large halo. That halo lands on everyone present and takes a color from their actual realm. Everyone in the street turned a noble purple. Void refining. Meihua's was purple with a hint of red. She had reached body integration once and had fallen back. Every eye moved to me. And every eye widened, because it was blue, faint blue, nascent soul, only nascent soul, one blue light in a street full of purple. 4 people turned and looked at the fortune teller. His expression did not change. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. I miscalculated. I thought a mysterious piece had suddenly entered the board, full of variables. It was a fly that came in through the window. And then he thought about how loudly he had just told everyone to be careful, and there was a moment. Ha ha ha, kid! Do you know how many people have failed to do what you're attempting? Even the renowned fortune teller has miscalculated. The dark-faced man was having the best afternoon of anybody there because he had been looked down on by that white-haired man for years and had been waiting. Off to the side, Li Tianyu and Wang Tianya had faint purple on them too. They had only just entered void refining when the world dried. Everyone's at the golden core level now, I said, mildly. How do you know that he won't die by my hand? And I looked at my sword. It isn't particularly sharp. It doesn't have a menacing aura. It is a completely unremarkable longsword. Meihua had stopped being able to speak. My cousin is adorably silly, Wang Tianya said, shaking her head. Li Tianyu nodded, and there was real mockery in it. Void refining and nascent soul are separated by a great realm. Even suppressed to the same level, the difference between them is heaven and earth. Never mind the same level. If they suppress themselves to foundation establishment, they could still crush him. Truly a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. No wonder he's cultivated 1,000 years and is still nascent soul. His vision is limited and his perspective is too narrow. The key, said Wang Tianya, rarely agreeing with him, is that a newborn calf may not be afraid of a tiger, or it may simply not know how terrifying a tiger is. What a pity, she added, thinking about a crossbow that was never going to be built, and then got over it because Xingmin Trading Company was growing and she could gather craftsmen and develop the technology herself. 1 year, 2 years. Anybody can make a simple crossbow eventually. In the middle of a street full of purple, that faint blue light over my head was extremely conspicuous, even to me, because in the past I would never have been qualified to be in this conversation. I looked around at them, and the names came up one at a time in my head, and every one of them used to be a wall. And I was not particularly afraid. I was, honestly, quite eager. I wanted to see whether these dazzling stars were as unreachable as advertised. I tightened my grip, and stood in front of her, which is a sentence with an obvious meaning, and she felt it. "Kill him," the fortune teller said. Nobody moved. She was finished. The strategist had the whole board. Nobody was worried about accidents. But this boy's cultivation was mediocre, and in the old days he would not have been qualified to be glanced at. The energy is gone. A cultivator's pride is not. They would join forces to kill Su Li. They would use ambushes and sneak attacks to do it. Fine. They were not willing to expend effort on me. That is contempt, and it was genuine, and it went all the way down. The man in white in front of them was a nobody at nascent soul. What made him think he could stand there? In that moment, in every one of their heads, I was a child from a poor mountain village who kept insisting on comparing his knowledge with theirs. Who would agree to that? Still, somebody had to. And the dark-faced man of the corpse puppet sect stepped forward with a sinister grin, because he was arrogant and also genuinely wicked, and since nobody else was going to, he'd take it as killing a chicken. The rest relaxed and settled in to watch. He opened his mouth and spat hundreds of streams of dark blue energy into the air, and the roar of vengeful spirits came with it, and all of it came at me. I flicked my sword. Colorless. Formless. Real and not real at the same time. My energy wrapped the blade and swept out. That energy, Wang Tianya said, interested. Spiritual energy is about quality and character, Li Tianyu said. The corpse puppet seniors is dark blue with extremely yin attributes. I heard that on the eve of the depletion, he extracted the poison of 10,000 corpses and integrated it into his own origin, which raised him another level. As for Wei Zichen's, I don't know if it's my imagination, but it feels superficial, thinner than any energy I've ever seen. Perhaps his foundation is simply poor. And then he got a look, because that era had been dazzling. In the street, wind came up, and the sand formed a river python, and it went into the sea of skulls roaring, and swallowed hundreds of them whole. Sword intent? Said the tiger scholar, smiling. Could he have comprehended that from watching a python? River pythons are nothing, said the assassin from Pingtian Hall flatly. A lowly beast. What is there to admire? The dark-faced man had a thought, and his skulls started multiplying, exponentially. In seconds, the python was gone inside them, and the skulls carried a poison that was already spreading. Li Tianyu was enjoying himself enormously. The senior's skull C technique doesn't just carry his insight, it re-engineers how the energy runs. A normal golden core can control 100 skulls. He is running thousands, and they can divide themselves, which even a soul transformation cultivator cannot do. He has met a lot of people. He knew what he was looking at, and he was respectful about it. Wang Tianya nodded. That one move alone wipes out 99% of golden core cultivators. The skulls kept coming. More of them than sand. They covered everything. I sighed, because using a technique like that at golden core is genuinely frightening. Then I took a mouthful of wine. Extremely spicy. My tongue actually hurt. I didn't swallow it. I held it in my mouth and moved that thin, unreal-looking energy up from the dantian to the mouth and sprayed. The wine came out as mist. The mist turned into countless small river pythons, each one carrying sword intent, and went into the skull sea. Because there was Medicine King ginger in that gourd, and it makes the river python bite harder. That alone would not have been enough, so I breathed fire into it. Wine with that ginger in it, meeting open flame, goes up like an argument. It went through the skull sea like a grass fire. The sky turned red. I did the sums in my head while it burned. Good move, worth 5 taels, 2 of which are wine. That's interesting, said the tiger scholar, who had understood the entire mechanism at a glance. This kid isn't useless. His wine contains extremely yang material, and combined with sword intent and fire magic, it perfectly counters the corpse puppet swarm. And several people were now openly enjoying the fact that a grand elder had just been embarrassed by a nascent soul. The skull sea burned out completely, and the flaming river python came out of the fire at its owner. The corpse puppet grand elder, feeling humiliated, immediately cut his own throat and used the flying head technique again, because he knows a lot of spells, and at Golden Core almost none of them are available, and the flying head is the only genuinely strong thing he has left. So he used his ultimate move, which at Golden Core is close to unbeatable. The head went at the burning python. And the body, and I want you to picture this properly, the headless body sprinted at me at full speed. Meanwhile, on the other side, boring, said the Ping Tian Hall assassin, who had been watching the whole thing, and vanished. Up in the air, the head met the fire python, opened its mouth, and inhaled, and the python shrank as it went in. Its cheeks bulged and glowed red, and things pushed at the inside of them for a few seconds. Then it swallowed, and the python stopped existing, and it spat out a blue flame with corpse poison in it that turned into a slender fire snake. And at exactly that moment, the headless body arrived and put an Iron Mountain strike into me. Thud. The ground shook, and houses came down. Fortunately, there were no mortals in that village that day. Otherwise, that single blow would have killed a great many of them. Besides the magic and the poison, Wang Tianya said, corpse puppet bodies are terrifying. I fought one of their prodigies once. That flying head is extremely troublesome. The head is made of celestial iron, Li Tianyu said. Highly poisonous, disturbs the mind, can cast spells, can fly 1,000 meters. Apart from its appearance, the technique is flawless. Then he pointed at the empty seat beside the tiger scholar. It's over. The Ping Tian Hall assassin moved as well. Because in all that dust, a killing intent had gathered. Not aimed at me, aimed at her. Ping Tian Hall does not fight you honestly. His target was manhwa, so he went to kill manhwa while I was occupied. The dagger was already falling when the intent appeared, straight at her throat. Nobody, dealing with a headless body and a poisoned head at the same time, has attention left for that. Then the sand cleared, and everybody stopped, because I had stopped both of them at once, and I was not injured. My sword was against the assassin's dagger, less than an inch from her neck. My left elbow and left knee were up together in a defensive line, taking the full Iron Mountain strike. 2 things at once. No, 3. Because I had also repeated the trick with the wine and had a fire python currently fighting the blue flame snake in the air over our heads. Everything exactly balanced. Every pupil in that street contracted. The fortune teller frowned immediately, because with his experience he knew precisely how hard that is. Ping Tian Hall assassins are unpredictable and elusive. Even without a headless corpse punching you, in a straight one-on-one with your full attention, you generally do not see them coming. I had. He stopped being contemptuous. The 2 royals watching had to reevaluate the man in white. The balance broke quickly. The assassin rotated his dagger around my blade and went at her again. I had already decided he would, so a wisp of that real and not real energy went into his mouth and nose and interfered with his senses and slowed him by half a step. Half a step was enough to move both of us. To everyone watching, we simply went thin and then appeared 3 miles away. Nobody could explain how. Neither could she. She felt the scene change, and then she was somewhere else. It wasn't teleportation, and it wasn't an escape technique. Her eyes were enormous. Because that afternoon was systematically dismantling everything she believed. A man doing that at Golden Core is not trash. She thought about the day she was pulled out of a river. Her first feeling, honestly, had been embarrassment, because she had once told a girl that Wei Tzu Chen would never leave the Pan-Dragon sect in his lifetime. And after being saved, she'd said she was willing to believe he could break her dead end. Reason kept telling her it was impossible, which is why, in the end, she left without saying goodbye. But this, she might have understood something, that the man had never been slow. He just wasn't comparing himself to the stars. He wasn't comparing himself to anybody. He was walking at his own pace, on his own road. And her feelings about that got extremely complicated because she could feel a distance from him that was both close and unbridgeable. And she could also feel the sincerity when the cups touched. And at that exact moment, watching his back, she felt something she had no reason to feel, which was that nobody had ever really understood him. Pingtian Hall, I said to the assassin, smiling. I wonder what brand your excellency is. He had completely stopped underestimating me and was now treating me as an opponent. Heaven Tile, Cao Ren. And your excellency? Carefree Tower, I said. Well, it could be considered a mystical amulet. Then, of course, that was before. I've long since stopped. Every assassin in Soaring Heaven is graded on the same 4-tier scale: heaven, earth, black, yellow. Heaven is the top, yellow is the bottom. You're more than that, Cao Ren said casually. I shrugged and looked entirely indifferent. Here's the state of play at that point. A longsword with nothing frightening about it, a cheap sword intent, a man who looks harmless, and an afternoon that had forced every person in that street to take him seriously. The tiger scholar and the old monk still would not move. Cao Ren and the corpse puppet man teamed up. Two void-refining beings joining forces against one nascent soul, which would have got both of them laughed out of that world in any other era. But this was not the time for face. If somebody can help you and save energy, you take it. Several rounds and neither of them gained anything. Because, and this is a thing worth saying, I traveled the mortal world and I acquired a martial arts genius. Jade Rakshasa, my ghost servant, had been teaching me for years. My sword work is treacherous now. I cut both of them and very nearly opened Cao Ren's throat, which put a cold sweat on a Heaven Tile assassin. Which is significant because inside the compass, there is no coming back. When somebody dies there, they are dead. Neither of them wanted to be close to me after that, so they went to magic. The corpse puppet sect summoned 7 corpses and released a poison blast 10 miles wide. And the tiger scholar's technique, when he stopped being polite, formed an actual killing domain around him, and standing inside it felt like being surrounded. Only when both of them got serious did I start losing, because I could not defend everything, and my sword intent was no longer enough. And just as everyone concluded it was over, there was a dragon's roar. The python made of sword intent grew 2 horns. It was transforming. Unbelievable, even after the depletion, sword intent can still advance. Is that python turning into a dragon? The 2 royals were on their feet. Cao Ren and the corpse puppet man went cold, because the advantage they had just built was quietly evaporating. Since ancient times, the dragon clan has been the most prestigious, the fortune teller said, and his eyes narrowed, and he was calculating fast. A lowly river python cannot simply become a dragon, unless this person has slain a dragon and has its blood on him. Another surprise from a piece he had already written off. Little tiger, go and help them. The tiger scholar's full name is Fang Li. He started as a Confucian, cultivating character and virtue, believing that one word could decide the fate of the world. Then, for reasons nobody knows, he switched to body cultivation halfway through and developed a body of 10,000 demons and became enormously strong and extremely demonic. He nodded and his face went serious. His hair came loose. Purple threads spread out from between his brows and formed a pattern. He took off his shirt. And a purple eye slowly opened in the center of his chest. The pressure in that street changed owner. The tiger nuzzled his leg. He patted its head and vanished and reappeared in the middle of it and threw a punch that sounded like 1,000 demons screaming at once. The air in front of that fist popped. It landed on Qingping. The sword screamed and I went dozens of meters. Because here is the distribution. Cao Ren is an assassin. His entire value is the first strike. The corpse puppet man's real strength is poison and spells that require soul transformation to run. At Golden Core, Fang Li's straight combat ability is simply far above both of them. Everybody in that street reacted to that punch. The corpse puppet man in particular started swearing about hidden strength while also standing further away. You've slain a dragon? Fang Li grinned. Unfortunately, so have I, but I hammered mine to death. Then he put his fist into the ground, and the roar of 10,000 beasts came up out of it, and the entire village collapsed into a half-circle crater. And then he calmed down and started quoting scripture. He began reciting the sayings of the sages, and every word and every movement made him look like a high-ranking scholar, and the danger coming off him multiplied while he did it. From where I was standing, he was stacking. The heretical scholar, Li Tianyu breathed. Is this what that requires? How terrifying. What would his combat power have been if the energy hadn't dried? And there was a heat in his eyes because he had almost forgotten. He used to be a prodigy himself. If he weren't so concerned about so many things, he would have liked to be in that street. Facing Fang Li, I genuinely started struggling, because he spoke eloquently and reality listened. When he said, "Draw a circle on the ground as a prison," a suction came up out of the ground under my feet and stayed there. And every time that happened, the flying head and Cao Ren's dagger arrived. But I'm not bad either. I kept seeming to know what all three of them were about to do, which enraged them because they could feel I wasn't stronger and they still could not finish it. They didn't know the mechanism. It's mine. I developed it. Sometimes a dream is not a dream. Sometimes it's a thought, an intention, a flicker of something under the surface that hasn't become a decision yet. And those things I can catch if I concentrate. Which is exactly how I kept stopping Cao Ren from reaching her, repeatedly, accurately, from the wrong side of a fight. That infuriated him enough that he gave up on assassinating her entirely and decided to kill me first. Predicting is not defending, though. With three of them, there is always a hole. I took a punch from Fang Li. Cao Ren's blade grazed my cheek. The corpse puppet man moved poison in to eat me. Except my wine has medicine king ginger in it, which is the most yang substance in the world, and it counters a corpse cultivator so thoroughly that the man was left standing there furious and completely without options. Bang, bang, bang. Several more exchanges. I sidestepped a few, went back several steps, and took an enormous drink, and it ran down my chin and my neck and soaked the front of my robe. I sheathed the sword. And drew it very fast, fast enough that nobody saw it, and Cao Ren tasted something sweet in his throat. Something was coming out of his neck quickly. He got both hands on it and felt it, warm and wet. The smell of rust arrived. His eyes went wide, because he had not planned for this attack to be the one. The bleeding did not stop, and his energy could not stop it either. His eyes went to Fang Li and the corpse puppet man, and found both of them horrified and equally confused. Then to me. The man in white, drinking, with unusually cold eyes, glanced back at him out of the corner of one, and appeared to be muttering something. A top-tier assassin, worth 50 taels. When? How is that possible? He could not accept it. He was a heaven-tile assassin. He had killed prodigies of every description. He had never met a man whose swordsmanship could open his throat in silence. There is no such person in this world, he was certain, and he was correct. Because my swordsmanship is average. I could not open Cao Ren's throat in an instant. If I could genuinely do that, everybody in that street would already have been dead. It was not Qing Ping that cut his neck. It was a dream. I call it dream extraction. Cao Ren was an assassin who had killed countless people and who nearly always did it with a single blow, and nearly always at the neck or the throat. And every time he came at me, he came at my neck. That much intention, that much repetition, that much obsession generates something that behaves like a dream. Only I can see it. So I took Cao Ren's own dream and used it as the base and wove invisible threads out of it. And then I pulled. The fast draw was theater. I wanted everybody looking at the sword. Thud. He fell. The street went completely silent. There was only sand moving. Wang Tianya touched her own throat and the hair on her neck stood up. Li Tianyu took half a step back without noticing he'd done it. People who know me know that this is how I always am. At first, I look harmless to humans and animals. And when I get serious, the horror of it is not an overwhelming aura or a torrent of energy or an exquisite spell. It's that it makes no sense and it arrives from the wrong direction. Nobody has ever understood me. The only people who know what I actually am are dead. At that moment, a down-on-his-luck swordsman in white, drinking heavily, was applying as much pressure to that street as any of them. Cao Ren was dead, completely dead, and his death told everybody something specific. In here, they are golden core, and if you are golden core, you can die. If you keep your arrogance and refuse to see the situation, the outcome is the same. Manhwa was as shocked as anybody. She had no idea how I'd done it either. Qing Ping went back into its sheath, and Fang Li and the corpse puppet man both went dozens of steps backwards in one movement with their scalps crawling. My sword intent finished becoming a dragon. Storm, thunder, rain. And I took the initiative. I appeared behind the corpse puppet man's body without warning, and there was no energy fluctuation at any point, which meant it wasn't teleportation and it wasn't an escape technique. Unfathomable. Ghost-like. Worse than ghost-like. His head was already detached and floating, which gave him a god's eye view, which is the only reason he reacted at all. The headless body went cold, spun, and punched. Empty. Phantom. His pupils shrank and he understood. There was wind above him. He looked up, and the swordsman in white was over his head and sprayed a mouthful of wine down at him and put a sword through the top of that black-blue skull. The head is celestial iron. It threw sparks like a forge. His face went through several shapes, and he made noises that were not words and fought that blade with everything he had. Murder came up in my eyes, and the sword started roaring because the dragon arrived, and I pushed the intent as far as it goes. Crack. Blood came out of the top of the head, and it dropped, and the dust went up, and when the wind took the dust away, there was a long sword pinning a skull to the ground. No, he roared it, and the light went out of him, too. Now, the limitations of that compass are unreasonable. Dead is dead. Pingtian Hall once used it to assassinate 3 people at the Great Realm level and made their name on it forever. Wei Zichen had just used it to kill 2 void refining experts in a row. It's not that exaggerated. Feng Li was on full alert and had not planned for any of this. He'd assumed the compass made the whole operation cheap. Who could have predicted a monster? He looked back at the fortune teller. The fortune teller's face was solemn, and it was clear that he had not predicted it either. So Feng Li made a decision. He was covered in demonic energy, and he looked at his tiger. It growled and came over and pushed its head against him. "You've suffered," he said, and stroked its head. And then his eyes went sharp, and he took it by the neck and pulled. Skin, bone, and flesh came apart. The tiger howled and did not resist for 1 second. He pulled the vertebrae out, then the ribs. It was extremely bloody, and it took a while, and he assembled a tiger-headed bone blade. Then he merged the blade with his own body and roared like a tiger, and the head on that weapon had a bright, bloodthirsty look in its eyes. And he cut. The intent condensed into a blood tiger 10 zhang tall, and the roar alone made manhwa cough blood and got worse. 7 blades of the blood tiger. His face was a grin by then. He had stopped caring about dying. He simply wanted to spend it. On my side, the dragon intent was already at the ceiling, so I unscrewed the gourd and took an enormous drink and let the ginger burn its way in, and the intent went up again. Blood tiger and dragon met. The tiger bit the dragon's neck. The dragon put its tail through the tiger. And under that, 2 men with a blade and a sword. The first cut, he roared it, and the strike was genuinely unmatched. And the blood tiger got bigger. Block! The second cut! The third! Each one made the tiger worse. The 5th! The 6th! By the 6th, the blood tiger had finished its demonic transformation and become something that had weight. The dragon got knocked out of the sky, and I got hit hard enough that both my hands and both my feet went numb, and I went dozens of meters backwards. And Feng Li set his feet, took the tiger-headed bone blade in both hands, and raised it for the 7th. If that had landed, I do not know what it would have done, but I was never going to let him get there, because every single step of that had gone exactly the way I expected. The 7 blades of the blood tiger has one fatal flaw. The moment between the end of the 6th and the beginning of the 7th. I had been waiting for it since the second one. My dream threads had been going out across that entire battlefield the whole time. I just pulled, gently, and the air filled up with dense blue silk that had been there for minutes. Feng Li, holding a blade over his head, was completely inside it. I flicked one finger, and the threads trembled the way the strings of an instrument tremble mid-performance, and the tremor ran outward along all of them. For about a heartbeat, and Feng Li's blood went everywhere at once. Thousands of cuts. The 7th blade died in his hands, and the momentum came back on him, and the blood tiger, which by then was almost solid, turned around and swallowed its own master. 3. Dream Silk. Another thing I developed after Nascent Soul, once I finally understood the road I'd been on, and I got no rest whatsoever, because immediately after, I heard chanting. The bald old monk, who had not moved once, had gold coming out of his eyes, and a tall Buddha statue came up out of the ground. The golden body of a Buddhist monk. That's a Nascent Soul late-stage move. Both royals said it at once. Here's what happened over there. Facing that much unpredictability and having personally watched a Heaven-Tile assassin get his throat opened by nothing at all, the old monk had stopped underestimating me before anybody else did. He was the most vigilant person in that street. Before the depletion, he had converted to Buddhism, and his innate intelligence and his clear senses had made him extremely good at it. And during his void refining period, he had acquired premonition. The instant Cao Ren died, something in him rang, and from that moment he had been gathering, at the cost of his own lifespan, to force out that golden Buddha, which at nascent soul is supposed to be unbeatable. Even Fang Li's seventh blade would probably not have moved it. Solemn, majestic, enormous, and I was extremely small in front of it. Seal of the Heavenly King. The statue put down one palm. Golden light went out across everything. There was nowhere to go. The shadow came down over both of us. I hit that palm several times with the sword. I left a scratch. Even with the dragon, it didn't move. The Dharma realm of Buddhism is indeed powerful, I said. But if the great Tao is dead, is the Buddha still alive? It's just a shell. Then I touched Qingping once, and threw it, straight at the old monk standing inside the golden statue. Now, Qingping's origins are not impressive. It's my first sword, and my only sword, and it was never anything special. But it has been sleeping in a dream space and being fed dreams every night for 1,000 years. Something has happened to it that I do not fully understand. Qingping is not only Qingping anymore. It carries the dreams of everybody I have ever met. Halfway through the air, that sword went thin, the way my energy goes thin. Real and unreal at the same time. True and false. It went through the golden statue like it was weather, and into the old monk. His pupils moved, and his heart meridian came apart. The seal of the Heavenly King dissolved less than 3 inches above my head. 4. I did the accounting while it faded. They were all famous. Any one of them could have toppled a country. I was not proud of it. I was, if anything, dissatisfied. Because those men had been sitting still for 300 years, and it had still been that hard. This combat power, manhwa said, blankly. Only a superstar-level prodigy could rival it. She was surprised, and underneath that, delighted. Because the old monk was dead, which meant the fortune-teller no longer mattered. He is enormously talented and enormously famous, and his strength is not in fighting. Is the deadlock really over? She murmured. She was prepared to die, and she had never wanted to. Nobody does. She still had things to do. She still wanted to study the incense. And then a drum sounded, and everything in her went into ice water. Ancient sword saint, said the fortune-teller, looking into a corner. Aren't you going to make a move? An old man came out of the shadow carrying 3 long swords. I felt danger come off him immediately, and it was more than everything else in that street combined. And I had not noticed he was there. A master, I thought. Ancient sword saint? Li Tianyu said, and his voice cracked. The fortune-teller actually got Ancient Sword Saint to come? The man was simply standing there, and the shock of it beat everything that had already happened. And then Li Tianyu understood something and said it out loud. I know! It's the medicine king Ginseng! Ancient Sword Saint is the oldest swordsman alive. The only thing that could move him is a divine object connected to lifespan. Everything arrived at once for him. Qiu An had come down off Shenxiu Mountain and reported that a bald old monk had taken the ginseng, and the bald old monk was the fortune-teller's man, which means the ginseng bought exactly 1 service from Ancient Sword Saint. He turned and looked at his sister. Sister Tianya, so your cooperation with the divine calculator was to help them get the medicine king ginseng? He asked it, smiling, and he was extremely pleased with himself because he had come to that desert to watch a show and had just found out what he actually came for. Dealing with the divine calculation sect is straightforward, incidentally. Prices are clearly marked. You get what you pay for. The more you help, the more you receive. Wang Tianya smiled and said nothing. Little sister, denial is useless. I've already worked it out. Ha ha ha. If you say so, then so be it. And then both of them looked back at the old man. Because that name is very large. Anybody who has ever picked up a sword knows it. On the road of the sword, there are 10 geniuses who made history. They are called the 10 Sword Saints. He is one of them. He is also the oldest, and the first of them to become famous. Wei Zichen is finished, Li Tianyu said. Ancient Sword Saint is only at the bottom of the 10. But it's still body integration, late stage. His achievements in swordsmanship are terrifying. This is an almost invincible enemy. You don't need to help me like this, manhwa muttered, watching me not leave. I shook my head. There was no unwavering determination involved, and I want to be clear about that. To me, it was an entirely ordinary matter. 1. 500 taels of effort. 2. A friend is in trouble and I can help. As for who he is, his identity, his status, how famous he is, those are shackles you put on yourself. Here, everybody is golden core, and anything at golden core can be killed. He came at lightning speed. First sword. The blade was black, and the movement was efficient, in the way that only comes from decades, and the angle was already correct when it started. He was fast enough that even seeing it coming, I could not get all the way out, and a corner of my robe came off. I drew to defend, and this was a contest on the sword, which is the one place I have nothing. On a sword platform, I cannot see ancient sword saints back. How do you fight that? Where do you even start? I was retreating within seconds and losing every exchange visibly. Swordsmanship is average, he said, assessment delivered. And then his black blade started moving in the air in a way that had nothing to do with me, and my pupils shrank because my dream threads, spread all across that battlefield, invisible, were being cut. You can see them? I can't see them, he said, adjusting his grip, but I can sense them. Your sword intent is mediocre. Your python becoming a dragon was a fluke, and I can sense you know it. Your understanding of the sword is not deep. You didn't kill them with your sword. Fine. Today I will show you what a real swordsman is. And he vanished, and appeared in front of me and thrust the black blade forward gently. Just that. And there were 1,000,000 sword shadows. That's from the 3,000 sword intent rankings, Li Tianyu shouted. It's nothing complicated. It's one word. Fast. Speed beyond thought. It's a real killer's sword. Meihua's hands closed, and she looked at the ground for a second, because if it were her, at close range, she would have struggled to defend against it too. Ancient Sword Saint is old. That title was earned in a very large number of fights. A short while later, he opened my cheek. I retreated continuously because even his simple touches and thrusts and flicks and deflections kept me completely occupied. My sword was crushed. The dragon intent didn't dare come out. Sword intent that manifests as a beast is a minor achievement at best, he said. Only the intents on the 3,000 rankings are barely worthy of my attention. The reason I haven't made a move yet is that you haven't aroused my fighting spirit. His voice was hoarse, and he spoke quickly. I flickered and used that movement of mine and appeared 3 miles off, because he was telling the truth. In one brief exchange, he had almost cancelled my dragon. The foundation is fairly solid, he said, watching me from 3 miles away, entirely relaxed. If it were before, I wouldn't mind giving you some pointers. And by the time the sound reached me, he was already there. The simpler a thing is, the harder it is to control. The Gale sword intent is the most basic and most simple on the entire 3,000 list, and the most widely comprehended. That doesn't make it weak. I parried, and he cut down, and that plain, unadorned strike destroyed the dragon completely. That is what an absolute crush on the sword looks like. From that moment, I no longer had a sword intent, and having lost it, I felt nothing at all. Instead, I closed my eyes and stood still. He struck again, gale-enhanced, at my head. Clang. I caught it. He frowned because he could not sense any intent on me at all. He attacked several more times. Clang, clang, clang. Every one caught perfectly. He narrowed his eyes and pushed his intent to its ceiling, and a man with no sword intent whatsoever was not at any disadvantage. What's going on? Li Tianyu said, staring. He's entered some kind of state, Wang Tianya said, frowning. It's similar to an epiphany. It is not an epiphany. She was right. I call the state sleepwalking. I don't drink only to boost my sword intent. I drink because it gets me into that state faster. In it, my perception of the outside world becomes about 1,000 times sharper, and my energy is effectively unlimited, and my recovery is frightening. That alone is enough to wear a soul transformation cultivator to death. Clang. No intent at all. Just a body reacting against a sword saint running gale. Every collision threw sparks, and the exchanges got so fast that the people watching stopped being able to see anything except a dense line of them. Ancient Sword Saint narrowed his eyes because he had realized he could not get through. He had never encountered this in his entire life. Can a person's reaction genuinely be that fast? Then he stopped, stepped back, put the black sword away, and took out another one. Because sword intent is not actually his specialty. His understanding of the Gale is not deep. He simply picked it up over the years by fighting enough swordsmen. His real one is called Heaven Defying. Heaven Defying marches forth, and the sword opens the gates of heaven. He changed swords, and everything came off him at once, and the intent howled like something with a grievance. The sand itself got cut into dust. He moved slightly, and 3 jet-black swords came at me through the ground, and inside the sleepwalk, I felt my connection to him get severed completely. Heaven Defying goes forth, imperceptible. The more it is challenged, the braver it becomes. The will of Heaven Defying does not cease until death. He had extensive combat experience. He had already worked out that I possessed some method of perceiving actions and possibly intentions. Heaven Defying isolates that entirely. The moment he used it, the world shook, because that name is simply too large. They say that when Heaven Defying comes out, the sky itself is about to get a hole in it. What a terrifying sword intent, Wang Tianya said. This Wade Zichen actually forced Ancient Sword Saint to use it. That intent is among the most ferocious there is. When it appears, somebody dies. She had stopped predicting outcomes at that point. I came out of the sleepwalk, my eyes cleared. Heaven Defying, is it? I muttered it to myself, and then I smiled. Because, as I said, anything at Golden Core can be killed. Old Senior, I said, the dragon's sword intent is not to your liking. Then please take a look at my Tao. How about this sword intent? And everything about me changed. It went ethereal and intangible. It became like a dream. Ancient Sword Saint glanced at it and noticed that he had never seen it before and that it felt faintly familiar. A mirage from the 3000 rankings? Then, immediately, no, it's not a mirage. He did not recognize it. Fortunately, he did not dwell on it. Heaven Defying roared, and he waved a hand and black sword marks went everywhere. Because Heaven Defying strength is endurance. It gets stronger and more terrible the longer the fight goes. We closed, and at the exact instant we met, when my longsword came around, Ancient Sword Saint froze in place. His movements went slow. He looked dazed. And when Qingping was less than half an inch from his neck, he came back to himself and turned it aside with a single stroke. First exchange. A man who had spent a lifetime inside swordsmanship and was called a sword saint for it broke out in a cold sweat. His back was soaked instantly. Strange, Li Tianyu said. Is Ancient Sword Saint actually getting old? Possibly. Heaven Defying is incredibly powerful, but it shortens the user's lifespan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have aged like that and wouldn't need a life-extending object in the first place. Off to the side, the fortune teller frowned deeply because something was wrong. Heaven Defying shortens your life, but they were suppressed to Golden Core. The damage should have been small. So what happened? He narrowed his eyes and watched, and saw the sweat on Ancient Sword Saint's back, and a terrible thought arrived. Is he afraid? How is that possible? Somebody who comprehended Heaven Defying is by definition fearless. Why would he be afraid of that man in white? Second exchange, same thing. He stood there in a daze for a long time, and just as the sword was about to take his head, he woke up and got his blade in the way. Superb swordsmanship, plus Heaven Defying, plus Gale barely blocked it. And after that one, an old man who had been fighting to the death for decades found his legs going. 2 strokes. 2 strokes had taken a sword saint to despair and put fear in him and left him looking undignified. Nobody could understand it, including the fortune teller, who was extremely well informed and who genuinely started wondering whether the old man was putting on a performance. Manhwa was the most shocked person there, because I had once again taken everything she knew and turned it over. And then Ancient Sword Saint started laughing. Ha ha ha, kid! Sword Tao is so fortunate to have you. What kind of sword intent is this? Is it famous? I smiled slightly. Senior, you flatter me. It's a little trick I came up with myself. As for a name, I'll call it the Great Dream Sword Intent. This is no small trick, he said, and shook his head. I haven't felt fear in a long time. Then, well, it seems I am going to die here today. Bring it on. Let's see how many of your strokes I can block. Now here is what that sword actually does, because from the outside, it is the least impressive thing in this entire account. I come in on the wind, and the strike is simple and unadorned. That's all anybody watching sees. Only the man on the other end of it knows. In the instant it is swung, that intent takes him down through layer after layer of dream, birth to death. Wealthy, powerful, destitute, forgotten. Every kind of life, all of it inside one stroke. It is not an illusion, it is more real than an illusion. If he doesn't get out in time, my sword takes his head while he's away. And if he does get out, he has already lived and died an uncountable number of times in there. Sometimes when a man comes out of it, he has forgotten his own name, his cultivation, his abilities, everything he is. Because it felt like a genuine experience of 1,000 lifetimes. He can't tell truth from falsehood anymore. Is this a dream, or is this real? Which is precisely why. One stroke, and a sword saint is soaked in sweat, which also tells you exactly how strong ancient sword saint was, incidentally, because he blocked several in a row. Every single time, inside a reincarnation spanning countless lifetimes, at the instant he broke out, he produced the correct response. The strength of mind involved is not something I can properly describe. Even I was impressed. However, one sword can bring it down. What about the second sword? What about the third? The great dream sword intent is strong because every single stroke is like that. One stroke spans 1,000 lifetimes. One stroke saves 1,000 lives. And dreams, being dreams, can be generated by a thought. By the 6th stroke, his eyes were cloudy. He could no longer separate what was real. He had forgotten his own name. He genuinely did not know whether he was dreaming. The 7th. His blood went into the yellow sand. He died. And on the way out, his eyes cleared and he remembered. It was only a duel. But for him, that duel had gone on far too long. Longer than his entire life. Much, much longer. He collapsed and did not move again. Once a sword saint, now a thing of the past. The fortune teller's fingers were shaking when he finally picked up a piece and put it on the board. His last card. The ground started moving. Far off, the sand came up into the sky. War drums. And one rider came out of the smoke. Charge! And then the sound of thousands of voices behind him. Black armor pouring out of yellow smoke. No more and no less. 8,000. 8,000 golden core iron cavalry, and none of them ordinary. Every one of them was elite among golden cores. Special foundations, special core formations, men blessed by secret realms and hidden lands. That was the fortune teller's hidden piece, and nobody had believed it would ever be needed. You think you can stop 1 or 2 people? I don't believe you can stop 100, or 1,000, or 8,000. 8,000 golden core iron cavalry crush everything in your path. He laughed, and there was something wrong with it. Brother, Wang Tianya said with half a smile, I'm very curious. What exactly did the divine calculator use to buy your 8,000? Sister, said Li Tianyu, shaking his head slightly, let's go. Things have come this far. Regardless of the outcome, it's time to leave. That's right, she said. What if those 8,000 can't stop Wei Zichen? He might turn around and kill us, too. My cousin seems gentle, actually. He's a ruthless man, in no way inferior to us. Don't you think, Your Majesty? Li Tianyu nodded and then swore. Damn, that's too ruthless. The insidious kind. Thank goodness the energy dried up, he thought. If he ever rose, and I accidentally offended him again, I probably wouldn't even know how I died. Although at Golden Core, my 8,000 are practically invincible, and I'm confident they can crush anything. We'd better get out of here quickly. Better safe than sorry. Yellow sand and smoke and 8,000 riders on golden ground. The hooves were loud enough that the sky went dark, not because the sun had gone, but because there was that much sand in the air. Black iron armor forged hard, and when that one word went up, kill, the intent came off them solid enough to touch, and every bit of it locked onto one man. A single person in front of a trained army is very small, smaller than the sand under the hooves, and the man in white did not run. He laughed. I drank in enormous mouthfuls until the peach blossom wine in that gourd was completely gone, and I was still not satisfied. So I put the stopper back in and took the second gourd off my belt and pushed the cork out with my thumb and took an enormous drink and laughed. How painful, how exhilarating. Today, there's wine and there's blood. And I ran at 8,000 cavalry alone. Manhwa stood there and watched it. She has said since that she has no words for what that was. Because there are people like that in this world. Thin white clothes, a rather dull sword, a couple of mouthfuls of wine, and a decision to overturn a horse. The courage alone has no equal. A man like that will tolerate disrespect from ordinary people, and will not care if his belongings are stolen while he sleeps. That is simply who he is. He only spent 500 taels, plus, at most, half a newly born medicine ginger. And with that, he bought the lives of the demon scholar Fang Li, the grand elder of the corpse puppet sect, the great Buddha of Xianxia Temple, and ancient sword saint of the 10 sword saints. And whatever 8,000 iron cavalry are worth is also inside that 500 taels. She watched a white figure go into them. She watched him take one mouthful of wine and one stroke of a sword and take the lead rider off his horse. She watched him kill one man per step with his white robe unstained, laughing the whole time, in complete contrast to the man who spends most of his life horizontal. He would not put down the wine. They died in numbers, and the chaos and terror in that formation was total, and after a while it was impossible to say whether you were looking at sand or blood mist. 8,000? Before one incense stick had burned, it was under 7. Not nearly enough. The iron cavalry did not back off, not once, and the man in white showed no fear either. Where the sword pointed, somebody died. He doesn't like the smell of blood. That's why he drinks. It covers it. Another incense stick, under 4,000, still no retreat. The wine in his hand was still full, and the sword was still sharp. Kill! 5 incense sticks, 1,000 left. The man in white still had a third of a gourd. Another incense stick. Bodies everywhere, the wine almost gone. 8,000 iron cavalry, wiped out. Not one man left. No, correct that. Not one man retreated. Wei Zichen stood in the middle of it, white clothes unstained by blood, absolutely soaked in wine. I toast you all, he said, and poured what was left onto the ground. And the sand settled, and the smoke thinned, and the drums stopped, and the sunlight came back down, bodies and blood in every direction, broken armor and a broken sword. Sand that had gone dark. If a man is going to die for his cause, and he dies a death that is worth something and does not hurt on the way, then he should be sent off with wine. There is no right or wrong in that. There are different positions, no complaints, no regrets. I walked toward the end of the street with my feet going into wet sand. It failed, the fortune teller said. He closed his eyes. Then he looked at the sky for a while. I miscalculated. And then he looked at me, and his face was completely calm. In the end, I was outmatched. I never expected that someone like you would exist in this world. If the compass had not been used, this game would not have been lost. That's true, I said, which it is. Without that curtain, I would have been a fly. He was right about that from the beginning. He was only wrong about the one variable he introduced himself. Too clever by half, he said, and there was something almost fond in it. I, the fortune teller, have spent my whole life scheming, and in the end I too have died because of my own scheming. Perhaps this is fate. And he drew the long sword off his own back and cut his own throat. Fast, efficient, no hesitation whatsoever. The divine calculation sect can only miscalculate once in a lifetime. I should have died long ago. The blood came out and he let it, and his face did not change at all, as though this were simply his last piece. The divine calculation sect is a proud school. From its founding to its destruction, not one disciple or elder ever died at another person's hands. They either killed themselves or were buried by heaven, and with him that meticulously planned assassination officially ended. The compass kept running incidentally. Because of the wars between 3 dynasties, the blood it had collected was frightening, and it had enough to run for 3 days and 3 nights. After that, it would be dust. Are you all right? I said, walking over. I'm fine. She was white and weak, and she was still looking at the ground. You, help me pull out the magic dagger. It was in her back. For a cultivator, it wasn't actually that serious once it was out. I pulled it, told her to wait, took a bottle of powder out of my sleeve, and put it evenly across the wound. She didn't make a sound while I did it. It worked fast. Her color came back, and she could use her cultivation again. She went immediately to that River Mother temple in the desert and retrieved the remains of the master who had first led her onto the path. Then she broke the golden statue inside it. And then she remembered something and turned around, and found me digging a grave. Sand is loose. It kept falling in on itself, so I had to keep going deeper, and it took a very long time, and I could simply have walked away. I thought about it and decided to do it anyway. She came over and helped when she'd rested. Between the two of us and a little energy, we got all of them under. All of them. Then I lay down on my back on the sand and kicked my legs in the air because I was exhausted. She sat down next to me. After an enormous battle, an enormous quiet, an endless sea of sand, which is also a beautiful thing if you look at it. I habitually reached for the wine and got the bottle nearly to my mouth before I remembered. I smiled about it. "Aren't you curious about my real identity?" she said, and I gave her an entirely unrelated answer. The Wang family opera troupe is in a town 20 miles from here. If you go now, it's still not too late. We can't miss it again. If you miss it, you'll have to wait another 5 years. She sat there for a second. Then she smiled, genuinely and happily, and there was something lonely a long way behind it, because she knew. This journey was ending. Now, about that opera troupe. Liu Chuan, the leader of the Wang family opera troupe, at some point made a vow to tour the entire country. One tour takes a year. He had gone through 71 cities in the northwest and was finishing in the northern desert. They say his plays can be watched by people, ghosts, and immortals alike. That day, in Huangtu City, the local landlord had put the stage up well in advance and set 400 chairs in the open ground below it, with standing room on both sides and at the back. Money buys a seat, no money buys standing. Everybody from the villages around had arrived early, and this year there were a great many more of them than usual. One entire village had come, all of them, every age. That's such a kind person. He actually invited our whole village to watch a play. Yes, I've never seen so much money in my life. All 180 of us came. He's more than kind. He's practically a god. You know old lady Wang next door? Last year, a dog took her leg off and she refused to go anywhere. And that immortal just reached out and healed it. Look, she's right there. Huh, so she is. Boys, what's the point of an immortal then? Pah, what do you know? What have you got? With your assets, a dog would shake its head. You think an immortal would tear your house down? That's true. That's true. We were sitting in front of them, having come straight from burying 8,000 people. I couldn't help it. I said it out loud. The fortune teller truly does predict everything perfectly. Because I had been wondering where all the villagers had gone. He'd bought them tickets. The man built a trap that killed a sword saint, and he emptied the village first so nobody who wasn't in the game would be inside it. Not one innocent person was hurt in that entire operation. I want that on the record, because I have thought about that man a great deal since. Manhwa looked at the stage with something new in her eyes. The lead singer came out. The crowd went up. There are many kinds of opera, and the whole thing takes about 2 hours. They sang from noon until evening. She watched every second. It was a tragedy. When it reached its climax, the woman warrior on that stage let out one shout, and half the audience was weeping. When the villain was finally punished, everybody cheered. The song ended, and the crowd dispersed, and even while leaving they lingered, going back over the plot and arguing about it with whoever was next to them. The hall emptied, gradually, until it was only the two of us. "It's over," she said, and let out a long breath. "Yes, it's over." She took out the list. It was covered in scribbles and drawings by then, one wish after another, marked off. Just looking at it put a small, entirely private smile on her. You could see everything in it. A boat, flowers, fishing, a gentle wind. She thought about climbing a cliff face to pick one rock flower. She'd said she was a woman, and picking flowers off cliffs was clearly the man's job. I refused absolutely, on the grounds that it was too dangerous. So we played rock, paper, scissors. She lost, naturally, and tied a rope around her own waist and went over the edge. She thought about the painting on Peach Blossom Mountain, the vegetarian meal at the temple, drinking in that 1,000-year cave, which she was slightly embarrassed about because she got drunken there and slipped on the way back and went into a freezing black river. And I did not come in after her. I found a stick somewhere and held it out and made her climb. which is genuinely despicable. But it had only been a little over a month, and there was that much in it. Speaking of which, she said, and turned to look at me, you really don't want to know who I am? You've definitely heard of my real identity. We have quite a history. Or have you already guessed? She was pressing. Of course I'm curious, I said, smiling, but there's no need to ask. I won't ask, and I certainly won't speculate. Then why don't I just tell you? Then speak, I said, indifferently, and she immediately lost the ability to. We sat in that empty hall. Neither of us said anything. A waiter came through, shouting that everybody should get home because it wasn't going to be peaceful there tonight. I smiled and thanked him. Then silence again. Si Chen. Thank you, she said, eventually, tucking hair behind her ear. Then, I also know of a few places with things that prolong life. They're somewhat dangerous, but No need, I said, fast. My lifespan is enough. You don't need to trouble yourself. Anyway, thanks, I appreciate it. She hesitated. She had more. She had a great deal more. She had no idea how to say any of it. I wondered whether it was because there was no alcohol. Then I stood up. As the saying goes, when the music ends, the party is over. All good things do. Miss Zhao, let's end our journey here. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. And I gave her back her life meridian. And waved, hard, the big obvious kind, and turned around and left. The white-clad swordsman walked off with total nonchalance, scratching himself and taking a few sips of wine on the way out. Not one trace of lingering affection, which is exactly what I said it was. 500 taels of effort, minimum. Some people would call that naive. It's my principle. I can be selfish, and I am perfectly willing to take a loss. That way is best. Ha ha ha, I shouted at the sky on my way out. The desert starlight lives up to its name. Because a desert night has an absurd number of stars in it, and it is a rare and beautiful thing. Behind me, she watched me go. Will we meet again? She murmured. If we're destined to, will we ever meet again? Then she shook her head and took out the brush she carries, and on the last item of the list, she ticked it off. The final wish. She folded the list and put it in a brocade pouch, and turned her head to look in the direction I'd gone. It was very dark, but by starlight you could just about see that the white-clad swordsman was staggering and was already about 6/10 drunk. And she laughed and called after me. You little rascal, don't just fall asleep right away next time. Always causing trouble for others. The 9th day of the 9th month. The show in the northern desert officially ended. 2 people who met briefly in a very long river went back to their own places. I drank and disappeared into the night, and manhwa folded the list into her pocket, and her expression went cold, and she stood up and turned around and walked the other way. Back to the incense. She was going to forge a new path, and she knew perfectly well the odds were terrible. About a month later, in Dragon City, a master and a disciple met at the River Mother Temple in the west of the city. The disciple had been extremely worried, and her master never told her a single thing about what had happened. She had, in fact, hidden her, and spent energy to hide her, which is the most expensive thing that woman could possibly have done. When they met, everything was understood without being said. Her master told her it was all in the past. From now on, focus on the incense. Those weeks of running had not been for nothing, incidentally. At least when she looked back at it, she finally understood that the incense had always been taken from the people. Not from that high and mighty, heartless thing she'd been chasing. Then she took off her Taoist robe, and she and her apprentice walked to a pawn shop in Dragon City, which happened to be called the Honest People's Pawn Shop. They went in and said they'd like to pawn a hairpin. The court official took one look at it, got a cunning glint in his eye, glanced sideways at the manager, and announced, "Eaten by insects and gnawed by rats. Missing edges and corners. A piece of junk." The manager noticed something and started walking over. And Su Li said quietly to herself, "There really isn't a single good person in any pawn shop in the world." Wei Zichen was right. And then, with a genuinely dashing kick, she sent a manager weighing over 300 pounds 3 meters across his own shop. The thugs came out of the backyard and surrounded her, and she took every one of them apart in a few moves, decisively, without hurrying. Then she pulled the court official down off his high counter and beat him. Then she climbed onto the counter herself, took out all of the money, kept 500 taels, and scattered the rest into the street. She did not take the hairpin with her, so that she can go back later and do it again. Her disciple stood there with her eyes enormous, and after a long silence could not stop herself. "Are you still my master? Could it be that somebody has taken your place?" Su Li's expression did not move. She said one word, "Naturally." And with the money, she bought the clothes of an ordinary woman, and this time she left the temple to go and study the incense out in the world. Word went around Dragon City within a day, incidentally. The woman who overturned the honest people's pawn shop looked exactly like the golden statue in the River Mother Temple. So the story on that street became that the River Mother had come down in person because she could not tolerate what that pawn shop did to people and had handled it herself. Li Tianyu happened to be in Dragon City at the time and had not even unpacked. He put his fist through a table and threw a white jade disc worth thousands of taels on the floor, and his good friend Shou-an happened to be standing right there. "Brother Tianyu, didn't you say your honest people's pawn shop was for the benefit of the country and its people?" "Ahem, Brother Shou-an, as you know, the world is in chaos, and some people can't stand to see us doing well." Then he told his men that this time the thief was not getting away, and that this kind of trouble had to be nipped in the bud, and that under no circumstances could it be encouraged. His men went and investigated, and came back with a description, and he was on the road out of that city within the hour, without stopping to unpack. "How strange," he said, leaning out of a carriage and telling the driver to go faster. "Brother Tianyu, why are you so afraid of Immortal Master Su? You haven't offended her. Besides, she started it, so you're in the right." Chou-en genuinely did not understand, because he'd heard the woman speak on the Tao once and knew she was not unreasonable. Li Tianyu smiled guiltily and said nothing at all, because he had not known, at the time, that the manhwa the fortune-teller wanted killed was Su Li of the River Mother Temples. He worked it out about a month afterwards, and went white about it in a way that took several days to wear off. As for me, I want to tell you what that afternoon actually cost, because I have run the numbers a great many times since, and they still make me laugh. 500 taels of stolen pawnshop silver, half a root of ginger, 2 gourds of wine. For that, 4 men whose names could empty a room went into the sand, and one of the 10 sword saints died having asked what my sword was called, and 8,000 elite riders went in after them, and the last man of the divine calculation sect cut his own throat and said, before he did it, "I never expected that someone like you would exist in this world. For 1,000 years I was a man nobody would remember. I have spent a very long time being the person other people walked past on their way to something important. And in one afternoon in a desert, every powerful person still alive on that continent learned my name. A princess who runs the largest trading company in 3 dynasties has decided I am a ruthless man and is going to be careful about it forever. A prince who owns 8,000 corpses worth of grief is going to spend the rest of his life hoping I never rise. And a woman who once told her disciple that I would die in a small sect without ever leaving it, walked into a pawn shop and kicked a fat man across it, and quoted me while she did it. That is what I wanted when I was 17 and walking 30,000 li in bad shoes and wondering whether anybody would notice if I died on that road, to be remembered by somebody. I would like to point out, for the record, that I got exactly what I asked for, and that from that afternoon onward, everybody who is looking for something will be able to find me. There is a lesson in there about wishes. I'll get to it eventually. Right now I have an empty gourd, no money whatsoever, a sword that needs cleaning, and about 900 years of dreams still hanging on a tree, waiting for me to go and collect them. So, onward.